Ojibwe people on the shores of Lake Superior. It looks a lot like this outside right now where I'm from. And I have the privilege of serving as Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs at the Department of the Interior. I don't have a lot to present on today other than to simply reiterate our commitment to working with the Great Navajo Nation on a government-to-government basis, working with you in your important work. I'm a former elected tribal leader myself, so I have an appreciation for the role that you all play in serving your people and the challenges that you face in doing that. And I very much respect and appreciate your service on behalf of your people. I had an opportunity yesterday to meet with a number of landowners from the Navajo Nation concerning the department's work related to Chaco Canyon. Have been doing a lot of work recently to implement the President's bipartisan infrastructure law, including distributing funding to Indian water rights settlements, in particular here at the Navajo Nation for the Navajo Gallup settlement, and working on cutting red tape to make sure that we are not in your way and are instead supporting you in your efforts to spend those infrastructure funds to make life better for the people who live here at the nation and in your communities. I want to allow just a brief moment to introduce for our Department of the Interior team members to introduce themselves to you as well, because our work that we do is nobody does it alone, and we have an incredible team who works with us. And so some of them are going to be familiar faces too, but I want to make sure they have an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Good morning. Yate. I'm Bart Stevens. I'm the former regional director here in the Navajo region. Now I'm the Deputy Bureau Director for Field Operations with the Department of Interior, and it's good to be back and among you good people and share a good message and hear from you all firsthand issues and concerns that we can address in meeting our trust responsibility and our obligation to Indian country nationwide. Again, good morning, and it's great to see you all and be back in Window Rock.
Good morning, Yate. Greg Mahoja, Regional Director, Navajo Region BIA. I was here for the quarterly report during the winter session and heard a number of your concerns. Received a number of very substantive and important questions, and we've been in the process of rolling out letters to each of you to answer the questions that you posed to us. And so that's an ongoing project. We have a number of them out already to a number of the delegates, and we're going to keep doing that. So we're here to serve the Navajo people, the Navajo Nation, and we continue to do that with the support of our leadership in DC. So thank you.
And he's off camera, but we also have Samuel Cohn, who's a counselor in our office, and Samuel is a member of the Crow Tribe of Montana, or the Crow Nation, and he is a vital member of our team and is really instrumental in a lot of our work. So, Madam Chair, I think maybe it might go better. I'm here happy to answer questions from folks and have a dialogue with you and out of respect for the role that everybody on the council plays on behalf of the Navajo Nation.
Thank you, Mr. Newland. And thank you for introducing your team who is here in council chambers with us today. So with that, committee members, I will state that if you have a question, that you limit your speaking to 3 minutes to give all of the delegates the opportunity to speak. I know that we do have some delegates who wish to speak at this time. Mr. Newland, I do also want to point out that you do have a 3-ring binder in front of you presented on behalf of the 24th Navajo Nation Council with the priorities, the Navajo Nation priorities. What's that?
This is yours and that's theirs.
Oh, do you want to give that to me? I apologize. The binder is being given to you at this time. Sorry. You're looking at me like, what binder? So I do apologize. Within the binder, there are five committees and the priorities that they have listed. So I know that we do have delegates who are anxious to present their priorities on behalf of their committees. Each of the five committees does have a chairperson that has been assigned to the committee. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to begin with Chair Rick Nez with Resources and Development, who would like to present his priorities and ask questions to you at this time. Chair Nez, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Charles Noon, as well as Pro Tem Chair for the day. Certainly appreciate your service to the great Navajo Nation as well. And thank you very much, honorable colleagues. And Mr. Nolan, thank you very much for taking this time to listen to the great Navajo Nation's leadership today. It means a lot. I understand an hour is what we have, and we each have 3 minutes, but I will go through this as terse and succinct as I possibly can. First on my list will be the Navajo Nation is currently looking at exploring for helium. And we did send a packet of support, a letter to you as well, and also to Washington office. The United States Geological Survey has a list of critical minerals list, and back in November, they had proposed to take helium off the list. The Navajo Nation would like to keep helium on the list due to the Navajo Nation having to generate revenue from this new energy development. And we would like to ask your support on this. There are currently 500 plus uranium sites that are abandoned across the Navajo Nation. We would also ask your support in having the United States Environmental Protection Agency to start cleaning up and funding these sites across the Navajo Nation. It is very dangerous. It has caused health problems for our dear Navajo people. And we beseech you to have the Secretary also support this cleanup on the Navajo Nation. Next on my list here is the Navajo Nation is also in dire need of funding for roads across the Navajo Nation. The roads, we are asking to have increases as well as also for economic development purposes. Next will be the Chaco Canyon National Historic Park. Our Navajo people, the Latis that live surrounding Chaco, has been asking from the bottom of their hearts to listen to the leadership of Washington. They have not been heard, and there needs to be a public hearing at Naabik'íyáti chapter to listen to our dear Navajo people. These monies that they get supports their families, their children, go to school and attend higher education. And with this, I would like to just ask your support, Mr. Newland. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you for that, Chair Nez. We'll go ahead and at this time, give the floor to Chair Daniel So that he can go ahead and talk about the priorities on behalf of Health, Education, Human Services. Chair Daniel So, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. The other colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee, Mr. Newland, and your associates that you bring before the committee. I won't belabor the priority list. It is very extensive as far as what the Health, Education, Human Services presents. But you mentioned that you would like to help us spend the ARPA funds. And in the Eastern Agency, 31 chapters, as well as across the Navajo Nation, thinking from the ground up, these roads, originally the Bureau of Indian Affairs and other federal agencies dropped their grader blades and went across, connecting day schools, boarding schools, and even trading posts. And since then, there has been the continuing effort to say we need better roads, we need improved roads, we need increased highway funding. And in thinking that, I asked the attorneys with the Eastern Navajo Land Administration, Eastern Land Commission, to research it, and we came up with a term: Federal Established Historical Roads. And in there, we have to get right-of-ways, archaeological clearance, and fish and wildlife clearance in accordance with CFR. And what I see is those roads that were bladed, and the key date is 1970. Before that, those should be grandfathered in and not require further study. But on these roads after that, then yes, so be it, we will abide. But that's the part that please get out of the way and let us proceed to use some of these dollars that we get from for transportation. And in that, within those right-of-ways, water lines, power lines, and fiber optics. That's what we want in this particular aspect. I appreciate the time that you give to the council, and the committee will be going to Washington, D.C. Starting the week of March 13th. And we would, at some point in time, really sit down to use that time to address the priorities. And we would like the Assistant Secretary's assistance to schedule these other items that are on our health, education, human services priorities. And with that, I will leave it at that. And thank you for bringing the team. And since you're from the north, bonjour. And thank you for bringing the snow. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Newland, the way that we have this scheduled is we're going to have the chairs of each of the committees address you with their priorities. Then we're going to go ahead and proceed forward with the subcommittees from Naabik'íyáti. So I'm going to go ahead and at this time speak to you as Chair of Law and Order Committee and also Chair for the Tribal Interior Budget Council, Public Safety and Justice. Mr. Newland, we've had this conversation before. Go ahead and start my time. We have had this conversation before, and I appreciate you coming here to the Navajo Nation to hear the concerns on behalf of the Navajo people. Number one, I would like to ask that you help to assist in replacing the public safety facility buildings here on the Navajo Nation. We currently have 2 police stations that have been shut down 100%. That is the Window Rock Police Department, which is just down the road from here, and the Shiprock Police Department. Both police stations do serve a larger community than most other communities on the Navajo Nation. The Shiprock Police Department did shut down in 2020 as the Window Rock Police Department shut down. I believe it was in 2018 was when the Window Rock Police Department shut down. So we do need assistance. We also need assistance with the operations and maintenance on both facilities. As you know, operations and maintenance is a large chunk of money. So the Navajo Nation is proceeding forward to replace the facilities and may possibly be entering into a 105L lease, but we still need assistance with operations and maintenance. We also have smaller substations that need to be built in rural communities of the Navajo Nation. Many of these rural communities don't have first responders in their communities. And as you know, with COVID-19, that was a huge concern. We have heard stories from fire department and EMT having to park a mile away because the roads have not been addressed, and having to try to offer assistance a mile from where people are calling 911 to try to get assistance. For instance, EMT did last year report to Law and Order Committee that they actually had to park the ambulance, walk half a mile to the house with a, I guess it's a gurney, use the gurney, pick up the person, walk back in order to get them into the ambulance and take them to the hospital. Those are some of the conditions that we are seeing here on the Navajo Nation. As far as police protection, we have had an increase in crime because of COVID, because many of our officers are not able to respond, and because a lot of times our officers were being exposed to COVID and had to take their safety into consideration. The biggest issue that we are facing is the facility replacements. Right now, an arrest in Shiprock is about a 3-hour turnaround time for officers because they have to transport the individual, book the individual, and drive back to the community of Shiprock, and that's over 100 miles of having to transport individuals. So it is starting to become burdensome, and we're hoping that we can sit down and have a more, a larger conversation on this issue. The last I would like to point out is, as a delegate, I have been trying to work to clean up the community of Shiprock. We currently have 46 BIA buildings that are abandoned that need to be cleaned up. We also have 3 IHS houses that are sitting along US 64 that also abandoned that need to be cleaned up. These buildings pose a public safety and justice concern because we recently had the old IHS hospital burned to the ground, to the foundation, because we have transients who go into these buildings, build fires to try to stay warm, and the buildings catch on fire. So we really, really need these abandoned buildings taken down in the community of Shiprock. So I want to end with that. I know I'm not at my mark here, but I do want to state that I do appreciate you being here, Bojo, and I hope that you enjoy your trip here in Navajo country. Aikiha. We don't have any priorities at this time from budget and finance. I don't know if Chair Henyo is on the line. We'll go ahead, and if he wants.
I'm on the line.
Chair Henyo, would you like 3 minutes to speak on behalf of budget and finance?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Chair Henyo, you have 3 minutes to speak. The floor is yours.
Pro Tem Chair, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, Mr. Newland and your team, thank you for being with us this morning on this beautiful day and a lot of snow outside, and looking forward to some more snow. I chair the Budget and Finance Committee for the Navajo Nation, 24th Navajo Nation Council. And right now, I am watching CNBC, and I'm just seeing nothing but red across the board, and just thinking about all of our investments and portfolios. And that's what we do at Budget and Finance, is we monitor the funding for the Navajo Nation, whether it be our general funds or from the federal funds, and also our investments, our portfolio that we have for our trust fund investment, and then also our pension plan. So one of the things that you'll be hearing a lot is funding, and that's what we are advocating for, is at the federal level there's more funding for different areas when it comes to the needs of the Navajo Nation. Main one that we've seen a decrease is public safety, where that should be a real priority for the Indian country is public safety, but it seems that we're always getting shortchanged when the funding is allocated and it starts trickling down. When it comes to the actual tribes, they receive just what's left. And so that's where we really need your support to make sure that we do get the full funding for programs of public safety, for healthcare, and transportation, which is our roads, and also bridges also too. And then at the same time, we do looking at broadband, because that's a big thing here on the Navajo Nation, connectivity, connecting families with one another, and then to also distance learning because of the COVID, our children's education has been affected by it. So these are the priorities that we look at when it comes to, from the budget finances, basically the funding levels that we need to be sustained at Indian country across the United States, and where this full funding is realized. The other one is I come from Eastern Navajo, which is a New Mexico chapters. I represent the satellite chapters out in Rema, Alamo, and Tochile. And so with this, as my colleague, Chair Daniel So alluded to, as land statuses on the Eastern Navajo, which is the Navajo Exchange Legislation Initiative, short NELI, N-E-L-I, is something that we're looking at pursuing, and we need support from the Department of Interior when the legislation or the bill is introduced by one of our senators to address this before Congress. And that's where we would need the support from the Department of Interior to make this happen for the Navajo Nation. With that, there's some more priorities that we have, but I think mostly basically it's just a lot of goes around, centers around funding. So with that, Shanata, Pro Tem Chair, again.
Yeah, for that, Chair Hanyo. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and now recognize Chair Otto So with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Chair So, the floor is yours. Chair Otto.
Madam Chair, can you
Yes,
hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Again, thank you very much for this time. I have 3 minutes. Assistant Secretary Noonan, I appreciate your visit to the Navajo Nation. And really an honor to have a federal official come to the nation and listen to the needs of its trust, to its trustees. As the Navajo Nation, I serve as the chairman of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. There's a couple of issues that lie within this area where our trustee needs to move forth on its obligations. One is the appointment of the Indian commissioner to the Navajo Hopi Relocation Program. The program has been existing without an federal responsibility that the federal government has in place. As a trustee, this is what we want you to comply with these trust responsibilities. The other is the rehabilitation efforts, shortchange to try to complete the Navajo Hopi Relocation Program in its responsibilities to finish the relocation program. The other is the rehabilitation efforts of the Navajo partition lands in the former Bennett Freeze area. These two areas have been greatly impacted by economic and social and community development halting. And action. Both lands have had total lands that have been impacted is about 3 million acres of land, which our Navajo citizens lived on and had been relocated out of. Our federal government at this time needs to live up to its trust responsibilities. The former Bennett Freeze area has been impacted with a 46-year freeze, which the federal government has imposed a freeze of leasing, housing development, infrastructure, and so forth, and economic development, has pushed the pause button for 46 years. One day said, oh, we're going to lift the freeze without any plan to rehabilitate the former Bennett Freeze region. As the chairman of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, we ask our trustee to hold its trust responsibility. You took our lands, you took our natural resources, you took our waters. We just want our fair share so that the trust responsibilities can continue to move forth. The Navajo people has fulfilled its responsibility in the treaty. We're good Indians. Now we need the federal government to fulfill its trust responsibility and its needs to provide the services on the nation that they conquered. Hope you take this message back to Washington. Try to help the Navajo Nation in these areas that we need help. And I appreciate this time. Madam Chair, I turn the floor back over to you at this time. I expired my time.
Thank you for that, Chair Otto. So we now have in the queue representing Eastern Navajo Land Commission, Chair Edmund Yazzie. Chair Edmund Yazzie, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and also members of the council, and then also welcome Mr. Lewin for visiting the Navajo Nation. I'm just going to get to a couple of concerns, and I know my colleagues brought up very important concerns and comments. Number one, Ms. Chair Nez brought up the Chaco, and I know you're fully aware of that, and I know you receive info on how the council feels about that. And then number two, this issue with having our BIA given the authority from the Washington office and changing land status from fee to trust. And so we are in the works of doing that in the Daru area. And we're working with Mr. Mahajo and Ms. Curley, and they have been very helpful. And hopefully we can get that done and somewhat make it a step that other chapters can do. But anyhow, that's all I wanted to share. I know you got a lot on your plate, and just be safe and welcome to the Navajo Nation. Thank you for your time in visiting with the Navajo Nation Council. I know we're still doing our phone calls by having meetings by phone call. We just have to be careful, and I know I'm pretty sure everyone's wearing their mask there in the chambers. But Madam Chair, Mr. Newland, that's all I would have to say on behalf of the Eastern Land Commission, and Chair Hino brought up the Nelly issue too, and so I'm very pleased that that was brought up. Madam Chair, thank you, and I'll go ahead and go back on mute.
Thank you for that, Chair Edmund Yazzie. Next in the queue, we do have Vice Chair Raymond Smith. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Good morning to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, and also Mr. Newland, good morning, and Mr. Mahoja, and Mr. Stevens, and Ms. Curley. Thank you for being here to hear our concerns throughout each district and out throughout the Navajo Nation itself. I'd like to address the fact that the 1974 settlement, when the folks have been told to move off of Hopi partition land, Hopi land that was established back in the settlement of 1974, we have a fire district down there. And the fire district at this point in time is charging our people for any fire suppression. And we had a meeting with them. And in that 1974 settlement, I was wondering if there's any language in there covering the fact that the folks will be moving out there, and if there was any funds that could be provided to the fire department. This is a fire department that's run under the state of Arizona. It's known as the Perkle Fire Department. And we're in the impacted areas such as Lupton, Halk, and Wide Ruins. We've been billed, and even just reporting a fire, there's been a bill that was sent. So we're trying to find different avenues for that. The other one is the housing conditions that were built within the new lands back then. The houses are deplorable. They shouldn't even be living in them. The structures are falling apart. They try to shore them up, and they try to do improvements on it, but it's just completely falling apart on their homes, and that's one big concern they have. The other one is the big old disaster that happened in 1979, I think it was, the Kerr-McGee spill in Church Rock, and it runs down Rio Perkle, and it goes through Gallup, Manuelito, Lupton, Halk, and then Sanders and Chambers, and on out towards Holbrook. We have water that is so contaminated with uranium, and we're trying to find how we can redress that. So I'd like to bring that up to you. The other one is we're trying to work with the road improvement. 9402, that's 20 miles of road from Lupton to Halk and out to Sanders. We're working with Mr. Mahoja on getting the right-of-way. We'd like to have that right-of-way be more user-friendly so that we can get the right-of-way and get it completed as quick as possible. This is on the allotted lands. Trust land is a different story. We can go through there, but the allotted lands. The other one is the IHS has been fully funded. We appreciate that. Finally, the IHS has been funded for the SDS projects throughout the Navajo Nation in a dollar amount of over $700+ million. The only thing is we need additional resources to come in and help facilitate that so these water projects can be completed with that funding. There'll be over 5 years of getting funding. So we're faced with that. We need help out here. We don't have enough contractors. We don't have enough staff to get these things done. We would like to get these things completed in a timely fashion. And lastly, the police station that was mentioned, as you see, go by there, it's deplorable. It's been built back in the 1960s. It's going to be close to 100 years here in another 40 more years, and we need to replace that. Shiprock's another one. So thank you, Madam Chair, Pro Temp, for letting me speak on these behalfs. There's more and more, but with the time constraints and being respectful, thank you very much. And you gentlemen have a good day. Ms. Curley, you too, you have a good day.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Next in the queue, we have the chairman, or the Chairman Herman Daniels with the Navajo Utah Commission. Chair Daniels, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Chair Newton, thank you for giving me some time here this morning. Appreciate the time here, the opportunity to present our legislative priorities from the state of Utah on the Navajo Nation side. My name is Herman Daniels, Jr. I am the chair for Navajo Utah Commission. Navajo Utah Commission comprises of 7 chapters, 7 communities on the Utah side on the Navajo Nation. So today I'm gonna present the priorities to Mr. Newland today, and also the BIA. But I'll have staff give you a copy of our priorities. And my colleagues covered areas like education, higher education facilities, transportation. Also, we have on our list is Navajo Utah water rights settlement. Yeah, we need dollars for the Utah water settlement. Even though it's approved, we need additional funds to start working. And also we have the voting legislation concerning HB 313. And also we have on the list is the Utah Indian Child Welfare Act statute. And 7, we have a gentle Iron Hawk funding request. Yeah, we've been we passed a resolution served several days ago on this one here, asking for funding from the state of Utah. Also, we have other 2022 Utah legislative bills, SB 28, and also HB 30. That's the Student Tribal Regalia Youth Amendments. The reason why we're supporting this bill is when we have graduations on the Navajo Nation, a lot of our Navajo children, they like to wear their regalia. This is like, so that's why we're supporting this bill here. And also the appropriations for missing and murdered indigenous women. So since we are short on time, I'm gonna go ahead and have the staff there give you a copy of our priorities from the Utah side. Yeah, with the transportation, we have a community in the in Montezuma Creek area. The roads really need attention in that area. From Montezuma Creek to Aneth, Utah, that road is very unsafe, especially at night. And also, we have this proposed road project, Old Jato to Navajo Mountain Road Project. From the state of Utah, they're really supporting this road project, and also from the Navajo Nation. So we need funding for this road. Right now, if you were to go to Navajo Mountain, it will take you close to 3 hours to get there. But if we build this road, it's going to lessen the time. So that's what I want to present to you, Mr. Newland, today. But I'll have the staff from the Speaker's office to give you our priorities, legislative priorities. Thank you, Chair Newton. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Chair Danielson. Just so you know, we did print the Navajo Utah Commission priorities, and they were just now presented to Mr. Newland and also the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So with that, we also have Delegate Eugene So in the queue. I'm going to go ahead and recognize him at this time. Delegate Eugene So, you have 3 minutes.
I've got a situation that's been there, I think, before I was born. I'd like to put my 3 minutes in all the situation here. Number one is the watershed. Navajo Nation, Chindy Creek watershed, the San Juan River, on Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. This has already been studied. I'll give you that package. The number two is N8095 junction with the N8081. We have been requesting for a bridge there for over 29 years. I haven't seen it yet. So I would really like to have that as your top priority. I have that package here too. And then I have a Chindy Land Acquisition Status, the Regional Director Office, and working with them. trying to get a piece of land that's never been used by the BIA with the Chinle agency of the BIA offices. So that one's also right here with me. And I would like that like yesterday. It's been there for a long time and nobody has ever used it. I would like to use it, put some business on there or some office that we're requesting for. My people are asking for. And then on my own comment, 638 contract needs to be revisited. Of course, the ratio. People versus dollars. Our Mets are not being met with what we get, especially the police department. I don't know when the ratio, when the data was given, maybe 10, maybe 15, 20 years ago, when there was less Navajos. That needs to be, really needs to be considered and put as a priority. And then 5, we have a 25 CFR Part 167. Of course, the Navajo Nation Grazing Regulation. Within that, it's been there since 1940. And 52, they're in there. There's the BIA's requested that they're going to be doing range utilization studies. It has never been done since just been a few years. And also permit and lease in there has make a lot of conflict among the people on the Navajo Nation. So with that, thank you. And I have more, but I'd like to pick that bone some other time. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Eugene. So just as a reminder, colleagues, Mr. Newland and BIA does have a hard stop at 11:15. So just as a reminder, it's now 11:05. So now in the queue, we have Delegate Mark Freeland. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Years, thank you for that, as well as Assistant Secretary Newland. Thank you for being here as well. Mr. Stevens, always good to see you. Always said welcome home. And Mr. Mahoja, thank you. You and your teams, thank you for joining us today. I wanted just to bring up 3 things today. The first involves, like I mentioned to Mr. Stevens, is the Te'ai Community School follow-up with the BIE. They are due for a new school, and I hope we can continue to pass that on. They were put back on the list for that. So thank you for having the BIE visit Te'ai Community School and putting them back on the list. Home of the Navajo Wranglers, they deserve a new school. The next one involves the demolition of the Crown Point, old downtown Crown Point area buildings. Like my sister in Shiprock, we have buildings that are abandoned and need to be abated in Crown Point as well. And Mr. Mahoja is aware of this. There's a chapter resolution that we have to asking for cleanup, but of course the issue is funding. So please consider that as well and take that back to Washington. Lastly, I appreciate your visit to our allottees yesterday. And you know, the decision that was made, announcement that was made by the secretary in November will severely impact 20 to 25,000 of our Navajo people. And we would like for the secretary to come to Navajo herself. She hasn't been here yet. And with all due respect for your visit, she needs to come. She needs to hear our people. And the announcement that she made will severely impact your livelihoods. Chaco Canyon is within the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. Chaco Canyon is there, but there's also our people that live around that area too. And we really need the secretary to hear them out. That announcement was really a shock. And I hope, and I understand yesterday there was a lot that was said to you in Farmington. And I'm grateful our allottees were able to speak up. For myself, I have to say something because those are my constituents. And I have to represent them in that way. I have to say something. For me, this is not an issue about oil and gas. This is an issue for our Navajo people. Our Navajo people deserve to be heard. So really implore that message to the secretary. It's time for her to hear our Navajo people out directly. And my chairman said a field hearing at Naabik'íyáti would be the adequate place and time for her to hear them out. We went to Washington a few weeks ago. We spoke to both Democrat and Republican leadership. And it seemed like one side was more receptive to us than the other. So thank you, Madam Chair. My 3 minutes are up, but I just wanted to mention that today. Hiala.
Thank you for that, Delegate Freeland. So right now, we don't have any delegates who wish to be in the queue. And it is now 11:09.
Madam Chair?
With that, Delegate Otto, did you have a question?
Yes, earlier I spoke on behalf of the Navajo Utah Land Commission. I wanted to give time to speak on behalf of my community in Tuba City. Thank you.
Delegate Otto, I am so sorry, but we do need to get a response back from Department of Interior and Bureau of Indian Affairs. And they now have 6 minutes before they have to leave. So I'm going to go ahead and at this time recognize Mr. Newland to respond back to the delegates who have provided information and their priorities to you. Mr. Newland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you, everybody, for sharing your time with me and with us. We know that the council performs important responsibilities on behalf of the great Navajo Nation, and to take time to share with me reflects the priorities that you all have, and so I really appreciate that. I was doing my best to take notes and keep up with everyone as you all were speaking, but a couple of things came through consistently and loud and clear. One is the condition of law enforcement facilities and law enforcement funding. What I can tell you is that this is a priority that I hear consistently in my travels across Indian country from tribal leaders, is that we need more investments in public safety in tribal communities. And that includes officers, that includes jails, that includes courts, and that includes wellness and prevention programming to bring healing and prevent crime in the first place. And that is something that is reflected in the President's FY22 budget request. It's reflected in how we spend our time. You may have seen recent announcements from the department on steps we're taking to make our existing jails safer. This is something that we are really invested in, and will continue to make financial investments in as well. We want to make sure we're putting our money where our mouth is when it comes to public safety. Infrastructure is another thing I heard many delegates raise, whether it's roads or water or abandoned facilities. And again, that's an area where the President's administration is starting to make investments. Indian country has a long way to go to catch up to the rest of the country on things like that. But under the, I do want to just note, under the rescue plan and in the bipartisan infrastructure law, that the United States has made a $45 billion investment. And that's not counting the budget increases that the President has requested through IHS and Indian Affairs. But $45 billion coming down to Indian country in a single year is a historic level of investment to help address some of these needs. And one of the things that we're trying to do within the Department of the Interior and the Bureau of Indian Affairs is make sure that as you all are spending those funds, that right-of-way approvals, land in the trust approvals, leasing approvals, and what have you, mortgages, are not taking years and years and holding up your important work on behalf of your people. I heard several folks mention O'Neill and the settlement. That's I just want to share that that's something that's on my radar. It's in litigation right now, so there's not a lot that I can share with you today. But I do know that our department and the administration have committed to those conversations with the nation's attorneys in the context of that litigation. And lastly, I just want to, since it has come up and it's one of the things that I spent a lot of my time here already relating to Chaco Canyon and Delegate Freeman, I hear you loud and clear. I was with Director of BLM, Tracy Stone Manning, yesterday at these meetings. And Secretary Holland made a commitment back in November that department senior leadership would come back out here and meet with Alatis directly, and that I would return to Window Rock to meet with you all. To have 2 Senate confirmed officials from the department sit directly with your community members, I hope shows our commitment to sitting down and listening and understanding. And going forward, we are going to work to hold some of these public meetings in places that are accessible to your community members. And one of the things that we've heard from folks today and folks yesterday is a need to have the department hold these public, at least one of these public meetings near Naabik'íyáti or other communities where your allottees can, it's more convenient to come out. We can work to make sure we have translators there and that everybody has the opportunity to speak and be heard. And that we on the department side of things are meeting our obligation to actually listen. And that's something that's important to me, that we do that. So there's a lot more that we could probably talk about, and I would love to sit down and have more dialogue, and I'm hoping to have the opportunity to return to Window Rock and many of your communities. But I just want to express my gratitude to the Navajo Nation and the council for having me. You have been so gracious and supportive and hospitable to me on my visits here. And I've really enjoyed working with you and doing my best to help you serve your people. As a former tribal leader, one of the things that I try to make sure that I'm doing in this job is keep in the front of my mind that our work can't just be about words on paper. It has to be about the people in our tribal communities that we're trying to serve and make their lives a little bit better with the time that we have. So I want to say miigwech, thank you so much for having me here today and welcoming me, and I appreciate your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Newland, and we do appreciate you being here in council with the delegates and hearing what the priorities are. We look forward to working with the Department of Interior as well as working with Bureau of Indian Affairs, both Mr. Stevens and Mr. Mahoja. Miigwech. Oh, and we will see you at Tivic. I'll be the loud one sitting in the front. committee members who are on the line. We are going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Mr. Newland, Mr. Mahoja, and Mr. Stevens are exiting council chambers now. The delegates who are currently in chambers are saying goodbye at this time. So we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we're going to go ahead and come back and we'll go ahead and call Naabik'íyáti to order at that time. Thank you.
Hello, anybody on the line?
Good morning, Honorable Hila. This is Manuel Rico. We are on a short recess until about approximately 11:30.
Oh, my line got cut off. They say, Chair, honorable opinion, brother. At 11:30. Okay. Thank you.
If you want.
Good morning. It is now 11:29. As stated, we would be returning in 10 minutes. We did call a 10-minute break at 11:19, so we are back. We do have a quorum, so we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 11:29. Staff, can you assist us with roll call, please?
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Almar Begay.
I'm here, present.
Honorable Almar Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not answer. Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Doug Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Thaman is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning, present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, I'm present.
Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning, Delegate Henyo, present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Yat Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, closest street. Oh, Shehu.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Wanika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Yeah.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Pro Temp Chair, you have 17 members present, including yourself.
Thank you for that, Ms. Nota. For those of you joining us, this is the Naabik'íyáti Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is a regular meeting. We are here in the council chambers in Winter Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. Today is Thursday, February 24th, 2022. We did start Naabik'íyáti a little bit late again for those of you who are joining us, as we did have the Department of Interior here before us this morning, as well as Bureau of Indian Affairs. They did present some information, and here are the priorities coming directly from the Navajo people. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward with an invocation. And I do apologize. Normally we start the day with a prayer. However, because Department of Interior was on a very strict timeline, we needed to present the priorities of the Navajo Nation and then proceed forward here with Naabik'íyáti. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call upon Delegate Mark Freeland, if you could deliver the invocation for us this morning.
Good afternoon or good morning. Yeah, it's still the morning, and everyone has acknowledgement. We're blessed each and every day we open our eyes. We're blessed with moisture today, and we're very thankful as we look forward to spring and the prosper of food for our animals. Let's go ahead and bow our heads as everyone has their own way of acknowledgement and offering and thanks today. Our most heavenly Father, our gracious God, our creator, our redeemer, our savior, most merciful one, Father, we thank you for bringing us together once more, Father, during this most important time. We ask you for your continual blessings each and every day for all of us, every single one of us throughout this land. We ask you for the continued humbleness in our hearts. Open our minds, open our hearts at this time, Father, that we may do the will of the people. We may make good decisions for them. We ask you to guide us, give us that courage, give us that strength, give us that wisdom, give us that knowledge at this time, Father. We ask you to bless and protect all of our people right now, wherever they may be. Guide them, protect them, give them an opportunity for hope and healing. All of our veterans right now, those who are suffering from physical or mental ailments, give them hope and healing at this time, Father. For all of our elders right now, who may be home alone, who may be feeling cold, give them happiness and warmth at this time, Father. For all of our children right now in the classrooms, help them grow and prosper and learn as they are our future leaders of tomorrow, Father. All of our first responders, our Navajo Police Department, our Navajo EMS, our Navajo Fire, protect each and every one of them as they go to calls. Our President, Jonathan Nez, our Vice President, Myron Lizer, our Speaker, Seth Damon, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, our Chief Justice, Joanne Jane, and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court, as well as all our district judges throughout this land. All of our Navajo Nation employees right now, protect each and every one of them and offer them the blessings of continual renewance at this time, Father. We ask you to have mercy on us at this time. Forgive us of any sins or any trespasses that we may have committed, as we know we are imperfect, but when we do fall into despair, we can turn to you and ask you for that forgiveness, Father. Forgive us at this time. We know we will continue to do our best. to give hope, to give opportunity, to give renewal each and every day that we open our eyes, Father. We ask you to continue to guide us once more, Father. Give us that courage, give us that strength, give us that wisdom. We offer these things each and every day as we continue to praise, give you the praise and glory. As we look to the abundance of seasons and the changing of seasons soon, Father. Thank you for the moisture. Thank you for giving the earth some refreshment, Father. As we look forward to a prosperous spring and summer months. Guide us and protect us, as forth mentioned, Father, as we will continue to do our best each and every day in our roles, in our capacities as your people. Through these things, we will continue to ask by way of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Stasia.
Honorable Mark Freeland for that prayer. Thank you for remembering all of our people, all of our animals, the entire Navajo Nation, our leaders, President, Vice President, Speaker, and Chief Justice. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to item number 2 on the agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. There is a 2-minute limit per delegate. Are there any delegates who wish to speak or recognize any guests or visiting officials at this time?
Madam Chair, it's
Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours. You have 2 minutes.
Obeyed little this. Our young warriors cross deployed in Poland, also with the 82nd Airborne. They touch me every morning. That's what I was. Let's just don't let it go far. It'll be a distance. But I'm very ill, so I'm really concerned. Please pray for our young warriors. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So as many of us have been watching the worldwide news these past few days, trying to keep up with what has been happening, what has been going on, we are praying for all of our active military men and women at this time, and we pray that you do take care of them. So thank you for recognizing that at this time, Shija, Honorable Eugene. So I don't have any delegates who have texted in. Do we have any delegates who wish to recognize? Delegate Daniels, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Kudo Shima Kudo, the Pro Tem Chair. Here Kudo Arunana Kudo this morning Kudo Anija Kudo has been Kudo. My brother Kudo Delegate Freeland. Here Ado Kudo. I want to take this time Kudo to say thank you, Ya Kudo, on behalf of the Simpson family. Sunday, we laid Mr. Wesley Simpson Sr. to rest. During that time, I presented the Navajo Nation flag and condolence letter to the family. So on behalf of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, so AIC Yahetan Zando Shehedan Are Kudo Nika Oje Dona Kudobe for the Ben Higan so Zon a whole Zano Yeshata Ziko so I see Kudo a Shed Hido Mirko added family, the Simpson family Kudodam Elsie Simpson Adonan Bashin with so Kebanala Keda so Ikudo Yish Ekre. So Idiot Odo on behalf of the Simpson family, I want to say thank you to the 24th Navajo Nation Council and also to Office of the President, Vice President. The Navajo Nation. Pro Temp Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Daniels. And yes, our condolences do go out to the Simpson family at this time. So with that, committee members, are there any other visiting officials or guests that you would like to recognize at this time?
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours. You have 2 minutes.
yes, I don't have any visiting guest recognition, but just wanted to let you know that I was on the line. I was trying to unmute during roll call. So, thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto So. Let the record reflect that Vice Chair Otto So is on the line and could not unmute during the time that we were calling roll call. So with that, committee members, are there any other visiting officials or guests that you would like to recognize at this time?
Pro Tem Chair.
Vice
Thomas
Chair Walker, the floor is yours.
So Pro Tem Chair, other colleagues, and everyone on the call. Good morning. I too am responding to the roll call this morning for the record. From Eastern. Thank you for the prayer.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. So let the record reflect that Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. is on the call and has answered roll call. Staff, I do see that Vice Chair Jimmy Yellowhair is also on the call. However, he didn't answer roll call. Vice Chair Yellowhair, are you there?
Yes, I'm on the line, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Vice Chair Yellowhair, staff, let the record reflect that Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is on the line and has answered roll call. So with that, committee members, are there any guests or visiting officials that you'd like to recognize at this time?
This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Brown, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, Ado 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado to all our staff. Shaho Ado Yas Kwegi Kodon Kates da Sao Kon Johnny Ado Bakenitsen Ado. Recently, last Saturday, Friday, I did visit the Nebazad Immersion School outside of Loop, the Star School. I did meet a lot of our wonderful teachers. It was an honor and a privilege to see a campus that is Dene-centric Unkizadi. You know, there's a Hogan, and I know that Delegate Thomas Walker's community are doing some great things. And I know there's other schools out there also. So maybe I just wanted to recognize them for the hard work that they do. And I will forward our Denebazad work that we have been working on, even though we haven't really been meeting. I continue to do the work in the background, meeting immersion schools, and ultimately with the help of these wonderful Denebazad teachers, we're focusing and planning on a United States Senate bill to request for millions of dollars for immersion school buildings. So to all the teachers that I've met, they're doing some really wonderful work with our kids, and the success rate there is amazing. So I will invite in the future to have a meeting there also. I want to recognize not just that school, but to all the teachers across Navajo Nation. I just wanted another recognition would be to all the advocates for the missing and murdered Indigenous relatives. This Saturday, we are hosting a MMIWR march in Kayenta community, starting from the parking lot across the Kayenta Township, all the way to the Kayenta Monument Valley High School, in the Nash Center. Again, we'll be listening to the Dene families who have missing individuals, as well as our murdered individuals who feel there's no justice yet. And I just want to recognize the hard work. It
Delegate
is.
Brown, your time is up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Delegate Brown. So next, we have Delegate Mark Freeland in the queue. Delegate Freeland, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Naabik'íyáti committee members, good morning, as well as everyone listening to this call. I hope everyone is doing well, staying safe today. I wanted to recognize my 8 chapters this morning. My home chapter, Crown Point. Good morning, Aaron, Felicia, my president, Rita, Capitan, Mr. Perry, and Helen, as well as our PEP workers, Charlinda and Wesley. Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nayeze. Good morning to my 8 chapters, as well as the 102 other chapters. All of our chapter officials out there, the administrative teams, and a big shout out to our PEP workers. Thank you, PEP workers. I mentioned my officials, I mentioned my administrative team, my officials, and my PEP workers from Crown Point. But there's a lot of others out there that we have to be thankful for during this time of COVID and battling COVID and helping our people. So we have a lot to be thankful for at the chapter level. I also wanted to recognize this morning Crown Town Animal Shelter. Ms. Daesh, good morning. All of our nonprofits out there who are working to help stabilize and vaccinate, as well as control the pet population out there. There's several others throughout the Navajo Nation. Crown Town comes to mind. We need to look at really emphasizing spaying and neutering our pets. It's hard to see a hungry dog or somebody dropping off puppies along the road. It's hard to see that. And maybe an ordinance needs to be made of something. I don't know, just a thought. But to those who are helping, including Ms. Daesh, including all the other animal rescue groups throughout the nation, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Freeland. So with that, committee members, are there any other delegates who wish to recognize a guest or visiting official at this time? Do we have anybody in the queue? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 3 on the agenda. That is to review and adopt the agenda. Before I call for a motion in a second, I'd like the agenda read into the record. Mr. Rico, can you assist us with that, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem Charles Newton and the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is the agenda for the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's a regular meeting via telecommunication. Windrock, Navajo Nation, Thursday, February 24th, 2022. Proposed agenda, Presiding Chair, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Speaker Pro Tem, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There's 1 journal, February 17th, 2022. 5, receive reports. Report A, report by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, Brian Newland. B, report by Navajo Area Indian Health Services on their continued work on the Purchase Referred Care Program, formerly known as Contract Health Care Services. Presentation provided by Rosalind So, Area Director. Report C, update report by the Navajo Department of Transportation, NDOT, on why NDOT is not the lead agent on road project applications. Report provided by Garrett Silversmith, Division Director, with the assistance from the Navajo Department of Justice and Office of Legislative Counsel. 6, old business none. 7, new business A, legislation 0252-21. B, legislation 0016-22. C, legislation 0026-22. 8, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So with that, the agenda has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second?
Eugene So.
Motion made by
Delegate
Honorable
Brown.
Eugene So, second by Honorable Raymond Smith.
Madam Chair,
Chair Edmund Yazzie.
yes, Madam Chair, I know we haven't voted on the agenda yet, but I was wondering if we could get to the legislations and then back to the report.
Chair Yazzie, just for clarification, are you making a motion to hear the legislations before the reports?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So with that, committee members, we do have Amendment 1 made at this time, a motion made by Chair Edmund Yazzie to hear the legislations before the reports. Can I get a second?
Henyo. Delegate Yellowhair.
Second made by Chair Henyo. With that, committee members, we do have Amendment number 1 that has been proposed at this time. Are there any questions, comments, or any further amendments that you would like to make at this time? Delegate Wilson Stewart. The floor is yours.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I wish to add in a legislation, Madam Chair, 00032-22. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Stewart. So with that, Chair Edmund Yazzie, there is a request to modify your amendment, and that is to add legislation 0032-22. Before I ask permission, I would like to ask number 1, Mr. Rico, is this legislation ready for Naabik'íyáti?
Madam Chair, the legislation is ready and it was referred this morning around 10:40.
Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Rico to read this legislation into the record, and I will then turn the floor over to Chair Edmund Yazzie and Chair Jamie Henyo for consideration to make this change to the amendment. Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tracking number 0032-22 is an action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council approving reinstatement of Vista J. Telecommu, formerly known as Vista J. James, as a member of the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. Chair Yazzie, Chair Henyo, are you both in agreement to allow this legislation onto the agenda with your amendment?
Madam Chair, this is Edmund. I'm okay with that.
Chair Henyo? So with that, we do have a okay by Chair Yazzie and Chair Henyo to add legislation 0032-22 into the amendment. And again, this is amendment number 1, which is to hear legislations before the report and to add legislation 0032-22. Are there any questions, any comments, or any further amendments that need to be made at this time, committee members?
Delegate Daniel So, permission to speak.
Chair So, the floor is yours, and after that, I will recognize Mark Freeland, who's raising his hands here in the chamber. Chair So, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Che Freeland, keep waving during the parade. On this, Mr. Che, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, all our folks, relatives, and the East Side. I have a question to Mr. Rico. What other legislations are ready? And perhaps with this amendment, we can include all those other legislations rather than piecemealing. And if there are, and Mr. Rico names off the legislation's number, I would then request the moving parties to include those additional legislations within their amendment. Thank you, Shiaja, Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Chair So. Mr. Rico, the floor is yours, as Chair So has requested other legislations that are ready to be heard here at Naabik'íyáti this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Chairman So. You do have two other legislations that were referred this morning. However, the sponsors for those legislations are not ready and have not requested to add them onto the agenda. Those legislations are 0025-22, which is an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, recognizing and honoring Navajo women warriors on the first day of spring every year. Legislation is sponsored by Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Other one is tracking number 0037-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Ms. Rachel Brown to the Commission of Navajo Government Development as the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee representative. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay Jr., and co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Winika. But as mentioned, the sponsors are not wanting to add that to the agenda. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. Chair So, does that answer your questions?
So in that case, then I'll withdraw the request since it's all dependent on the sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair So. With that, I'm going to recognize Delegate Mark Freeland.
Thank you very much for the recognition in regards to the amendment. Shananta, with all due respect to the request, as far as having legislations first, IHS was put on the agenda at the last Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, and we never got to them. And this was put back on this agenda this time around. They have some really important information to share with us related to what was known as formerly known as contract health. And I would hate for us to put them on the back burner again and have them wait for us to get through all of our legislations, no telling when we're going to get done with our legislations. I respectfully request to have the IHS report be done first. They have some very relevant slides to how the program is working in relation to especially what they call now the purchase referred care program. They did present to my 8 chapters the other night and shared some very important information with my chapters. So I asked humbly my colleague, Honorable Yazi, to make that consideration to allow IHS to give this presentation. We don't want them to wait until this evening or tonight to have this presentation made. We did that last time when we never got to them. So that's my request, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland, for advocating regarding the reports first before legislations. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions, comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? A response. I apologize, Delegate Freeland. There is a request for a response at this time by the motioning party, Delegate Edmund Yazi. The request has been made to you by Delegate Mark Freeland. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you at this time for a response.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you. And then also Delegate Freeland, on the legislations, there are just 3. And if we can just go ahead and just vote on them and, get to the reports. And we said it's important. I do agree with that. And then the importancy of the report, like to just go ahead and just keep the amendment as is and just vote on the legislations. And then we can take our time in answering questions and comments to IHS. So I'll just keep the amendment the same and vote on the legislation so we can get the IHS report. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Chair Yazzie. So with a response has been provided to you at this time, Mr. Delegate Freeland. Chair Edmund Yazzie, I would like to request at this time that item 7C on the agenda legislation 0026-22 be removed from this Naabik'íyáti and actually be put on the next Naabik'íyáti meeting. The reason is I am chairing the meeting today, so I can't present the legislation, and my co-sponsor Delegate Crotty is excused from today's Naabik'íyáti. So with that, I am requesting that we remove legislation 0026-22 and put that onto the next Naabik'íyáti meeting. If you are fine with that, Chair Edmund Yazzie and Chair Jamie Henyo.
Madam Chair, members of the council, everyone that's listening, I'm good with that.
Chair Henyo.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. So legislation 0026-22, a legislation that I am sponsoring, will be put on the next Naabik'íyáti since I am sponsoring today's meeting and my co-sponsor is not available. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions, comments, or any further amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? With that, we do have amendment number 1. We're going to go ahead and call for the vote at this time. Just to be clear, colleagues, this is amendment number 1 that is motioned by Chair Edmund Yazzie, second by Chair Jamie Henyo, and that is to put the legislations before the report and to add 0032-22 onto the agenda. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to a roll call vote. Ms. Nota, if you can assist. Oh, I'm sorry, and to also delete legislation 0026-22. And this is for amendment number 1. Ms. Nota, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay is excused. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Red. I'm sorry, Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
The cheat, don't share.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Pro Temp Chair, there's a vote of 14 in favor, 5 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you for that, Ms. Noto. With a vote of 14 in favor, 5 opposed, pro temp not voting, and 3 delegates excused, amendment number 1 does pass. So with that, committee members, we are back to the main motion. We do have a motion and a second established to adopt the agenda. Committee members, are there any other questions, any comments, or any further amendments that need to be made at this time to the agenda? We do have Delegate Wilson Stewart in the chamber raising his hand. Delegate Stewart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to request to make amendment 2 to do consent agenda for the legislations, Madam Chair. That's it.
So with that, we do have amendment number 2 to do a consent agenda on the 3 legislations that are before us at this time. Legislation 0252-21, legislation 0016-22, legislation 0032-22. Committee members, this is amendment number 2. There is a motion made by Delegate Wilson Stewart. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Carl Slater. Committee members, are there any questions or any comments at this time to the consent agenda? Not hearing anything. Ms. Nota, can you assist us with the roll call vote at this time? And again, this is a vote for a consent agenda. Ms. Nota?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Question? Daniel So.
Chair, so we have already started the voting.
Which legislations are on the consent?
Chair, so I did make that announcement. We have legislation 0252-21, legislation 0016-22, and legislation 0032-22. Those are the only 3 legislations that are on the agenda at this time, and all 3 are eligible for consent agenda.
Sheila.
So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward with the vote. Ms. Nota?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul McKay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene
I vote
So.
green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, God, kids, don't shout.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 18 in favor, 1 opposed, 2 not voting, 3 excused.
Thank you for that, Ms. Nota. So with that, amendment number 2, a consent agenda hereby passes with a vote of 18 in favor, 1 opposed, Speaker Pro Temp not voting, and 3 delegates excused. So at this time, we are back to the main motion, committee members. We do have a motion and a second established for reviewing and adopting the agenda. 2 amendments have been passed at this time. So are there any other further questions, comments, or amendments that need to be made to the agenda? Okay, not hearing anything. Ms. Nota, can you assist us with the roll? Oh, I'm sorry, second reading. You're right. Thank you. Mr. Rico, second reading.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 is to modify, amend the agenda to address legislation's new business before reports, and also to add legislation 0032-22 to the agenda and to remove 0026-22 off the agenda to the next Naabik'íyáti meeting. Amendment number 2 is to include a consent agenda The consent agenda shall consist of tracking legislation 0252-21, legislation 0016-22, legislation 0032-22. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that reading, Mr. Rico. So with that, the agenda with the two amendments have been read into the record. There are no other delegates who wish to speak to the agenda or make any further amendments. Ms. Nota, can you assist us with the roll call vote at this time? And this is to accept the agenda with the two amendments. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacati is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green, green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer the vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He was green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate
Honorable-
Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable
Otto So
Thomas.
votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, 3 excused. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you for that, Ms. Nota. With that, committee members, we do have an agenda that is set and ready to go before us at this time. Committee members, this is out of order. However, we did just receive a text message, or I'm sorry, I just received a text message, a request to make an announcement at this time. Committee members, as you may have heard, we were just informed today of the passing of former Executive Director of Division of Community Development, Mr. Carl Smith. at this time, Chair Rick Nez would like to ask that we remember his family and his children at this time, and that we do a moment of silence for a Navajo Nation employee. But before we proceed forward to that, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Delegate Mark Freeland. You have the floor.
Chairman Nez, thank you for that. And unfortunately, I did receive that same text message. Shanata, if we do a moment of silence, I also want to ask that we include the family of Dorothy Bitsili. Miss Bitsili was a strong Navajo woman. Talk about a strong woman. Had an opportunity to work with her out of Tohatchi, and we lost her yesterday. Our thoughts and our prayers are with all the entire Bitsili family, Tohatchi chapter, as well as District 14. Shanata, we lost a true gem, and I was shocked to hear of her passing. So if we can include her, Chairman Nez, in this request, we would definitely be most appreciative of it. Thank you.
Again, committee members, this is not on the agenda. However, there has been a request to do a moment of silence as we lost two good people who have worked on behalf of the Navajo people. Former Director of Division of Community Development, Mr. Carl Smith, and also Miss Dorothy Bitsili. So with that, committee members, we're going to ask at this time that we do a moment of silence. Thank you, committee members. And for those of you who are in the chambers, you can be seated at this time. So with that, committee members, again, that was outside of what is on the agenda. However, there was a request. So we're going to move down to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. We do have one journal before us, a journal dated February 17th, 2022. This journal was sent to us on Tuesday at 4:27 p.m. That should have given us all enough time to have reviewed the journals. So with that, can I get a motion and a second? Motion made by Honorable Raymond Smith. Can I get a second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Second made by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. So with that, committee members, are there any questions to the comment or to the journal dated February 17th, 2022? Not hearing anything. Ms. Nota, can you assist us with roll call vote? And this is to accept the journal for February 17th, 2022.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay.
That was Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz-Bacrati is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote
Honorable-
green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
No, that is Dr. Harris.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie
Wanika.
votes green.
Wanika votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Pro Temp Chair. We have 18 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, 3 excused, and Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you for that, Ms. Nota. 18 in favor, 0 opposed. We have 3 who are excused and Speaker Pro Temp not voting. So with that, we have accepted the journal for February 17th, 2022. We do move down to the next item on the agenda, and that's item 5. Item 5A, the consent agenda. We have legislation 00252-21, legislation 0016-22, and legislation 0032-22. This is a consent agenda.
No debate, it's proceed to vote.
There's- Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record. Again, colleagues, there is no debate. We just go straight to the vote. Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Consent agenda, tracking number 0252-21, and action relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $1,962,149 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance to the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources for drought mitigation for the Navajo Nation's Colorado ranches. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0016-22, an action relating to resource and development and Naabik'íyáti committees and Navajo Nation Council, extending the time for a limited waiver of sovereign immunity to allow the Navajo Nation to be sued in federal district court regarding compliance with the National Environmental Protection Act in carrying out the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development grants and authorizing the President of the Navajo Nation to be the certifying tribal official to execute Form 7015.15 through September 30th, 2025. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. This legislation will move on to Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0032-22, an action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti committees and Navajo Nation Council approving reinstatement of Vista J. Tikium, formerly known as Vista J. James, as a member of the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. This legislation moves on to Navajo Nation Council. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. Again, as stated, there is no debate. We go straight to a vote. Ms. Nota, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? And this is for the consent agenda.
Motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you are correct. I do need a motion and a second for the consent agenda.
Motion, Delegate Stewart.
Motion made by Delegate Stewart, second by Jimmy Yellowhair. Ms. Nota?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. How do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, 3 excused. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you for that, Ms. Nota. Committee members, the consent agenda hereby passes. So we now move down to item number 6, receiving reports. A report was provided to us this morning by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, Brian Newland, here in council chambers. Committee members, we didn't call for a motion, a second, or a vote at that time because the Naabik'íyáti had not been called to order and because we are on a very strict timeline. So with that, committee members, I'd like to ask that we establish a motion and a second to accept the report. Committee members?
Motion, Delegate Nez.
Motion made by Honorable Rick Nez, second by Delegate Eugene So. So with that, committee members, we did have the opportunity to provide the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, Mr. Brian Newland, priorities of the Navajo Nation. We don't have anyone here to answer questions. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go straight to the vote to accept the report that was given to us by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Department of Interior. I'm sorry, Delegate Raymond Smith, the floor is yours.
So thank you, Pro Temp Chair and Naabik'íyáti committee members. Yes, we did have this report, and we did present our topics that we respectfully addressed to the Department of Interior and BIA, and also what we had discussed. My question is, some of these topics that were presented, are they going to be provided to the Department of Interior, Mr. Newland, such as the fire station we have down in Sanders issue, and the uranium within the water, and also the public safety and things that were brought forth within the time frame that we had within the 3 minutes. The reason why I say that is because this is very, very important that we do send a message to the Department of Interior and also BIA on these matters that were provided this morning. And I appreciate the fact that they came out here to listen, and hopefully that we can work together and get these things accomplished through the 24th Navajo Nation Council and the Biden administration, because these are things that our people are concerned about within the various districts that each of our Navajo Nation Council represents, and as a whole of the Navajo Nation Shenandoah. So if there's anything that we as a council delegate can assist in providing, maybe you, through your leadership, since you're pro temp, could provide this so that we can get this to the team that came this morning on the report. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you for that question, Delegate Raymond Smith. So just to be clear, one is that report, as well as Naabik'íyáti, is being aired right now on Facebook and also on YouTube. The BIA report can be accessed. It can be accessed from the YouTube platform. So if you are interested in you're listening here on Naabik'íyáti, you can access the BIA report from YouTube. To answer your question, Delegate Smith, yes, they were presented a 3-ring binder of some of the topics that we did cover. As you are aware, Delegate Smith, there was an email that went out to all of the delegates, I believe it was last week, asking if there was anything that we wanted to include in the packet that would be given to the Department of Interior to send that to staff. So at this time, I can tell you on based on the table of contents, starting with Resources and Development Committee, within the packet was a information on the Navajo Nation Arizona water rights. Number 2, the USGS draft list of critical minerals, which is helium. Number 3 is the abandoned uranium mines with the 10-year plan from 2020 to 2030, listing the 500 sites. Number 4 is the Navajo Nation transportation with the U.S. Department of Transportation. Number 5 is Chaco Canyon National Historic Park. Number 6 is broadband connectivity. Number 7 is Navajo Nation Energy, hydrogen and helium. Number 8 is U.S. Postal Service. A copy of NABI-47-21 was also included in the binder. And number 9 was H60 Road and Many Farms Agricultural Projects. From Health Education Human Services, the documents that were included in the 3-ring binder on behalf of Health Education and Human Services included 1, the Veterans Directive or Direct Services Legislation number 0124-21 or NABIAU-25-21. Number 2, Veterans Hospital, the Fair Care for Vietnam Veterans Act, legislation number 0293-20 or NABID-55-20. Number 3 is the Navajo Code Talkers Museum proposal. There was a draft that was included. Number 4 is the press release on the Navajo Veterans Advisory Council Advocates for Navajo Code Talkers and Veterans Hospital to Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Number 5 is RECA supporting congressional bills S2798 and HR 5338, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act Amendments of 2021. Number 6 is Congressional Research Services RECA report. Number 7 is the Bureau of Indian Education support of forward funding for scholarship and adult education program. Number 8 is Arizona Snow Bowl Memorandum of Agreement, legislation number 0080-21 or NABIJN-12-21. Number 9 is Division of Social Services grant increase for burial assistance, legislation number 0028-21 or CMA-14-21. Number 10 is Navajo Area Indian Health Service Purchase Referred Care Program. And number 11 is the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. For the Law and Order Committee, there were 4 items that were included in the booklet. Number 1 is the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety Facilities proposed projects. Number 2 is a letter to Brian Newland, Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, dated October 25th, 2021, regarding the Window Rock and Shiprock Public Safety Conditions Assessment. Number 3 is letter of congressional leadership dated October 25th, 2021, regarding Window Rock and Shiprock Public Safety Conditions Assessment. Number 4 is letter to Jason O'Neill, Deputy Bureau Director, BIA OJS, dated October 25, 2021, regarding a request to negotiate and enter into a 105L lease under the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. There were no documents provided from Budget and Finance to be included in the 3-ring binder, but there were also various legislations that have been passed by Naabik'íyáti and Council regarding federal priorities, as well as legislations as well as letters that have been sent on behalf of Speaker Damon and the 24th Navajo Nation Council to the federal government asking for assistance for various projects. I believe that if you did not submit documents and you would like to submit them, you can submit them to Chief of Staff Sherilyn Yazzie. She can go ahead and take those documents and we can send them to Mr. Newland to be included in the 3-ring binder that was given to him. I believe there was also some documents that were sent by the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, as well as the Eastern Navajo Land Commission and the Navajo Utah Commission that was printed while Delegate Daniels was speaking, and that was included in the 3-ring binder as they were speaking. So Delegate Raymond Smith, thank you for asking that question. I hope that I was able to answer your question based on the documents that were submitted to Mr. Newland.
Delegate Daniel So, permission to speak.
Before I recognize you, Delegate Daniel So, Delegate Raymond Smith, does that answer your question?
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair, on behalf of elaborating on the packet that is now established for the Department of Interior. You did answer it. However, my question is also that other delegates may want to submit certain things within their respective areas too, because it's imperative that we do speak on these behalf. And like some of these are legislations that were passed, is that allowable, or we just refer to certain legislation numbers? Like, for instance, the uranium that I had spoke about, the Kerr-McGee, and the impacts that has caused within the areas that are Lupton-Houck and also Manlito and down the Rio Perco. Those are one of the legislation that I was referring to, and also the 1974 Settlement Act. Of course, that's lengthy, and the fire district, we don't have any pertinent documents, but it's basically what we're up against regarding the fire department saying they're not receiving any taxation from the Navajo Nation, and that was what we have encountered on that behalf. So there's some things that maybe I can get Chief of Staff to give me a little bit of guidance on this, so that I'll include that. And the other last question is there a deadline on this behalf to have this all submitted so that we can have it in there as one packet and send it to Mr. Newland and the team that was here this morning? Thank you, Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Smith. And as I stated earlier, the staff did send the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council information about today's visit, and they also asked that any documents that we wanted to submit to Mr. Newland to include in this packet also be sent along, or in some cases, what delegates did was send a list of legislations that they wanted printed and included in the document. At this point, there's not a due date, so you can, if you want those documents submitted, you can send a list of those documents to Chief of Staff Sherilyn Yazzie, and they can get those documents to Mr. Newland to be added to the packet. So that can be done at any time, probably sooner rather than later, so that he doesn't forget. Chief of Staff, is that correct? Yes. Chief of Staff is shaking her head over here, so she's saying yes. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Chair Daniel So.
Other colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee regarding this particular aspect. I did also mention the historically established federal roads, and we did have a Naabik'íyáti committee action on it. Excuse me, and it was unanimously adopted. And the reason I'm really emphasizing this is because it will affect a lot of projects. And even though certain members of the council, may think it's a very minute request, but if it can be, as Newland said, how do I get out of your way to spend the ARPA monies? This is a historical and focused action, and I really think that has to be foremost big priority, because it will affect the expenditure of millions of dollars of ARPA funding. It will also then enhance state funding. And really help in building the Navajo Nation. And I think this particular legislation deserves the proper priority. and I would request that the staff include that. Also, I would, as part of the growth I see of our staff in the Office of Legislative Services and within LOC, I want to also commend their growth and their contributions to our work here. They make us look good, us, the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I do want to express that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair. And I do have to agree with you that our staff do work very hard to make all of us delegates look really, really good. So we do appreciate all of the work that they do. We appreciate the long hours that they're here at Chambers in Window Rock, getting all of this stuff done for us. So we do appreciate everything that they do for all of us as council. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding the report by the Department of Interior, the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, Mr. Brian Newland? He did again provide that report to us this morning, and I'm asking at this time if there are any other questions or comments.
That's it, Madam Chair. Okay, Speaker.
Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
For the record, speaking up as a husband because Sabakat or Soto Hishipalachinis Sapato Nasunas in regards to the land transfer back to the tribe to the 8095 Bridge 3, the Chinle Canyon Kennedy Shea Watershed. Oh, she has just for the record, so I can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Eugene. So we'll go ahead and send one of the staff members out there to pick up those documents for you so that we can get those sent to Mr. Newland. Delegate Eugene So is parked out in his parking spot and he is participating in council. He does have some documents that he would like submitted to Mr. Newland. So if somebody could pick those up. Thank you. Next we in the queue, we have Delegate Mark Freeland. Delegate Freeland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shadeja, Pro Tem Chair, everyone on this call. Just wanted to thank everyone for their comments and of course the discussion we had with Assistant Secretary Newland. I wanted to recognize our staff as well. I do agree with that, and our staff is very keen in putting together our essential priorities. And I want to recognize Ms. Arvizo Siaco for putting together RDC's documents and putting those set forth in the plan. And she did give us a copy of an RDC member. So thank you, Ms. Arvizo Siaco, for that. Madam Chair and my colleagues as well, I wanted to ask if we could ask maybe through the Speaker's office for a written report or written how-to. I'm getting a lot of constituent requests who, especially elders, who are receiving hardship checks for their loved ones. Unfortunately, their loved ones have passed. How do we deal with these checks, or how do the elders deal with these checks that they get for their spouses who have passed on? I got a call last night from Herfino, and I did let my constituent from Herfino know. I let her know that I would ask this question. If the Office of the Controller could maybe put something in writing for us, how do our constituency deal with these checks of loved ones? She asked, can I cash it? I need to pay off his debts. It's questions like that as delegates we get. And I said, no, please wait and hold off and don't do that. We want to make sure that we do this adequately. So if we can ask the Office of the Controller, Madam Controller, how do we deal with these types of calls that we get as delegates? We want to make sure we give the right information. And my first thought is just to have the checks returned Her husband received a $2,000 check as well as a $300 check. So the hardship is in action right now. So how do we deal with these types of situations? I may not be the only delegate who does receive these types of calls, but it'd be nice to have something in writing, a procedure, emphasizing this is what to do in case you do receive these types of calls. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, staff.
Thank you for that, Delegate Freeland. Staff is going to go ahead and send an email to Controller Begay asking those questions. But just as a reminder, I did, as a delegate, send an email to Controller Begay, to President Nez, to the 24th Navajo Nation Council asking those types of questions. I'm looking for that email now, but we can go ahead and we can see if we can get something in place to answer those questions that we are receiving from elders who are receiving these checks. Staff, Chief of Staff is working on that right now, Delegate Freeland. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments on the report given to us by the Department of Interior? Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, Mr. Brian Newland. Not hearing anything, not seeing any hands go up here in chambers. We're going to go ahead and proceed forward to accept the report. Ms. Nota, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba-Crotty is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote that is show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting and 3 excused.
Thank you for that, Ms. Nota. So with that, we do have 18 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 who are excused, Speaker Pro Tem not voting. The report given to us by the Department of Interior, the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, Mr. Brian Newland, is hereby accepted. So we move down to item 6B. This is a report by the Navajo Area Indian Health Services on their continued work on the Purchase Referred Care Program, formerly known as the Contract Healthcare Services. The presentation is being provided by Ms. Roslyn So, Area Director. Ms. So, are you on the line?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Mark Naabik'íyáti with the Navajo Area IHS.
Mr. Yazi, are you presenting on behalf of Ms. Roslyn So?
Miss Marie Begay will be presenting the Purchase Referred Care Program. I'm not sure if she's on the line. There was a number of confusions with when we would be presenting. So it may be that she had dialed off. Marie, are you on the line? If not.
I'm on the line.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm going to turn it over to her to give an overview of the Purchase Referred Care Program.
We're not ready for the presentation at this time. I was just calling to see if you were on the line. So we do have Miss Marie Begay, who will be, just for clarification, so she will be providing the presentation on behalf of Miss Roslyn. So is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yazi. So with that, committee members, we do have a presenter on the line ready to present us information on behalf of the Navajo Area Indian Health Services. Can I get a motion and a second at this time to hear the report?
This is Delegate Brown, all motion.
The second by Honorable Mark Freeland. Motion made by Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second by Honorable Mark Freeland. So with that, Ms. Begay. Ms. Begay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you,
I'm here.
Ms. Begay. Thank you. Just for clarification, you will have 20 minutes on the board to present us information on behalf of the Purchase Referred Care Program, formerly known as the Contract Healthcare Services. During that time, you can call up to 2 agents who can help assist you with the presentation. When you are done, if you could please let the committee know that you're done with your presentation. Upon completion of your presentation, the floor will be handed to the delegates to ask questions regarding the presentation that you provide to us here today. During this time, I will ask everyone who is listening in on the line, delegates included, that you make sure your phone is muted so that it doesn't interrupt the presentation or the work being conducted here on behalf of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So with that, Ms. Begay, before I turn the floor over to you to present, I'd like to ask you, do you have any questions regarding the presentation? Ms. Begay?
No, I don't.
Okay, with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and turn the floor over now to Marie Begay, who will be presenting to us this afternoon. Ms. Begay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you to Nihinantai, Donathnigi Arnold, Ado Dyson, DJ. DA Purchase Referred Care Program. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of the Navajo Area Indian Health Services. We used to call our program Contract Health Services, but back in 2014, they changed our program name to the Purchase from Contract Health Services to Purchase and Referred Care Program. So, and I know there's a lot of questions out there regarding this program. It's part of the Indian Health Services. We get funded separate from the direct care services. We get our funding annually. We have not received any increases for some years, and the funding level has stayed at the same level for some time now. So in order to meet the medical costs, the rising cost of medical care in the private sector, there are eligibility factors that everyone has to meet in order to get covered and assisted through the program. So there are usually a lot of questions regarding referrals that go outside of the direct care facilities from the Navajo area. So the Purchase Referred Care Program is referred care outside of the direct care, those patients that we send from the emergency room, also from our inpatient or outpatient care when specialty care is needed to a private entity outside the reservation. All patients, as I mentioned, must meet the eligibility criteria. Services are considered necessary to prevent immediate threat to life, limb, or senses. Those are the cases that we normally would send out, or those cases that need further consultation and treatment to figure out if they would need more intense treatment outside the Indian healthcare. PRC is not an insurance program or an entitlement program. And the PRC program is considered as payer of last resort to other payer sources such as Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. Next slide. We do have, as you all know, federal facilities, which consists of Chinle, Crown Point, Gallup, Kayenta, and Northern Navajo Medical Center. We also have tribal operated facilities, which is Fort Defiance, Sage Memorial, Tuba City, Utah Navajo, and Winslow. There are also smaller operating units under each of these facilities across Navajo. This is just a snapshot of our Navajo area reservation, the boundaries within the Navajo reservation, and it shows each of the service units, service unit areas in different colors. And there's always a question of the residency. Those individuals that live on the Navajo reservation and those individuals that live off the reservation in the counties bordering the reservation. And I'll explain that residency piece a little further in the PowerPoint. Next slide. Okay, I mentioned eligibility factors. Our program, just like any other program that our Indian population applies for, and everyone else across the United States, there's different programs such as the food stamp program or general assistance or other programs that are at the local chapter or county or state level. There are usually eligibility criteria. It's the same way with the Purchase and Referred Care Program. Some of the 5 eligibility factors are listed under the Indian Health Care Manual and federal registers. You see the federal register names. And one of the main eligibility factors being of an Indian descent under 42 CFR 13623, where a person must show that they are an enrolled member of a federally recognized tribe. So a lot of our Navajos that live on the reservation, they do have enrollment, they have their CIBs. We run into issues sometimes with newborns. If the mothers don't enroll their children right away, some don't get enrolled until later on. So there's always a question of the Indian descent eligibility factor. And if you're talking about Navajos that live off the reservation, those that are born off the reservation in the metro areas, most of them did not have enrollment numbers until recently. And we see a lot more enrollment documents that are being submitted to update the registration information, and they are being verified that they are an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. Then we have the residency eligibility factor, where I mentioned that all of the Navajos that live on the Navajo reservation meet the residency requirement. As long as you live on your reservation, you are meeting the residency requirement. If you decide to move away from the reservation, you are eligible up to 180 days once you decide to move off the reservation. Say if a person is going to be moving and their intention is to permanently establish a residence in the city of Phoenix, then they would be considered a non-residence after the 180 days expires. And we do verify those by landlord statements or either employment information. We ask that a lot of these families, they submit all these documents so we can verify their residency. We also ask for, if they apply for Medicaid, the Medicaid system will show that they have applied with a different address. If they live off the reservation, it's also verified through a lot of the supporting documents that we request for. If you are a student and you move away from your home reservation, you continue to be eligible as long as you're a full-time student. And we do have student forms that we send out to each of these students that are in college or that are attending school out off the reservation. And those are kept on record as long as they are students. That way we don't have a question on their residency eligibility factor. If there is a non-Navajo that's married to a Navajo that lives on the Navajo reservation, that individual that's non-Navajo, if they are of a federally recognized tribe, they will meet the residency portion as long as they live on the Navajo reservation. If they live in the city of Gallup, and they are not married to a Navajo, or they do not work for the Navajo Nation, and they are of a Cheyenne tribe, and they live in the city of Gallup, they will not meet the residency requirement because they have to meet the social economic ties to the Navajo Nation. So that's the on and off reservation eligibility factor for residency. The next eligibility factor is medical priority. We do have an established medical priority. It was just updated in November of 2021. Our area chief medical officer, along with our clinical directors from the each of the facilities establish a priority system. And it's in line with the national medical priorities. There are certain things that we do not cover, and they are considered as unfunded. If someone is referred to a private entity and admitted in Albuquerque, if they were referred by Gallup and they stay in the hospital for several days and they get discharged, then there's always a follow-up visit that's usually requested by the physician that tended to that patient. If they receive a letter in the mail or they get a call by phone that they have to go back for a follow-up visit after discharge, we may not cover those automatically. So the patient and the family have to request the primary care doctor to review the records to see if they are eligible to go back for follow-up, or they can be worked back into the direct care by to see the primary care doctor for follow-up. So a lot of these follow-up visits are not automatically covered by Indian Health Services, the PRC program. Anytime a patient is referred to a private entity, I know the doctor will indicate that, don't worry about it. We will take care of it. That's kind of like an indication to the patient and family that, everything's going to be taken care of. I would recommend that patient and families still come to see the purchase and referred care staff to make sure that they meet the eligibility factors in order to be covered through the purchase and referred care program. We may not have all the information from the individual to have the eligibility factors determined on that individual. They may not meet one of the eligibility factors, so they have to be deemed eligible before we can authorize payment. Okay, the next one is notification and prior authorization. Anytime you see an emergency room outside of the Indian Health Services, if you're in travel status, or if you're temporarily working away from the reservation, like a lot of our children, they're out there in other states, temporary workers such as iron workers, a lot of our construction workers. We have potato pickers up in Idaho. Those are temporary seasonal workers that remain out there just for jobs. If they get injured or if they need immediate health care, they should notify their home of record facility on Navajo to make sure that they request for PRC assistance and try to meet all of the eligibility factors and provide information on the eligibility factors that I just went through. And they should make a call within the 72 hours from admission or going into an emergency room department. If it's non-emergent, if the medical service they receive is considered as non-emergent, sometimes we all think that, it's an emergency when we go to the emergency room while we had been sick for maybe the last 24 hours. Sometimes it's not considered as an emergency. And in those cases, you have to obtain prior authorization from your home of record facility to see a private doctor or a private facility out there. So a lot of these cases that we get from people that live off the reservation, we receive the notifications late. maybe a month later or 2 months later, even a year later, we get a lot of these calls saying, we have outstanding bills. What do we do with them? How do we handle these? So make sure that they notify their home of record facility on Navajo within that 72 hours timeline. There's a notification exception for the elderlies and the disabled, and that's up to the 30-day notification timeline. Then we have the alternate resource eligibility. IHS facilities are considered as an alternate resource, especially those people that travel off the reservation, or they, such as the state finals that are coming up. There's going to be a lot of Navajos in the metro areas for these games. If someone gets sick out there, if they need immediate health care, they have to utilize an IHS facility that may be within the 90-minute drive from where they're at prior to going to a private entity. We consider IHS as an alternate resource. We also consider these patients to apply for Medicaid. There's Medicaid expansion in the state of New Mexico and Arizona. We prefer they get screened to see if they can become eligible for Medicaid programs. And it's going to be a benefit for them if they are constantly traveling outside the reservation. They can utilize private facilities if they have Medicaid benefits. They just have to get prior authorization from Medicaid to see the private sector facility or doctors. We also have a lot of our patients that are on the reservation that meet the eligibility requirement for Medicaid based on income. We try to pre-screen everyone that comes through our doors to see if they can apply for the Medicaid assistance and become eligible for that. Because a lot of these, it's going to be a benefit for them because they can get transportation through the non-emergency transport companies that are on the reservation to get them from their homes to their appointments, or either getting them from their home to wherever they get referred to, say in Albuquerque. They can get an non-emergency transportation covered through the Medicaid program. I talked about the IHS facility being available and considered as an alternate resource. And you see the 90-minute one-way drive, if there's one available within a 90-minute wherever you're at in the US. And I prefer that, the families and patients go onto the website, the internet site, ihs.gov. You can go in there, and on the face of the ihs.gov, when you log in, there's a link there that says find an IHS facility. If you're away from your reservation, you log in there and you can put in the place where you are at and look up the facilities that are nearby within that 90-minute one-way drive. We also consider veterans benefits as an alternate resource. We also consider workman's comp. If you're injured on the job, you should be applying through the workman's comp alternate resources. There are other persons that are that may be eligible for PRC. A non-Indian woman that's pregnant for a Navajo that lives on the reservation, they can be covered through the pregnancy, through postpartum. And then the payer of last resort rule, because we don't have a lot of funds to cover all of our Navajos that live on the reservation. As you all know, our census, our number of enrollment has increased. Our latest approved user population was at least 240,000 that of Navajos that live on the Navajo reservation. With that many people that live on the reservation, and with the amount of dollars that we get for purchase and referred care, our per capita is only somewhere around $430 per capita. So we try to stretch
Ms.
our
Begay?
dollars with the alternate resource
Ms.
enrollment.
Begay?
Yes.
This is Speaker Pro Tem Charles Newton. I just want to let you know that your time is up. Do you need more time? If so, how much more time do you need?
Less than 5 minutes or 2 minutes.
Committee members, if there are no objections, we're going to go ahead and give an additional 5 minutes to Ms. Begay to complete her presentation. Not hearing any objections, Ms. Begay, you have 5 more minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's the payer of last resort rule. Okay, next slide. There are 2 processes within the Navajo area. You probably heard of these processes whenever you go to the clinic, the home of record rule, and also the he who refers pays rule. The home of record only applies to Tuba City and Sage Memorial Hospital because they cover their own service unit resident user population. Through the tribal contracts. They also said that they would only cover those patients within their service delivery areas. So what that means is if a Sage Memorial patient goes to Fort Defiance, they have a referral that is needed for purchase referred care. Fort Defiance will have to notify Sage Memorial within the 72 hours to get that patient determined through PRC by the Sage Memorial Hospital. If a Fort Defiance patient goes to the Sage Memorial Hospital or Tuba City, and if they need a PRC referral, Sage Memorial has to notify the home of record facility, Fort Defiance, of that PRC need also. So that's the home of record rule. Under the he who refers pays, next slide. If a patient is from Chinle that goes to Fort Defiance, they can get direct services there. And if they need a PRC referral, Fort Defiance will determine the PRC for that individual. They don't necessarily have to refer that individual back to Chinle to get the PRC determination. So that's the he who refers pays. The same way with a Fort Defiance patient that goes to Gallup, Gallup can refer them out. Gallup will make the PRC determination for that patient. The only thing that the exception are listed down below for skilled nursing care, for durable medical equipment, for dialysis patients, and those patients that self-refer to private facilities, those all go back to the home of record where the patient originated from. So in order for the durable medical equipment to be sent back to the home of record, there are things that we have to coordinate with the public health nursing, social services. They go out, even the community health care, that individuals that are out there, they have to check the homes. They have to make sure there's a wheelchair ramp, there's electricity to the hogan. All of that is coordinated back with the home of record facility to make sure that that continuity of care is there and coordinated. So those type of items are sent back to the home of record facility. All others, you know, if you're just being referred for specialty care to Rehoboth, If you're from Fort Defiance and you go to Gallup, Gallup will determine your PRC. It does not go back to Fort Defiance. And it takes a lot of the administrative burden off of the PRC staff too. If we all had to go with the home of record, we would be sending referrals across each of the facilities, and it would be a lot of administrative burden on the staff doing that. So next slide. And again, these are just listings of those facilities that are under the he who refers pays and also the home of record rule. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Begay, for the presentation, and thank you, colleagues, for giving Ms. Begay the additional 5 minutes for her to complete the presentation. Committee members, we do have a motion and a second established for this report. At this time, committee members, are there any questions regarding the report that has been provided to us by Ms. Begay? We have Vice Chair Raymond Smith raising his hands here in chambers. Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair for Naabik'íyáti committee members and those that are listening. And thank you for this report. PRC, I kept thinking of the pro rodeo circuit. And this is a information, will it be getting out to the folks at the grassroots level so that they can understand what's being considered? There's a lot of them that live alone the service unit, and sometimes they're referred to Gallup, or either they're referred to Fort Defiance. And this COVID-19 has really thrown a loop into services because folks are more or less reluctant to go over there until there is a dire emergency. And what I'm trying to say is, who determines that? I know you said that the request on that would be like a 90-minute drive, and some of these folks, they live right along the borderline, and some of them are right in the vicinity of utilizing the IHS or using the tribal, like late sales. So that's one question I have. And who makes the determination on that? Is there certain forms they have to fill out? And some of them have been in the system for so long, and they end up either by emergency going over to another service unit. And is that a complication? I know you mentioned Sage Memorial, and I know you mentioned other facilities like that. That's my question, Chairwoman, for the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Vice Chair Smith. Committee members, before I turn the floor back over to Ms. Begay, are there any other committee members who wish to ask questions or have comments based on the presentation that has been provided to us by the Navajo Area Indian Health Services?
That's it. Vote Chair.
I'm going to go ahead and recognize Delegate Eugene So, and after that, Delegate Mark Freeland. Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Chair, Ashin Koshin Adikito, very Israel and the Jagal. The hottest, the first question they ask, it seems like is based on where's your insurance? Are you a veteran? for you on access. Either in the AISS. The men should not able to hard it so. I thought they have a trust responsibility from the with the treaty of 1868 if so. That's the home she had. Because if you get so sad, I should know, I should come now. And the way Chris Conda seen the way finished it. Vital records, Naabik'íyáti. Course, and I used to have inch when you get the LDO, and that is and the kind of a lot of conflict came about, I guess, in the course of what was going on there. And that Navajo tribe or some kind of the next situation on the Phoenix area, Navajo Nation vital statistics, the same creek enrolled in that tribe. So it seems that the time was not even right, like it was between about 10 or something to 4, and some of these people are working to get there out in the hunt. So it's even it's kind of gotten to a big conflict. There's a huge urban Navajo how to turn out that day for that event, caused a lot of chaos. So could any what they did way hard what the middle in Hong Kong. So after reservation Nanda Kagi what they know you not. I guess my question is, after you get out of reservation so many days you're no longer a Navajo or indigenous person, that what Asian or is the law still covers us no matter what as an Indian across the United States anywhere that we can be seen by what age does it and no more. Oh yeah, and so could all isn't so I think that our IHS the hospital we're not paying for it, and also that could have been that's a link. That's my question too. Is it no longer in effect that 1868 treaty? That do we still? Is somebody still behind that? That's then the great. So that's been the Navajo tribe. I'm pretty sure a lot of insurance is going that way from the Navajo Nation Council and also off the reservation. Because I got a lot of young generation out there. I don't think will come back until they pass, because they're in competition with the outside world already. They already know what's going on. They know what they want there, and they like to live there. They're living there now. So what can we do with that? Because the Congress go to the so because those kids are Navajos, and then also a lot of and the Lagana other tribes. Those because those kids will never become a Navajo and never way of life. So by that, but that plan is already there. So that they should have a census number. The white lady that we brought back might had to have a census number too, because we already accept the clan as a Belagana or African American or Mexican or others, nor all the Orientals that we have. They should have this census number. Now, in this case, because they are now in a part of our clan. So all that in regards to this bias figi, Khalid Jod Nabat is Nisa. Khalid Jod could never caught not all this, or as long as they're an indigenous person away from maybe 2 hours away from any facility. Because in this case, because like I said, young generation is not coming back because they're already in competition with the outside world, and they are steady with it. We need to really consider, we need to really know what kind of legislation we have to push, what needs to be done. Thank you.
Delegate Freeland, the floor is yours.
Chairwoman, Pro Tem Chairwoman, Naabik'íyáti committee members, as well as Ms. Begay, Mr. Yazi, and the Navajo area team. Thank you. This is just a comment. Just understanding the whole history and makeup of contract health and where it was in the past to where it is now. I can understand why we are, or they are asking to be the pair of last resort. And, the whole, historically in the past, it seems like the IHS budget continues to get cut. And at the federal sites, it's a much different situation than the 638s. And, the federal sites are of course, having to rely on private insurance or Medicare, Medicaid as well, just to keep afloat. During this time of COVID and during this time of this pandemic, I want to really applaud IHS publicly and let them know that, especially the Navajo area, we're thankful. We're fortunate. The Navajo Nation is fortunate to have our own region. And I say this because you look at Phoenix. Phoenix has a region, but their region still goes up into Nevada, covers all of Arizona and Nevada. California is set up like a 638. You have the Portland sector in the northwest part. You have Billings, Aberdeen, Nashville, Bemidji. Those cover a lot of territories under IHS. I know this because I used to work, not for IHS, but I worked for Blue Cross and Blue Shield in New Mexico. And I was in management there. And one of my previous tenures, but I worked a lot with processing these contract health claims. So I know how it works. I know how everything works in that facet and capacity. And I always used to really implore having Navajo region, taken care of and making sure all the regions were taken care of, but especially Navajo. I just wanted to mention that because the concept of this whole IHS makeup is very extensive. It's a huge operation nationwide, and to cover the 500 plus tribes, including Alaska and Hawaii, is a large task for IHS. But my point is on the Shinant'a is whenever we go to Washington, and I know my colleagues from Hess are going to Washington, please advocate hard for Navajo area IHS. They deserve it because of what they demonstrated during the pandemic. I know this because I was out there in those lines. I was helping guide traffic at Crown Point. I was working on the front lines with them during this time when the vaccinations came out. I was there with our CXRs, working with public health nurses. And they did a tremendous job. To all the physicians, to all the nurses, to all the administrative staff, to the security, dietary, custodial, everyone that's a part of these service units, especially Crown Point, thank you. We all saw a lot during the pandemic, witnessed a lot during the pandemic. There was a lot of uncertainty. A lot of us were scared with we're rightfully so. but to have IHS's presence and to have them as the medical professionals take the lead, and of course with Dr. Jim, and thank you, Dr. Jim, but to have them to witness what they went through or what they did during the pandemic was a tremendous feat. It continues. We're still in this pandemic, and we still have to have our people go out. We have a lot of people that we lost. There's a lot of families out there that are still grieving. There's a lot of others that have recovered, and we're thankful. We're very thankful for that. A lot of them had to be sent off to other hospitals as far away as Las Vegas, Nevada, Phoenix, Flagstaff, Albuquerque, Denver, Colorado Springs. One of my communities lost a lot of people, and it was really hard to witness. I feel for them. I feel for our people. When I saw that cemetery before the pandemic happened, and when I see it now, it's a grim reminder of how many of our people we lost. And I bring this up, Shanat, because it may not be a perfect situation. It may not be a perfect scenario. But, we're fortunate to have our own Navajo region, our own Navajo area. The 7 service units, the 638s, all the medical personnel, all the administrative staff, thank you. All the frontline workers, thank you. All the ER, the techs, EMS, Navajo Nation EMS, thank you. Navajo Nation PD, thank you. I'm sorry, Madam Chairwoman, but I just had to mention that and say thank you to everyone involved, because we're not out of the woods yet. We have Omicron, we have a Delta virus still out there, and I hope everyone's working to get vaccinated at this time. We still are losing our people, whether it's to COVID or other means. But please, everyone do your part, get vaccinated, go see a doctor, get checked. Your health is important, your life is important. Even as delegates, we have to make time for that. I have to make time for that. It's a wake-up call for me. Our health is often overlooked. And I think that's something we need to be reminded of at times. So thank you, Chairwoman, Pro Tem Chairwoman, Stagias. Thank you for allowing me the time, and my colleagues and staff. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Freeland. And I think you do make a very good point that we did lose a lot of our people, and it's still very fresh in our minds, and we still feel for the families at this time. So right now, we do have 3 delegates who have asked questions and raised concerns. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the floor back over to the presenter. And in the queue, after the presenter answers questions, we'll have Delegate Wilson Stewart and then Delegate Carl Slater. So with that, Ms. Begay, I'm going to turn the floor over to answer questions or to address the concerns that have been raised by Delegate Raymond Smith, Delegate Eugene So, and Delegate Mark Freeland. Ms. Begay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Delegate Smith, you talked about the grassroots people, our elders, non-English speaking community members out there. We do have staff at the service unit level. Each of the facility has a purchase referred care staff. I did send a directory over to the last meeting to share with all of you. There are staff available at the service unit. that are able to attend the chapter meetings. We did, before the pandemic started, we were doing local community chapter meeting invites. We presented the purchase and refer care program to each to some of the chapters that requested us to attend these chapter gatherings to disseminate a lot of the eligibility application and enrollment for alternate resources, all of those things that we used to do before the pandemic. But it is kind of hard now with the pandemic still on the rise. It's hard to do virtual. I know it's a lot better if you're face to face with people out there. It's more understanding. It's much clearer to understand a lot of this. Even the federal regulations that come with the purchase and refer care program. I do get some of the council members in my office at certain times, regarding their local constituents, when they get into a bind or when they need medical assistance out there. I usually get emails. I get a lot of inquiries during the day. I try to answer all of them. And when people get denied, that's another thing that people don't understand. Our local community members, when they receive a denial letter from the purchase and refer care office, they should respond to that letter within the 30 days. Like it says on the letter, you have to respond within the 30 days. It's asking for certain information, maybe because one of the eligibility factors that you did not meet, they need supporting information. So I would recommend that, our families and our relatives respond to those letters when they receive letters from the IHS Purchase and Refer Care Program right away, so they don't go over the 30 days. And then delegates, so Shinantai, Shichenli do Nasha, Chinli Valley do Lakwado Nashnish. And I know a lot of our individuals in the community, they raise questions about the purchase and refer care program. You mentioned the 90-minute drive. 90-minute it's whenever you're out in the private sector side of the reservation, that's when the 90-minute applies. And that 90-minute is in the Federal Register. It's stated in there under the residency portion. And the IHS facility available. It goes along with that eligibility factor. So when a patient is traveling, an individual is traveling off the reservation, if you're going from Chinle to Phoenix and you get sick in the city of going through Payson, there's no IHS facility in Payson. So we realize that if you're really sick, you need to go to the Payson Regional Hospital there in Payson, rather than waiting instead of going all the way down to Phoenix to get seen at PIMC. You can still get seen at the Payson Regional Medical Center, but you have to notify your home of record facility, Chinle Hospital, the PRC program, within that 72-hour notification. And when you notify them, you need to let them know what your situation is like. If it's a real emergency that you needed to get to the emergency room, you just have to explain to the staff that you needed to go see a doctor right away. But they also ask for copies of your medical records when you make that call you always ask for the records from the hospital where you were seen. So it verifies the reason why you were seen, how sick you were, what your tent was, and what happened. That way, the clinical director at each of these facilities reviews those records and they determine whether it was a real emergency or not. It's not the PRC staff that make the clinical decision. It's usually a doctor that reviews those records to make sure that it was an emergency visit. And in regards to our budget, as I mentioned, the reason why these eligibility factors were included with the purchase and refer care program, we get funding from Congress along with these eligibility factors, because the purchase and refer care program is not fully funded. As I mentioned, all of our Navajos, how many enrolled members we have, if we had to do the math real quick, our per capita, like I said, is only $430 per person. So if you go to see an emergency room doctor, you're going to get charged with a hospital bill. You're going to get charged with a doctor bill, maybe an x-ray bill, maybe medications that you receive. All of that cost, the total of that cost is going to be something in the neighborhood of $1,000 to $1,500. So if our per capita is only $430, you've gone way over that amount for an individual, and we just don't have enough money to go around to everyone that we can cover all of our enrolled members. So, and it's not only for Navajo Nation, it's like this across the United States, the whole purchase and refer care program for the 12 area offices that Delegate Freeland mentioned. There are 12 area offices that operate the same way, by the same rules, by the same federal regulations. So it comes with the federal regulations. And in order to stretch our PRC dollars, we have to get some of these patients on Medicaid. That kind of saves money for us to cover some of those patients that we have to transport out, that have no insurance or that don't qualify for Medicaid. And during this pandemic, we have paid a lot of money for individuals that had COVID. I think the most that we paid for an individual that had COVID was over $500,000, almost $1 million for one individual, including the hospitalization, the rehab, continued care, the air transport, the ground transport, and all the physicians that were involved in that patient's case. So it's a lot of money for private sector hospitals when we refer patients out there. And that's why these eligibility factors come with the program that we have. I hope that answers your questions.
Thank you for that, Ms. Begay. Delegate Raymond Smith, with a simple yes or no. Were your questions and concerns answered?
Yes or no, yes, no. On the first part, yes, but not on the second part. I was questioning on behalf of those that were residing within the close to the proximity of the, I guess, service unit areas, and how do they determine that? How do they make that determination? Who does that determination? Because we had one that was wanting to get into the either Fort Defiance or the Gallup unit, and Fort Defiance was saying, you need to go to Gallup unit. Then Gallup unit says, well, you apparently are within the Fort Defiance, but you live real close to the Gallup unit. And they're just kind of ping-ponging that person around rather than making a determination, because that person is trying to get a health provider. And that person has been going to the ER, and the ER has been telling that person, Well, it's about time that you start going to one of these facilities to get a primary care doctor so that they can evaluate you and recommend. So that's the question that was posed by one of the constituents on behalf of that. And the charges too, if they're unemployed or if they're not working, how are they going to pay for this? I thought we were under the 1868 treaty where we are not going to be subject to any kind of costs on this. Is this one of the rules and regulations or laws that are being passed? Is that how I'm understanding this? Or maybe I'm not really understanding it, because this needs to be relayed to the elders out there regarding their health care, because they do depend upon either tribal run facilities or the Indian Health Services that is available on that behalf. So those were the questions that I would like to have answered. Thank you on behalf of coming back to see if I did get this question satisfactorily answered. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Delegate Eugene So. Were your questions?
Especially the 638 contract, treaty, and the 638 treaty contract. Thank you.
Delegate Mark Freeland, were your questions answered?
I do have a follow-up question.
We can come back to the follow-up question, but were your questions answered? Thank you. So with that, Ms. Begay, before I go to the new delegates and to the follow-up by Delegate Mark Freeland, I'd like to ask if you could answer the questions raised by Delegate Raymond Smith and Delegate Eugene So. Ms. Begay.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Smith, I think your question is more towards the direct care facilities, and that would be a concern raised to Roseland, so as the area director, because as Indian beneficiaries, if we're enroll members of a federally recognized tribe, we can utilize any IHS or tribal facility that's available. It does not matter on the Navajo reservation, because a lot of our people shop for services across Navajo. I'm from Chinle. I can go to Fort Defiance if I wanted to. It's considered as a patient's choice. We can't deny patients for coming to the direct care facility at any one of our facility. We can still provide services on the direct care side. The only thing is the program under the PRC program, once there's a referral initiated, then these eligibility factors come into play. But for someone to just go from their home service unit to another facility on Navajo, we should not be denying or refusing treatment to those individuals crisscrossing across Navajo. That would be a concern brought up to the area director's office. As far as the treaty, I know everyone, even the elderlies, mentioned that when they come to our office or when they call. Contract Health was established in 1955 after the treaty came into play. The way the Contract Health came into play is back when the Snyder Act, was established. There was an agreement with BIA to contract out for healthcare services decades ago, and BIA initially contracted out for medical services with the private sector, and it wasn't until 1955 when the healthcare was transferred to the public health services. And that's when contract health services came into play. And it came with, as I mentioned, the Code of Federal Regulations, the eligibility factors, because Indian Health Services, the the contract health services was not fully funded at that time. There was, very few dollars that came with the program. So there had to be eligibility factors put into play. And you have to understand that the difference between the direct care funding and also the purchase referred care funding.
Ms. Begay, does that conclude the answers to the questions that have been provided by my colleagues? Ms. Begay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward. We do have Delegate Wilson Stewart. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Begay, for your presentation, and also your coworkers as well for assisting you thus far with the presentation to us as delegates. But a couple of questions I have through the presentation you provided and listening to the responses going back and forth. My questions are related to, again, our community members. When they go into these IHS facilities or 638 facilities and they do their intake, every so often you go and you do your intake and then they update your insurance or whatnot. As employees, we do have that. And just like any other employee, whether they're through the tribe or private entity or government, but once they retire, so this comes from some of the retired community members. It's in the area. When they retire, how do they take in their insurance cards? Some of them have retired from the state, and then they are eligible for like Humana, Medicare, or that United Healthcare. They do those annually to get registered in those. And then come the following year, when they go back to the facilities again, and they're being reevaluated, I guess you would say. And then they're asked for their insurance. Honestly, some of those workers, they tell our elders or they tell others, you should just stick with Medicare. These like others like Humana, United Health, they're Blue Cross Blue Shield, they're not any good because you're native, so you should just stick with Medicare. And that gets them confused because they figure that if they go elsewhere, or if they're being referred out, that might help them, and yet they're being told that by our own facilities. How can we correct that, or what is the best way to answer them in that way? Out of the other one, through the 638 and again IHS. For those individuals, those families, elders out in Higgy, when they go off, when they're transported off from one facility on the reservation to a facility off the reservation, and their spouse or their companion follows them to bring them comfort, to make sure that they're safe and whatnot, and they're out there for like 30 days, 60 days, and there's no other way to assist them. Is there any assistance? Because the chapters can't assist. There's no funding in that for the chapters. And so is there any funding like through IHS or through the hospital that could assist that family members, loved one to be with them so that they continue that support. Because through the counseling services, they say, if you have loved ones with you there, you could recover right away and you feel better, and at the same time, there's no funding for them. So those are the questions that I have on that side for now, Ms. Begay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Stewart. Next in the queue, we have Delegate Carl Slater. Delegate Slater, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. I want to raise an anecdote from a constituent of mine from Rock Point, and they attempted to get monoclonal antibodies at GIMC, and then GIMC denied them the treatment. And I think they were told to see if Loveless would provide them the monoclonal antibodies. Loveless said that they would provide them, and they tried to do PRC and applied for that. But they were denied, being told that because GIMC offers this, you cannot obtain it from Loveless. So they were caught in this catch-22, and I think if you could either get in contact with me to discuss this particular situation with my constituent, or review this as a policy matter and try and understand why they were put in this very peculiar position where GIMC does have the monoclonal antibodies. They could have offered them to her, but she was told that she cannot receive them from GIMC, but was also told that you could attempt to receive it from Loveless, but it wouldn't be covered under PRC. So, or it didn't end up being covered under PRC because GIMC currently offers the treatment. So I think it's really unfortunate that this person had to endure this, and then that they had to pay out of pocket for a service that should have been afforded to them from GIMC. Thank you, Chair. I'll yield back to
you. Thank you for that, Delegate Slater. Next in the queue, we do have Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair, the floor is yours.
Hello, Yate. Madam Chair, good afternoon, and 24 Councilman Yate. Te Yate Kodo, Nisitato Nini Yaki Kodo Gay, talking about a referral care program, which you guys all know how much money you guys have and how much they charge with patients. Like going off a Gallup, like for a Gallup private hospital, they sent you off based on your nurse provider says you had to go out to a Albuquerque in order to be taken care of there. Like for instance, if you have heart problems, they sent you off because the local hospital they don't have that type of equipment. So therefore, they sent you off, and they do take care of really good for these patients that we have. Hey, so that, yeah, thank you very much. You're the only one that knows the money and how much money they have offered on IHS for referral contract total amount, and they have funds available. The only problem I have is like these local hospitals, when the patient goes to them, like they can't find it. What's the problem with the patient? They can't find it until they things gets worse, like cancer, until the less that you're on the 4th stage cancer. That's the time they sent them off. There's no life for them to come back. That's the issue we have with local. They can't find these type of a sickness, and they just keep them over here. The patient goes repeating, goes back to the hospital, and the final says he can't make it because of cancer. To find out, and there's no treatment. These type of stuff we have locals and here in local like 45 Shinley. That's the issue. There's another issue I have is a bone doctor. Like for me, I hurt my shoulder way back, and I had a pain, and they kept me in. I go to get in the hospital, and they I had a pain in my bone, my shoulder, and they can't take care of. All they gave me was a medicine. They almost killed me with the medicine until one day I got real sick and went down to a Gallup hospital, on a private hospital, and they told us I had to go to private bone doctor. Finally, I had to pay a portion because I was never been recommended by IHS. I went on my own. This happened years back because local doctors, they need to do more better to take care of the patients. That's my concern. Here, Madam Chair, most of our hospital here, Jimmy Ocean, Jim I'm from Black Mesa. Yeah, I understand you from Chinle Valley Store somewhere. Yeah, just now, thank you. Most of our hospital. Thank you. Give the floor back to you. I'll go back on mute now.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Yellow here. We do have one more delegate who's requested to be added to the queue. Chair Daniel So, the floor is yours. When you're done with your questions, we'll turn the floor back over to the presenter. Chair So.
Naabik'íyáti committee members. To Navajo area, IHS, Ms. Begay, Mr. Marquis Yazi. I guess mine isn't a question, but more of a statement, and hopefully to inform and educate the members of the committee in regard, and it kind of ties in with some requests that was made to Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs. The Code of Federal Regulations, CFR, it's the departments and the agencies of where those particular departments reside. And they're the ones that made the regulations. And so, at times we go to Congress and say, we want this change in the Code of Federal Regulations. And for us and for the Congress, it's not in their purview. They have to go back to making laws, and then based on the adoption of those laws, then these agencies and departments of the federal government, where it applies, then those are the folks that compose the regulations. And so I think that that's the part we have to understand. And so that's the reason that I had stated that to the Assistant Secretary, especially on the historic federal established roads. But in this regard, Ms. Begay, I know you're not supposed to lobby. I know you're just supposed to provide us answers regarding what's in place. But my question to you is, and there's the question, do you lobby for increased funding in your, and you says it's almost like you put it in a per capita rate of like $400 and some odd. What would be adequate funding to really cover our population? Right now we have possibly close to 200 Navajos within the exterior boundaries of our current land holdings. and possibly another 200,000 residing outside, and possibly those folks wouldn't qualify. But what would, in your eyes, be adequate funding to cover some of those high costs that you brought to the committee? That would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to the presenter, Ms. Begay, to answer questions that have been posed by Delegate Wilson Stewart, Delegate Carl Slater, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, and Chair Daniel Soap. Ms. Begay, the floor is yours.
Joe Nana, in reference to Delegate Stewart's questions, you raised the question of community members, insurance, retired community members insurance that they apply for through Medicare. We have heard also in my office that there has been representatives at some of these supermarkets, at Bashas', at Walmart in Gallup, that are soliciting for enrollment by these agencies to have our people apply for through the Medicaid, the commercial plans. There's a difference. There is a difference between the regular Medicare plan and the commercial plans. If someone enrolls in Humana or United Health Medicare, they don't always cover expenses and costs associated with hospitals or certain providers. These individuals that apply through those programs have to have a network provider, what you call network providers. It's when you sign up with any type of commercial insurance or HPO insurance out there in the private sector, you have to have a network provider, a facility that can bill those type of insurance. That's the reason why I think they're being told when they come into our facility to see the patient registration department that they would advise them to get back on the regular Medicare program, because the regular Medicare program pays any facility, any doctor visits out there, parts A and B, and it's much easier for our Navajo population to utilize the regular Medicare if they're on the reservation. Because when it comes to the purchase and refer care program, if we should send that individual out to Albuquerque and they're enrolled with United Health, most of the time they may not cover the air transport or the ground transport, or some of the providers that are not network providers of that plan. So we end up paying the full cost through the purchase and refer care program rather than paying just the co-insurance or the deductible for the individual. So that takes up more money for that individual through the PRC program. And our direct care billing, they have, I cannot speak on behalf of them, but I'm sure they're running into the same type of issues. There are individuals with the direct care billing that can probably speak to those, and I will have Marquise follow up with on that question for the direct care on how it applies to the direct care billing portion. But I know for a fact that we run into those issues. Rehoboth, next to the Gallup Indian Medical Center, does not take United Health Medicare. I know that they've denied a lot of the claims that where our Navajos utilize the Rehoboth Hospital, and they'll deny those claims, and we end up getting those claims, and we end up paying through the PRC program for those individuals. The other question that was raised was assistance for family members that go with these families out to the bigger facilities out there, like in the metro areas. Most of our federal facilities, I can speak for Chinle, Crown Point, Gallup, Kayenta, and Shiprock. Under the federal system, we do the intake. We do refer them to the social services department to seek out some assistance through either the social workers out in these larger facilities out there in the private sector. We coordinate with those individuals, and we try to set up these families in low-cost facilities such as Ronald McDonald houses that may be associated with these facilities where the patients are staying. So we try to work through that. If we can't get funding for some of these patients, like cancer patients or heart patients or transplant patients, those type of patients, we try to cover their housing expenses through the PRC program, but they have to be on an individual case-by-case basis. And the clinical director, again, has to indicate that it's medically necessary for the patient's family to be there to assist them through their medical services. Sometimes the transplant patients, they need assistance, by the family members, or if the family is the donor, then we try to set them up the same way also. Then in regards to Delegate Slater's question about monoclonal antibodies, that really needs to be addressed with between the Gallup Indian Medical Center, because we really don't know what took place, what the situation was. All I can say is that not every patient is eligible for the infusion treatment. Even though the patient may request for it, not everyone qualifies under the current criteria the clinical group has to treat everyone that comes in with COVID symptoms or COVID positive symptoms to be treated with the monoclonal infusion treatment. That may have been the case. I'm just saying that may have been the case in this situation, and they probably were advised, if you still want to get treated, you may get it somewhere else. That may have been the case. I'm just assuming that that's what happened, but I know there's a criteria that all of our clinical group have in order to treat individuals with the infusion during this pandemic. And then in regards to Delegate Yellowhair's question about the treatment and consultations that are taking place for trying to find out, from symptoms and evaluation and treatments on some of these patients that are coming to our facilities, and we find out too late, that they have cancer or late in the stage. And that's another clinical question that could be raised to the clinical group or back to the area director's office. I know there are risk managers at each of our facilities. If you have situations such as that, if you're concerned about cases, if the individual families are concerned, and if they have any issues related to the medical side, that could be addressed through the risk managers at each of the facilities on Navajo through the federal facilities.
Ms. Begay, are you done answering questions?
And then in regards to Delegate So's question about the funding, there are certain work groups out there nationally that are currently meeting. I can say that Dr. Jill Jim and Vice President Lizer is part of the our national directors work group on addressing the budget formulation or the budget formula for the PRC program. We currently have been having calls and meetings, and there are discussions about increased funding or revising the distribution formula for PRC. All I can say is that out of all the 12 areas, those tribes that don't have direct care facilities such as California, Portland, and Nashville are really pushing for more money. We are all underfunded across the nation. And currently, these areas that are PRC only programs where they don't have inpatient facilities on any of their reservations are really pushing hard to get additional funding for their PRC program. And we are part of that work group. And it takes a lot of push, a lot of recommendations to change the PRC distribution formula. Right now, we're faced with a lot of things that is part of the PRC formula. It's just not one criteria that we have to go through. We have so many things that we have to look at, even down to the Medicaid expansion by states. Just because Arizona and New Mexico expanded does not mean we have more money saved for PRC. We still have a lot of referrals that come through our office. With Gallup Service Unit, we're seeing at least 200 plus referrals every day that come through the system, where patients have to be sent out to the private sector. So, keeping up with the cost is very, very hard, and it's critical at this time with the pandemic. But I'm sure something will come out of these meetings that are being held nationally to try to address the distribution formula for the PRC. Maybe that's what it has to take to increase some of the funding for some of the areas that are really in need of funding. And I'm sure that Dr. Jill Jim and Vice President Lizer will update all of you about what the work group is involved with. I think I've answered all of the questions.
Thank you for that, Ms. Begay. So with that, I'm going to go back. Delegate Wilson Stewart, was your question answered?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Carl Slater, was your question answered?
Yes.
Thank you. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, was your question answered? Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, was your question answered?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair Daniel So, was your question answered?
Yes, but I have follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other delegates who have texted to speak? Okay, with that, we don't have any other delegates. who want to be added to the queue. So I'm going to go back to Chair Daniel So. Chair So, the floor is yours for a follow-up.
Yeah, no, yeah, the other colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti, Ms. Begay, what could you provide to the council, and most especially the HES committee, because this particular item is one of the priorities that we will be talking with our appointments when we go to Washington, D.C. Could you provide us what you, in a spreadsheet type of format, the applications, the denials, and then the acceptances and the costs, and basically our population within that's accounted for within the IHF facilities, as well as the 93,638 facilities. If you would do that, I would really appreciate it, and please share it with the council also. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Chair. So at this time, I'm also going to recognize Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So.
Can you hear me? I heard it up.
Oh, how would it sound?
Oh, sure. I said all of this means so thanks a lot to all the hospitals within the Navajo Nation. Actually, Jaeger didn't tell him Dale actually is cut each Jade all cut and that's cut this one. Whereas a lot of people that got the COVID-19, the Jaeger said all system that she missed originally the high school up at the community center that the whole lot was in the field. Should be on the originally and should be on not many hospitals on the credit not Chicago high school don't credit not Chicago. So it could have should say yeah I go to never caught this job but said thank you. Also the hospital, thank you. That's it.
Thank you for that. So with that, do we have any other delegates wanting to be added to the queue? We don't have any other delegates. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Ms. Begay at this time. Ms. Begay?
Yes. Did you want me to answer any other questions or?
Yes, there were concerns and questions brought up by Chair Daniel So and Delegate Eugene So. So you have the floor to answer them.
Okay, in answer to Delegate So's requests, if you could coordinate that through Ms. So's office, our area director, and also Marquise Yazzie, who's on the line, the request for the reports. Delegate Eugene So, I also want to say thank you and the rest of the delegates for listening in today and taking the time out of your busy schedule to listen to our presentation. And I know it's very important to be informed of the Purchase Written Referred Care Program. If you have any additional questions, any information that you need, or if any of your constituents out there in the community need assistance or they're running into issues with our facilities, especially the federal facilities, please let my office know. I had included the contact listings. We had sent that over to, I believe, someone there within the department. We also had sent the copies of the area medical priorities, so you can read those at your leisure. And I just want to say thank you again.
Thank you for that, Ms. Begay. So with that, Chair Daniel So, was your question answered?
Thank you. And I guess basically she has, in response to Mr. Gay, since I did ask the question through the NABI committee, Mr. Naabik'íyáti, please provide the statistic that I asked. Like when an agency or a department reports to the committees of the council, that should be a formal request enough rather than to institute another email or another text. So with that, I hate to be curt like that, but that's the way the council and the committee work. So when we ask a question, we ask for documents. It's usually provided. Thank you.
Mr. Naabik'íyáti, there is a request directly to you regarding the data and also the questions that were posed by Chair Daniel So. Are you still on the call?
Hi, good afternoon, Chair. Yes, we'll get that information to Delegate So, and I'll reach out to him directly to get some more specifics on his request. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Mr. Marquez. Chair So, I know that you did request an answer. However, Mr. Marquez said he will send you the information. Are you okay with that?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Shiazu. Thank you for
you.
helping me.
And Chair So, if you do not get your information, please contact Speaker's Office. Chief of Staff will make sure that we do get that information to your committee. So with that, Delegate Eugene So, was your question answered?
Oh, yeah, shared. Shared. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, we don't have any other delegates in the queue requesting to speak. We don't have any delegates who have texted in requesting to speak. Are there any other delegates who wish to ask questions to Ms. Begay, the Navajo Area Indian Health Services, on the Purchase Referred Care Program? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward then. We do have a motion established by Nathaniel Brown, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, a second by Delegate Mark Freeland to hear the report. There are no other questions or comments at this time from our colleagues. So we're going to go ahead and go to the roll call vote to accept the report. Ms. Nota, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay.
I'll vote green. She's Delegate Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Kness-Bakrati is excused. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green, green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable
I
Edison
vote
Winika.
green. I'm sorry. I vote green.
Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Pro Temp Chair, that's 16 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting, and 3 excused.
Thank you for that. 16 in favor, 0 opposed, 5 not voting, one of them being the Speaker Pro Temp. The report from Ms. Marie Begay, the Navajo Area Indian Health Services on the Purchase Referred Care Program, formerly known as the Contract Healthcare Services, is hereby accepted. Ms. Begay, thank you so much for your time and the presentation. The Naabik'íyáti Committee does appreciate your time. With that, you are here excused.
Thank you.
With that, we move down to item number 6C, an update report from the Navajo Department of Transportation on why NDOT is not the lead agent on road project applications. A report provided by Garrett Silversmith, Division Director, with the assistance from the Navajo Department of Justice and Office of Legislative Counsel. Mr. Garrett Silversmith, are you on the line? Mr. Garrett Silversmith, if you are on the line, push *6 to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Yes, I am on the line. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Silversmith. Thank you for being on the line. So with that, do we have also somebody from the Department of Justice who will be able to answer questions, as well as somebody from Office of Legislative Counsel on the line?
Madam Chair, this is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. Office of Legislative Counsel is on the line.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Do we have anybody from the Department of Justice on the line?
Yes, this is Veronica Blackhat from Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Good afternoon, Ms. Blackhat. Thank you for being on the line. So with that, committee members, we do have a report. The presenters are present at this time. Can I get a motion and a second to hear the report? Motion made by Honorable Mark Freeland. Can I get a second?
Delegate Brigade, second.
Second made by Delegate Elmer Begay. So with that, Mr. Silversmith, you have presented to the Naabik'íyáti Committee before. The rules have not changed. Before I proceed, do you have any questions on the procedure or the process for presenting before the Naabik'íyáti Committee?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Silversmith. You do get 20 minutes on the clock. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And once again, good afternoon, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council and Honorable Delegate Chair Charles Newton as Pro Tem Chair this afternoon or today. And all our listeners who are part of this call, community members and various Navajo Nation leadership and other entities and partners who are part of this call. Thank you for the invitation and allowing us, our division, to be a part of your agenda today. I'm Garrett Silversmith, Division Director for Navajo Division of Transportation. So I'll go straight into my presentation. Earlier this morning, I had forwarded a copy of our PowerPoint presentation to staff there within the legislative branch. So hopefully that is presented before. I don't see it, but if the staff members from the legislative branch can upload that to your virtual setting there, I can go through my presentation. But I also noticed that earlier it was sent out to various members of the delegates as well too. So, but it was sent this morning, and I'll go straight to my PowerPoint presentation. So again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present on this particular subject of discussion this afternoon. Moving on to slide number 2.
I'm sorry, Mr. Silversmith, just really quickly, colleagues, the PowerPoint presentation was sent out this morning at 11 o'clock. So please check your email. That is the PowerPoint that Mr. Silversmith is referring to. Mr. Silversmith, no time will be taken from you during the time that I was talking. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Charles Newton again. So moving on to page 2 of my PowerPoint presentation, I wanted to give a little bit of background information before I answer a couple of questions that was part of the agenda. And prior to me getting to those questions per the agenda, I'm going to give you a little bit of background on the New Mexico Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan, ICIP. And many of you are aware of this established system that exists currently within the state of New Mexico. And it's a funding opportunity. Well, actually, it's a plan. But what is a infrastructure capital improvement plan? It's a multi-year planning document that establishes planning priorities for anticipated capital improvement projects. And since this afternoon, today, we're discussing on transportation projects, that's what we're going to focus our discussion on this afternoon. But in essence, that's what an ICIP is that exists within the state of New Mexico. And there's two types of ICIPs. There's the New Mexico state one, and there's also a Navajo Nation ICIP. So those are two established plans that exist. And both of these is open to local governments, meaning that local, maybe counties, as far as the New Mexico state side, can be open to counties and other related entities. And on the Navajo Nation side, of course, it directly deals with the Navajo Nation entities. So that's just a brief explanation of the existence and the definition of the New Mexico Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. Moving on to page 3 is I'm going to give further background information on the ICIP. The New Mexico State Coordinated Navajo ICIP process encourages chapters to plan for the development of capital improvements. Now, currently, all our chapters have access to an established electronic ICIP portal system where applications are processed. When I mean applications is we have state of New Mexico has existing funds that are available for our chapters within New Mexico. These New Mexico chapters are free to apply for these transportation-related dollars, specifically within this ICIP process. Currently, 54 chapters in New Mexico and 38 senior citizens are all eligible to apply. Now, these ICIP projects are not just confined to transportation-related only projects. There's various other infrastructure scenarios that one can apply for, meaning that the chapters can apply for water lines, sewer lines, and so forth. And currently, Navajo DOT doesn't have access to this system. It's only accessible by chapters and other related entities within the Navajo Nation. These ICIP projects that New Mexico State offers are community and chapter driven. And this provides opportunities for chapters to make decisions over ICIP projects. So in essence, this says that at their discretion, the chapters and senior citizens have a much input and guidance as far as they have direct involvement pursuing some of these funds for their infrastructure improvements within their chapter areas. And they get these projects for possible funding from community input, from their elders, just anybody who's involved with the chapter. Moving on now to page 4 of our presentation, going directly to one of the questions that was part of the agenda on today's NABI's agenda here is that this was a direct question now that I want to center my discussion on now is why is Navajo DOT not the lead agent on ICIP road project applications? Well, one of the first responses is Navajo DOT currently has 159 active projects to process. And it grows every month, every quarter. So currently, we have 159 active projects. As of yesterday, staff, we forward a fiscal year 2022 project summary quarter 1 report. So this quarter 1 report, of course, details all of our activities and so forth from September to December of last year. Of course, naturally, that's Q1 in fiscal year 22. So you all you honorable delegates should have received an electronic copy of this report. And it's a pattern that we've been doing. If you notice, we've been doing this every quarter. We've been sending you a thorough document that shows all the updates and so forth of our report. It's approximately a 70-page document that was sent out yesterday, actually 71 pages. So in that, I referenced approximately 159 projects that we are actively involved in right now for all agencies across the Navajo Nation. And so, in short, that's one of the reasons why we need to complete these first and give these priorities, because these are the priorities that we receive from the community members over the various years that we've collected or we've amassed these projects. So, and we can continue to receive projects, but that's one of the reasons why we are not one of the lead agents on these ICIP road projects, because we need to give these a priority, these 159 projects. Of course, we need additional staff to efficiently process these projects. Right now, we're advancing our projects as far as with our existing staff, and we're making positive progress. And so you'll see our updates in this 71-page document that was submitted, that was sent out to you all yesterday. We have vacant positions that we're trying to fill that will provide, once these positions are filled, it will provide us some additional assistance from these new staff members as we focus and attack on these 159 active projects. So that's one of the primary reasons why we are not a lead agent on some of these projects here on the ICIP road project applications. And if we were probably had these 159 projects, if we had completed, say for instance, if we had only 20 to 50 that we were responsible for, then yes, we could pursue additional projects. But now we are above and beyond our capacity right now with these 159 projects, and it's a process that we're doing our best to, and every day, staff and I, with involvement with the chapters, we provide advancement in these projects the best that we can. So, but going back to the question again is, so now going to some of the chapters, of course, they see the opportunity there to secure funds from the state of New Mexico. And this is one avenue, one option that they can secure funding. And so they submit on behalf of their local communities, the local chapters, because they have access to that electronic system portal within their own established system. And so that's how they advance themselves and pursue some of these funds. And that's great. That's great on their behalf. That's great on the local leadership for the chapters. And we provide the technical assistance. Sometimes we are approached and we provide guidance. Some of these chapters ask us for technical assistance as they apply for these applications. And so we may not be directly the lead applicant on these projects. We are directly involved as far as our involvement with them, as far as giving them estimates, giving them quantities, giving them scope of work definitions, and so forth. Status on permits, applications, we provide all of that. So we are indirectly involved with some of these chapters when they submit for these ICI funding opportunities with the state of New Mexico. Some chapters provide very limited to no coordinated communication with the Navajo DOT when they submit a New Mexico funded project. My last bullet point on page 4, the response there is that some of these chapters will go ahead and potentially trying to secure some of these New Mexico funds on their own. And so that's great on them, and that's their own initiative. That's fine. But we sometimes on some of these chapters we aren't involved with, and so they do it on their own. However, once they are successful and they secure some funds for their community road improvement projects, then at that point they say, okay, Navajo DOT, we are turning this over to you. And sometimes that comes to a surprise to us because we weren't involved as far as their projection and what they were trying to do. And again, but you know, from that point on, we just work with them and we provide them the necessary guidance and just help them with the advancement of their particular projects. I wanted to, so those are a couple of responses as far as to the question that was part of today's agenda. And I wanted to go to my last slide here, one of my last slides here, slide number 5 here, is that once these, I got about maybe 9 minutes left, so 7 minutes left actually. So in these last 7 minutes, I want to provide some guidance as far as once these chapters or senior citizens are successful in securing transportation-related funds from the state of New Mexico, then that's when we continue our coordination and technical assistance with them to advance their projects. And one of our intents is to, once these projects are secured, we have an established intergovernmental agreements with McKinley County and Sandoval counties. That's just to give you an example on the New Mexico side. And these are partnerships established to save on construction costs. So what I mean there is that once we have secured these projects in coordination with the chapters, then these projects, the actual construction phase of it, we like to give that to either the counties so they can do the work themselves. And as some of you are familiar, McKinley County is as an example, McKinley County is our prime contractor on some of these projects that we are currently doing. And so the reason why is that their construction costs collectively are much lower if we were to bid it out to a private contractor, on an open competitive basis. So this is an effort to save construction costs. Another related cost is to work directly with some of our counties and give them the work. However, some of the counties may have a full schedule, and sometimes that's not possible, and we have to contract these out and to private entities. There's other current New Mexico state funding opportunities. There's New Mexico Capital Outlay, the local government's road funds, the tribal infrastructure funds, the transportation project funds, and these fundings are all competitively based to Navajo Nation entities and other entities across the state of New Mexico. But that's in the limited 5 minutes here, that's the overall. I believe I've captured and shared with you the primary question that was on the agenda, and what we wanted to share with you this afternoon is the primary response on that original question: why isn't Navajo DOT the lead applicant on some of these ICIP projects? And so I believe I covered that in my response. So the last slide, that's just, but anyway, honorable delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, NABI, that's a brief presentation on Navajo's Division of Transportation's comments on today's point of discussion here. So I'll return it back to you, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Charles Newton. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Silversmith. My question is, right now we do have on the agenda, as well as Mr. Silversmith, assistance from the Navajo Department of Justice and Office of Legislative Counsel. I'm guessing, Mr. Silversmith, that you didn't need their assistance at this time. Can you verify that?
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, if they have additional comments, they're welcome to provide, but I don't really have anything to defer to them right now, but if they have something that they would like to add, I'll leave that at your discretion, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Silversmith, thank you. Just really quickly, you did reference a 75-page document. Did you send that document out for delegates?
Yes, yesterday it was sent out to legislative staff, and that was around just before 5, about 4:40 p.m. yesterday, and it's a 75-page document, and it resembles of what we have sent to council delegates in years past. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silversmith. I believe that Donovan Hanley was the one who did receive it, and it was sent out to the delegates. So with that, committee members, the presentation has been provided to us by Mr. Garrett Silversmith, the Division Director with the Navajo Department of Transportation. At this time, I do need to establish a motion. Oh, he got that one. Oh, Mark Freeland, and who was the second? That's right, I didn't write it down. So with that, we do have a motion and a second established. Committee members, at this time, the presentation is open for questions or comments. Are there any delegates who wish to be added to the queue at this time? We don't have any delegates right now.
Delegate Daniel So.
We have Chair Daniel So. Committee members, remember you can text request to speak if you would like to be added to the queue. So we'll go ahead and start with Chair Daniel So. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the floor, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and all the folks on the call. Mr. Silversmith, my main issue is there are chapters within my district that have problems with the IGA, McKinley County, and with Sandoval County. With McKinley County, NDOT and other Navajo Nation funds was given to McKinley County to do chip sealing of County Road 19 and to do other associated work. And the main complaint is the laying down of the chips, building up of the road surface to make it elevated, and then to laying down the chips. And it just seems like that chip sealing never worked. And the people continue to four-wheel it, even though they don't have four-wheel drive. They slip and slide into the ruts that are created. And continued request to the road maintenance manager to meet by chapter officials of Casimiro Lake and Little Water. Doesn't get the proper response. And so, and I know that they've you've been CC'd on those requests. It just seems like not moving forward. And so that aspect and that road continues on over into White Horse Lake chapter before it gets to 509. So in that respect, what can you and your staff do to help get a better response from your and using the intergovernmental agreement to get McKinley County Roads Department to the table? That part. And then with Sandoval County, just like last evening, we had a big snowstorm. And we know that the intergovernmental agreement now exists, and it's accepted by both Sandoval County and the Navajo Nation. As far as a request to do snow blading, do the chapters have to approach the NDOT to fill out the necessary form for that request to be airmailed, emailed, snow mailed to Sandoval County to get quote unquote permission to do the school bus routes. Earlier this year, Sandoval County road equipment were waiting on the road, and when people asked, "Why aren't you blading?" Again, the response is, "Our manager is waiting for permission from NDOT." So it goes back to the old way of doing things. Every time snow fell, chapters and certain members had to call chief of staff, and at that time, assistant chief of staff, to have them call Sandoval County to say, "You have permission." And so that has to be clarified. And then the other part is that agreement really never had the input of the local chapters. And some of the school bus routes aren't even part of Exhibit A of that particular governmental agreement. Now, what do we have to do to get those additional roads? Last week, on the 18th, I convened a meeting at the Sandoval County Fairgrounds in person, where county manager, the roads department manager, and members of the chapter, members, the roads, the school bus supervisor for Nutnail, Jean, Joe, and Cup. And when the Exhibit A was displayed, not all the school bus routes were part of it. So I'm convening a second meeting, and I'd like to see if you can have someone from your department be present. And that's the part that, has, it's necessary. And then the other part is where you're saying you have too many projects. We can't be the applicant. And for me, that I thought with the Nez Lizer administration, can't didn't exist. And that's really, I guess, troubling. And for me, I really think that, when you took on this whole division years back, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it. And then years down the road, there's the quote, unquote, we can't. And so that's very troubling for me. And there has to be resolve. And some of these projects, you mean we still have years and years and years to wait for road improvement? That's, I just cannot understand that. Of particular concern is N474 and N46. N474 and N46 within communities of Orion, Ojo Encino, Counselor, including Pueblo Pintado. Those particular segments of those roads are oil industry roads. And some of the schools are encountering extraordinary repair costs to the school buses. And that's not even looking at the extraordinary cost of repair that citizens, your constituents, are having to endure in those chapter areas. We need attention. We need attention to that area. In that aspect, there are royalties going to the federal government from that oil extraction. Right now, at close to $100 a barrel, $12 for every barrel is going to the U.S. government. $12 is going to the state of New Mexico. And another $12 is being distributed as royalty to allotment owners who are impacted. And so in that aspect, I really implore you, pay attention to that. The extraordinary heavy haul traffic in that area impacts the health and safety of our Navajo people in those chapters. And how can the Nez Leiser administration understand that? I know that Vice President Leiser was taking on that route. And I, in my questions, kind of made light of it. But the people that he visited with at Cuba independent schools, he had said, we'll focus on it. But yet, I guess we're still aren't the focus. Community members basically took Vice President Leiser on that road, especially so that he could experience it. That was just perhaps an hour. But we have residents that experience it 7 days a week, many hours a day. And how else do we paint that picture of impact? So, again, be ready for an email where I will schedule this follow-up meeting. We have to address that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Thank you for that, Chairman. So we do have another delegate who wishes to ask questions. Chair Jamie Henyo, the floor is yours.
Pro Tem Chair, Madam Chair Charles Newton, Mr. Silversmith, 24th Nomination Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, Mr. The Department of Transportation for providing us the information, Mr. Silversmith. Question I have is Alamo Road. The first part, it gives the N55, which is from the original pavement, and there's a 9-mile stretch of pavement that goes north, and that road is very dangerous. If you don't know that road, and if you're going fast, the person could easily have an accident on that road because of the way the road has evolved to where it's really bumpy now. And sometimes when I forget I'm driving there, I end up going airborne just a little bit. So it's a claggy. I understand there was money allocated for it with the 23rd Council. And so if you would provide me information as to the status of that funding to rehab that stretch of road, and if it's part of your plans in the future to get that, I need some information on that, because every time I'm at a chapter meeting in Alamo, that's one of the questions that come up, is when is that 9-mile stretch going to be fixed? And right now it's coming apart. I was on that road Monday, and I noticed more areas have been, I guess it's warped. The road is being warped by some movement on the underground. So I noticed that Monday about when I was up in Alamo. The second part is the topic that we've been discussing for a long time, is the connection from I-40 to the end of the pavement, which is about like 14 miles of road, bumpy road. And so AD understand there was a meeting with the governor of Laguna to discuss this, and therefore, what's the funding possibilities for, if we do get the green light, where do we look for funding to get that road complete? Will be my question on that part. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo. So with that, committee members, I'm looking at my phone right now. Nobody's texting in to be added to the queue. But we have Delegate Mark Freeland raising his hand, waving, jumping in chambers, trying to get my attention. Delegate Freeland, the floor is yours.
I can't laugh. Dejas, thank you very much. I needed that laugh. Thank you, Mr. Silversmith. And thank you, Team NDOT. We always joke around when we say NDOT up, but thank you, NDOT. It's good. This is a good discussion, and I appreciate my Che's concerns are valid concerns, of course, in his area, as well as throughout Eastern Agency. I'm glad we got some staff in place through. We got a planner. And I'm thankful that Mr. Edwin Begay will be helping us out in Eastern Agency. I appreciate Mr. Larry Joe assisting as much as he could, a lot of territory to cover, as well as the planners, Ms. Begay and others that helped out with the planning parts of working with NDOT. When we have a planner in place, and when our planner can start working with with our chapters respectively, it carries a lot of dividends. And I really am, I'm going to really count on Mr. Begay. I want to have him meet with our 8 regional at some point, but we got to start looking at re-emphasizing all of our routes, the en routes, of course, but also the blading that each chapter should be getting every quarter. And also thank you to the roads teams that are out there, especially in Crown Point. We need you know, we run into certain situations. I always like to see when I'm coming back, like through Standing Rock or through Naabik'íyáti, and I see an NDOT grader running through there. And you know, I really am appreciative. We're all appreciative of that, as well as up towards Vicente when you see him. Lake Valley, White Rock, Herfino, and Naabik'íyáti are kind of in a very unique situation because we're blessed to have San Juan County, majority of those roads through those chapters under San Juan County inventory. And at some point, and I think whoever has my colleagues that are in San Juan County as well, maybe it might not be a bad idea for us to go to the commission meeting in Aztec and thank them for taking care of our roads out there. They do a great job at San Juan County. But you know, I'm just wanted to make the point that we finally got a planner in place, and we finally got somebody that we can start working with now. And I know with my Chay's, my Honorable Chay's concerns, and of course his valid reasoning for, you know, not working with Sandoval County. You know, we need to start coming together and start working with the counties a little bit more as well. So when I speak of San Juan County, I'm not speaking of San Juan County, Utah, too, just for the record, San Juan County, New Mexico. So, but I wanted just to mention that. I also mentioned the roads team. All of our roads crews out there, thank you guys too. I know it's a lot to ask at times, but you guys are doing your best, and we're thankful for that. You know, we also are needing some help with Highway 391 and Route 9, the intersection lights, Mr. Silversmith, and it is very dangerous at night. And that's something we're going to ask for Edwin's help. Miss Littleman did a great job while she was there too as a project manager. And of course, you got others that are in NDOT. Miss Priscilla Lee, I forgot Miss Priscilla Lee. I cannot forget Priscilla. Thank you, Priscilla, for all that you did too. All the teams that are out there. There's Norma, everyone, Daryl, Bradley. There's so many countless people, staff to thank at NDOT. But now we have Edwin. We're gonna take off the training wheels, Edwin, pretty soon, and have you start going out to our chapters and working with our chapters. And I hope we can be the first ones, 8 regional. I am meeting with my chapters on Monday. So if I'll send you the details, Mr. Silversmith, and to Edwin, if you can come in and listen in, and we're going to talk about legislation 257, kind of look at it collectively, the language and the projects that are in there for our 8 regional. And I've been emphasizing to our chapters, excuse me, the importance of water, electric, and bathrooms. So the other thing is, at some point with the state task force and working with the state task force, we will be asking our state lobbyists to bring in the state of New Mexico state agencies. We do have the governor. We start with the governor's office, of course, but we also have New Mexico Indian Affairs, and then in your case, New Mexico DOT. We can ask for District 5 and District 6 to come in. There's a lot of concerns on 371, of course, 491 and 550, but a huge continual concern is the exit or the frontage road by Yambatua chapter turnoff around Fort Wingate and I-40. That area continues to get massive flooding. And how can the state, because that is a state inventory route. How can we take care of that? Because a lot of our people, you know, we don't want to have to face a catastrophe in order to make changes. Let's make the changes now. And I'm hopeful when we do get to that point, when we start hitting monsoon season, that many of our people don't start driving through rapid washes or running high volumes of running water. I've seen that done before. You know, just because we have a 4-wheel drive, we think we can make it. We shouldn't be doing things like that. So just wanted to mention that as well. And thank you for the identification of the ICIPs and importance of the ICIPs and how they play a role with the state. And I forgot to mention, yesterday we did get an update from our state lobbyist, but on the capital outlay, thank you to our chapters, our 55 chapters. We are set for about 14.8 million for our New Mexico chapters through New Mexico capital outlay. Now we're going to get ready for travel infrastructure fund. TIF is about $38 million this year. And that's a significant amount for our chapters to compete with all the 22 other tribes in New Mexico. So thank you, chapters. Do your due diligence, submit some great projects, including road projects. So Edia, Stasia, thank you very much for allowing me the floor at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Freeland. And you don't have to do cartwheels in the chambers to get our attention up here. I'm just kidding. Just a little humor here in chambers. So with that, we also have in the queue Delegate Herman Daniels. Delegate Daniels, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, late afternoon. It's going to be evening pretty soon. Pro Temp Chair, NDOT Director, Mr. Silversmith. Thank you for your report, presentation to the Naabik'íyáti committee members. I see Babahe since 7. I don't know or you go a non-Mr. with Navajo Division of Transportation. Right now, we just recently got the snow when it melts, it gets muddy. Especially right here, look at your cake on that. The region about that's case. Just always was stated delegates later. That when you go that way in the evening time, you'll see vehicles parked along the road. In other areas across the Navajo Nation, it gets very muddy. But the snow that we got, we're very thankful. I see my bike here hitting that car. So I don't know in the North region, Nassau, Ojeto, Shanto, and Naabik'íyáti region. We have projects, road projects. And one of the main major road project that is gonna move is the Nassau Ojeto road project. AIC nautical. I don't know the other day, several days ago, Senator David Hinkins, he brought a proposal before infrastructure and forgot the name of the committee, appropriations committee. It went through. I don't know at that time. Representative from Utah representing our area, the great Phil Lyman. He also had a proposal, a bridge, a great Bullfrog Marina to Halls Crossing Marina, a bridge that was named. So that went through too, the $2 million. And Senator David Hankins, $4 million, a for Navajo Mountain to Ojeto environmental impact studies. So after that, this project here, it's going to cost a lot of money, over $100 million. So Mr. Silverstein, so I think we really need your support on this, from the Navajo Nation. I know the Utah delegation, they came to not just on chapter, Senator, not Senator, but Lieutenant Governor Henderson, senators, and also county commissioners. They were all in attendance at that time. Navajo Nation President, division directors, so they really spoke in support of this road project. They did a tour, the proposed route tour. So they're pretty well aware of this project. It's a big project. It's going to cost over $100 million. But from the Navajo Nation. So this right now, if you were to go to Navajo Mountain, you have to go all the way around, and on down to one, get on the M16, go down to Natsufan, from Ojeto to Natsufan. It's 124 miles. So sometimes I don't make the meeting to Natsufan. This was before the pandemic. If we build this road, it would lessen the drive time. An hour or less, so 45 minutes from Ojeto to Natsufan. You'll be there in 45 minutes. So this road project, it's for our Navajo people. Schools, health with the Utah Navajo health system that should further down the road, economic development. So in the RDC, we went out there several months ago. We looked at the road. We crossed the Paiute Canyon onto Paiute Mesa. So RDC. We really need the Navajo Nation's support on this. State of Utah, they're really supporting this. So the Monument Valley Road Project. I drop I'm going to drop a legislation right now that it's with OLC Miss Connie, not Mr. OLC's the Monument Valley Road Project. So M16. I know it's Apikin chapter. This was their project to connect the road and they pave the road from Crossroads, Highway 98 crossroads, intersection 2, Highway 160 going south. Aja dam atin ayat el ados nis at nego aja. So that asin from in that ayin nadalness. Because yeah, could have but they pay the I think because we have families that live along the road, and the fire station that they get on an EMS that they utilize the road so got it I see that washboard a ton of liam so it is yakoda I don't know road I forgot the number of that road from Patatican National Monument all the way down to Paiute Mesa. So it is I see I see that in the summertime I see when it gets very sandy in certain areas. I don't know, winter time gets muddy. I really appreciate NDOT operators I know J2 region, the North region is a big area to cover. I don't know, it's mainly dirt roads. So I don't know, Ferguson to the chin. I see not, he's doing a really good job, wonderful job. Every day, certain days he will be at North on area, certain days Fluffy Ken or J Toda. So he's covering a big area. So Mr. Todachin, I see not Mexico. I don't know other operators that across the Navajo Nation. So it is not a bahate so I don't can hear that roads will be muddy in a lot of these areas across the Navajo Nation. So it is I think I see back in so it is also hospital pro tem chair. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Daniels. So with that, we did have 4 delegates who did pose questions to Director Garrett Silversmith. So Director Silversmith, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you.
Good afternoon again, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I'll go directly to the questions again, beginning with Honorable Delegate Daniel So. Mr. Delegate So had mentioned that he had reached out to previous staff within our division requesting for updates and meetings with applicable people as far as the connection to the upcoming projects. And also Delegate So mentioned that a second meeting is forthcoming. He wants to convene a second meeting, and he wants our involvement and participation in these meetings. So yes, we'll be glad to be at the table and discuss the forthcoming potential projects in your delegate region, and we'll provide our comments and our possible solutions to some of the pending situations out there in the delegate region, in your delegate region, so Honorable Delegate So. And another question that was presented by Honorable Delegate So is, do chapters have to approach Navajo DOT for snow removal services through our established and current IGA that we have with Sandoval County? And I believe when this IGA was established and created, we were so focused on getting this approved and active and current that we didn't reach out and get all the related partners together and go over the details of this agreement. And so Delegate So had mentioned that his previous attempts, the community's previous attempts to reach out to OPVP and then reach out to Navajo DOT for requests for permission to get on these routes to provide snow removal services. And so this is one of the, as an example, this is one of the details that we should have worked out. We have, during the second meeting that you will be convening, Honorable Delegate, so this is something that we can discuss. And I wouldn't think, it wouldn't take maybe an approval from us to allow the county to be on these roads to do snow removal services, as an example. The chapter would work directly with the county, where, for example, if it's an email, they would just CC Navajo DOT and say, here's the situation on this particular route, it needs snow removal services. And that's something that we can discuss, and that would be all it would take, instead of losing time and precious time as far as trying to get our permission. And a lot of these routes that the county is assisting on is we need to have the Bureau of Indian Affairs at the table as well. Because we are talking about some of these BIA roads that belong to, of course, the Bureau of Indian Affairs Navajo region. So that's my suggestion that we put on the agenda, Honorable Delegate, so is that the chapters can work directly with the county and get them out to provide snow removal services as soon as possible. Next question was why does it take years and years for these road improvements to occur? And my response to that is I'll go to an example here, the right-of-way process. A Bureau of Indian Affairs route, for example, that has a scope of work of new construction of a highway, bridge, and it's funded by the Federal Highway Administration through the Tribal Transportation Program. These projects actually do take years and years, and it's because the established right-of-way system that exists. There is probably a 20-step list of items that we need to take care of to get that ultimate goal of securing a right-of-way. And some of these road projects, not some, but all of these road projects consist of securing environmental compliances, biological, archaeological, 401, 404 permits if we are crossing recognized national waterways. And the permits and the clearances, they take years. And for instance, some of these projects, the right-of-way, it goes beyond a year, it goes to 2 years. And an existing road might exist, a dirt road, but when our ultimate goal is to pave it, when we start to do the archaeological and biological compliance on it, there might be some previous undiscovered Anasazi ruins below that existing road. And so that puts aside, that adds months, if not years, to get full compliance on that road due to that undiscovered archaeological finding under that existing road. That's just one archaeological finding. There might be several. In some cases, we have a current project in Arizona that has six archaeological sites that we have to clear before we are allowed to construct on there. So that's why when I reference years, it takes years. And another option that negatively impacts the progress of these projects is that on these projects that we have funding for tribal transportation improvement, tribal transport program dollars for, we have to comply with 2 established environmental compliances, one through US DOT and the second one through the BIA. So for one road, we have to do 2 different compliances, environmental compliances, to get the archaeological and biological clearances. And we've been sharing that with our various leaderships and saying that that's not an appropriate process to secure right-of-way. Why do we have to do 2 clearances? It should only be one, which is the US DOT Federal Highway Administration side. And we have that established in our program agreement with the Federal Highway Administration. That's something that we've been doing And we've been bringing this message to the Navajo Region leadership, BIA. We brought this up to U.S. DOT Secretary Buttigieg, Department of Interior Secretary Holland. We brought it up to our various senators and lawmakers at the DC level in the state of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. So that's what I mean, Honorable Delegate. So when some of these projects take years, actually does take years to secure a right-of-way. And we're very limited in what we can do because a lot of our eventual securing of these right-of-ways is based on what they can do, on what the BIA can provide us, and our own internal system here in the Navajo Nation is very lengthy too. Our next question was one of the, and I wanted just to reemphasize that there was a question about, although it's recognized that we have 159 projects that we have to eventually successfully complete, yes, that is our within our plan here to do those 159. And yes, we can take more. It's just going to take us more time because these 159 projects that are currently before us, those take precedence, those take priority, because those are already in queue right now as far as establishment and advancing. So, we can receive additional projects. It's just we welcome them. We welcome these projects, and that's the basis of what we do is maintenance and construction within our established system here at Navajo DOT. But it's just we have to give priority to these already 159 projects that have already been approved. We have funding for them, and they consist of, these projects are consistent within our 5 agencies already. Moving on to Honorable Delegate Mr. Jamie Henio. Mr. Henio, as you mentioned, we recently met with the governor with the Pueblo of Laguna 2.5 weeks ago. President Nez, Vice President Leiser, and I, and there's several other members. We met with the leadership there at the Pueblo of Laguna, and we talked about the N55 portion of the route that goes from Alamo to I-40. And you did mention the stated condition of that existing paved road. For your information, $1.08 million has been identified for improvements on the current existing damaged sections on N55. I believe there's 8 to 12 damaged sections. And we went over those locations a week and a half ago internally with staff. And so the plan there is, our schedule is to address those 8 to 10 locations as far as repairing those bad sections on that existing paved portion there. And as you're aware, there's some cutout section, there's just base coarse gravel that are exposed, and whereas the adjacent areas are existing paved roads, there's cracks, there's potholes. So that's the intention there, Honorable Delegate Jamie Henio. $1.08 million has been identified for the improvement of that existing road. Now the unpaved portion of N55 that goes north is referred to as L54, which is the Pueblo Laguna portion, and that is actually 13.8 miles. That's something that you reference in the unpaved portion, and it's an existing dirt road. And we posed this question, Honorable Delegate Henio, to the leadership there at the Pueblo Laguna 2 weeks ago, is that we want to assist the Pueblo of Laguna to eventually secure the right-of-way, and we provided our technical assistance and guidance there. And the tentative construction estimate, everything attached to that to improve that route is roughly about just under $53 million. And we shared this with the leadership there at the Pueblo of Laguna. So what they ask, and this is where we're probably going to need your involvement, your participation, as you have always been there, is that the Pueblo of Laguna is inviting us back for a proposal, a further update to strategically plan to pave that portion, securing the funds, and a proposal is what they're asking. to fund that 13.8 miles. So right now, we are in the process of preparing a proposal along with a PowerPoint presentation, and we'll be scheduling that with them sometime soon, within the next couple of weeks or so, when we meet directly back with them. That's their suggestion on going before their council again and explaining the process and providing our input into that project. At this point, they weren't saying they're in support of it, but they want to just hear the proposal first and so forth. And then your last question is, where do we get the funding for L54, the unpaid portion of the 13.8 miles? Like I mentioned, our preliminary estimate is $53 million, just under. And that's where we're going to discuss this, Honorable Delegate Henio, is what are some options? Do we approach the state of New Mexico to fund part of it under some of the 4 scenarios that state of New Mexico has funding for tribes across the state of New Mexico? We can pursue RAISE grants, which is something similar to a TIGA grant. There's options there, but there's some options there, Honorable Delegate Henio. Moving on to Honorable Delegate Mark Freeland. And yes, we do have Mr. Edwin Begay established, as he'll be providing the assistance as far as planning activities within the Eastern Agency, along with Ms. Margie Begay and Ms. Leanne Roy. And yes, we do thank Mr. Larry Joe for his previous tenureship there with us when he provided that guidance and assistance on the Eastern Agency side. And additionally, thank you for additional comments commending our staff there as far as providing services to the community within your delegate region. And some of the other members that you had mentioned, Ms. Priscilla Lee, Ms. Marlinda Littleman, Ms. Norma Bowman, and others. You also mentioned snow removal services and dirt road blading activities that have been happening there. So, just in the last couple of days that we've been receiving snow, that's what we've been focusing on out there in Eastern Agency and other agencies within the Navajo Nation. Last night we worked till 9 p.m. Doing these services that we need to do for our Navajo Nation, and we work on weekends, just like many of you delegates do. You work on weekends. You guys work till midnight, and that kind of our schedule sometimes it mirrors what you guys do, and we appreciate what you guys do as well. So thank you for those comments, Delegate Mark Freeland. Delegate Herman Daniels, thank you very much for those compliments too that you shared about our staff, Mr. Ferdinand Totachini and others as well. Thank you for that. And you also mentioned some existing road projects in your region, and you mentioned specifically the Oljeto to Navajo Mountain project, which the estimate is probably in excess of $100 million, as you had mentioned. And we met with various leadership from the state of Utah. President Nez, Vice President Leiser, and yourself were involved with those on-site tours of that potential alignment between Navajo Mountain and Oljeto, that corridor there. So we'll continue to meet on that as far as the potentialness there and where we need to go. And there's many others that are involved with that, the advancement of that project. The communities of Navajo Mountain, Oljeto, of course, their chapters and their chapter representation. And it's going to save some driving time as far as you had mentioned, going from Highway 160 to 163 and then back to 98 and back to N16, as you had mentioned. And so it's going to take some coordinated efforts as far as advancing this project. And the securing of the funds is going to be one thing. It's a corridor that an alignment that goes through some areas. There are some existing roads, as you mentioned, that connect the two, but there's a segment there that has no paved, no existing roads. There's some bridges involved, but again, we'll be glad to work with you side by side on that, Delegate Mr. Herman Daniels. So those are my responses, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Charles Newton, to these questions. Thank you.
Who? Oh, thank you for that Director Silversmith. So with that, we do have, before I proceed forward to delegates who wish to be added to the queue, I would like to ask Chair Daniel, so was your question answered?
Thank you, Shiyaza, to members of the Naabik'íyáti committee and to Mr. Silversmith. Not in total, but I'll work with him to schedule a meeting with the 4 chapters in the southern part, and then another meeting with the 4 chapters in the north. Get a better understanding, and then to go back, if I may, Madam Chair. You know that the chapters are asked by the planners to prioritize roads, and those priorities are given. And then I don't understand, there was previous statement, some of these chapters go get outside funding without letting us know. Those requests for funding are part of the chapter priorities. So that part really, it puts a bigger question, but we'll let it go and we'll address those at the convening of the chapters respective of the 2 interagency road agreements. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chairman. So, Chair Henyo, were your questions answered?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo. Delegate Freeland, were your questions answered?
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem. Yes,
Thank you, Delegate Freeland. Delegate Herman Daniels, were your questions answered?
Madam Chair, yeah, just one more comment. I'll make it short. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Kodo. Thank you, Kodo, Mr. Silversmith, Kodo. Thank you for all you do for the Navajo Nation, Kodo. Adonana, in regards to legislation 257, I'll be having meetings with the 4 chapters that I represent, Kodo, and we want to invite you to our meeting to get an update on the 257 and the NDOT with the NDOT. So it is appreciate the meeting between San Juan County, Utah, road sigi, with the NDOT and RDC. That meeting was a good meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Daniels. So with that, we do have some new delegates who would like to be added to the queue. Vice Chair Raymond Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, for allowing us to ask questions, and these are important for our communities to hear. Also, Naabik'íyáti committee members, there are some good questions and some good answers, and we all look forward to our communities, and we know from our communities what is precedence and what is priorities, and we wish that everything could be funded so that every one of the 24 districts would be receiving what is really needed out there, because there is a big dire need for road improvement. And those that are listening on board, appreciate them still with us this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Garrett Silversmith, for being the executive director and also helping out with the Navajo Nation and the snow issues and road issues. And thank you for the community wants to thank you for helping out orchestrate the bridge in Navajo, Arizona, and also the one in Lupton with the bridge across 9402. And you well know that we had a meeting with the Department of Interior, Mr. Newland, Secretary Assistant, and also Mahaja from the BIA Regional Office, and also Mr. Stevens and the staff that was here this morning. I brought the topic up with 9402, which has been long-standing for many, many years, and past delegates have spoke about that and say they were in the mix of trying to get it completed, and it looks like it's in the process of stepping even further than what was envisioned back in 1980s and 90s and 2000 and 2010, and now we have it here with us. So my question is, I know that the Biden administration had signed the stimulus for the $1 trillion for infrastructure, and out of the funds, of course, it's going to have to be divvied up between 575 other federally recognized Indian nations throughout the United States. But mind you, some of them live on paved roads, and some of them already have improvements, and I'm sure they're wanting a big chunk of that funding too, to improve their bridges and improve their roads. But Navajo Nation is so vast and so large, and the population is continually growing, that is there any way that we could help advocate and say that, like we did with the funding with IHS, we saw the projects, there was over 500 some odd projects that were not even funded enough to cover, and the Navajo Nation Council had passed the legislation and requested the Biden administration, the Congress, and the President of the United States to increase the funding. And lo and behold, we had IHS get a 5-year span of over $700 million, and their cost was in the neighborhood of $500 some odd million. So with that, I know that you talked about projects being earmarked, and there's projects already within the Navajo Nation. And I'm hoping that 9402 can somehow be considered within that parameter, because this is over 20 miles and it's a bus route, and there's a lot of folks that live on the southern part of the Rio Perco, and the state of Arizona at one point was looking at possibly utilizing that as an offset road in case I-40 had shut down within the Lupton or Houck area or Sanders area. It'd be an alternative route. And I remember Mr. Orlando Teller at the time, when he was the state representative, he put a bill in, he was requesting for funding for that, so they have an idea what's going on. And of course, elections coming up with the senators, and I'd like to address them to be aware of this, because that's one route that we could accomplish through the state and through the county and through Navajo Nation Department of Transportation and BIA, and I see that. So Shinanta, I'm hoping that we don't get sidestepped, I guess you could say, for lack of terminology. We're really hoping and praying that this will be the ultimate thorough way that will be completed. And I talked to, and I mentioned to Mr. Mahoja, and I thank him for him and his advocacy to try to get the right-of-ways for the allotted lands. And that was also mentioned through Mr. Newland, who said that that is a problem with the Indian nations. There's right-of-ways that need to be, I guess, conquered, because that's one thing that holds up the progress of any infrastructure, whether it's power lines, water lines, or roadways, or thoroughways, or infrastructure, or anything that the Indian nations want to develop. So these are the things that I'm really looking forward to. And I'm willing to work with you, Shinanta, and I'm happy that you had did a study out there and for 9402, and there's a cost estimate, and somehow we can, look at the funding and see how we can get this accomplished, because it's at that point where we are pushing this along in the right direction. It's not in the wrong direction, and I foresee it to happen with the enthusiasm from the Lupton, Hauk, and Hudson chapters, and they're really adamant about doing this. And of course, it's a bus route, and our senior citizens live on that side, and they have to get to their appointments. And when it rains, that southern part washes out. And I know that you sent crew out there to repair it, and the following day it did the same thing, and it flooded, and it just washed the whole road out, and people were stranded. And I know you're limited with resources because you got to cover 27,000 square miles, and if we could just improve that, put reservoirs, and get a study going, and do an ultimate fix that road, so that would be one road that we wouldn't have to send heavy equipment in there trying to move earth and trying to repair that. I see that as a ultimate way of fixing that, Shenandoah. So I know that RDC is the oversight of your behalf, and I did mention that to our communities and our chapters, and they're really looking forward to that. So I'm hoping that somehow, somewhere, we're not forgotten, and I know that other locations throughout the Navajo Nation are at dire need too, and I support them. And we did support, I should say, Jimmy Yellowhair, getting that roadway established. And of course, construction's the next thing, and I'm sure they're anticipating that. So that's what I want to say, and I'm hoping that there'll be another stimulus coming down to cover the Indian Nations for even more funding, because I'm sure a lot of Indian Nations are saying we would like more than what we were allocated. So if Navajo Nation can, draft up a legislation like we did with the SDS projects, maybe if we could get some traction on that and get that funding for our projects throughout the whole Navajo Nation. Thank you, Garrett, for being with us and presenting this and looking for the future. And road is important. And the other thing too, Shenandoah, is we got to start thinking about these electric cars, because where are they going to fuel up at? These electric cars are only limited to 200 miles, and we don't have no facility stations for them. That would be revenue generating for these Tesla and these Ford vehicles that are going electric, and they have to stop and refuel, and it takes them about an hour and a half to fully get it charged, and then they're on their way for another 200 miles. So I think we should start looking at that and generating revenue through that, so that we don't have because tourism is a big money maker on the Navajo Nation, Shenandoah. So I'm looking at that too on behalf of the Navajo Department of Transportation. Thank you, Chairwoman, for this time, and I will turn the floor back over to you and Mr. Garrett Silversmith. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. We have next in the queue, Delegate Thomas Walker. After Delegate Thomas Walker, we have Delegate Otto So, and then we'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Silversmith. Delegate Thomas Walker.
Yes, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, it's out.
Question. Yeah, let's see. Honorable Charles Newton for giving me the time here this afternoon for a response or comments, questions to the report from NDOT. Adolph and colleagues, the Naabik'íyáti committee. Ado Taisagito Arco Nikadon Hidden. Mr. Silversmith, appreciate the report. Shado Queenson, colleagues, yeah, that's it. By Hela Nahat Bahwin Ego. So in the Hazdi by Yapchit, Nahat Ado. Yati Eya Nan Shadid appreciate the report and the conversation that followed the report. I want to just say that in appreciation, the MOA signing with Coconino County and NDOT just 2 weeks ago, the road maintenance agreement for the next 5 years, signed earlier, and some of us were able to attend that event and witness the signing again. So commitment from the county, though, the Navajo Nation, to share equipment, resources, and so forth in maintaining the roads on the Navajo Nation. In the legislative district that I serve, 3-4 of the communities are going to be benefiting from that road maintenance program with the county. I got some pretty good comments from constituents who were looking at the event and those that have heard about it. Although secondly, we can at some point again discuss the 2016 Grand Falls Highway feasibility study. That's the future. I think it really speaks to the future for that region, that area. Earlier, we're all here for our people. We're all here to serve the people. Transportation needs are a big part of our community, big part of our nation. Anytime there's a feasibility study that's conducted, it contains valuable information, useful information that's readily available for leaders to advocate for, leaders to discuss, leaders to take those studies to the next level. So I know that the community at Loop has inquired about this study again. As the director of NDOT, you have certainly the ability and certainly have that role to respond to those requests from communities, although leaders. Focusing on the 2016 Grand Falls Highway feasibility study. Again, that study is viewing what could be the future for that area. Could improve certainly a lot of areas, especially the quality of life, health and safety, and just a number of other things. It's a huge study done by Dibble Engineering. With the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee, this report, Mr. Silversmith. Second, after that, in 71, sorry about that, in 71, that road is under construction, although maybe early spring, late spring housing. So community Bird Spring certainly looks forward to that project. Again, I have stated that project has been in the planning stage for so long, although the search for funding, waiting for funding to start that road construction. N71 is a road that would connect from another county road from city of Winslow on into Bird Springs and to connect to N15, 11-mile stretch of road. So So the Quidishin a resolution or use kisindel ya yalkio. Jonebda inishka the ko by Hegla. We were out there for the ribbon cutting ceremony last summer with President Nez and yourself and community members. We look forward to the completion of that road. I know it's on track, and I know it will certainly happen, and I'm really looking forward to that, as well as my community members and local leaders. Lastly, we sent a chapter resolution to BIA to address street lighting in downtown Loop, Arizona. But traffic has certainly increased over the years, and I think it's time for street lighting. Like every other community on the Navajo Nation, safety is of the utmost concern. And of course, BIA was encouraging us to do this under the leadership and directorship of Mr. Stevens, the previous director. Then Mr. Mahoja is there now, and then he has a different response. The BIA locally in the no. So issuing resolution and letters and contact will be following my statements here, Mr. Silversmith. So I thought I'd mention this on the record. Madam Chair Pro Tem for allowing me to speak here. I'll give it back to you. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Thomas Walker. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the next delegate in the queue, Vice Chair Otto So. After Vice Chair Otto So is done with asking his questions, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Director Silversmith. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. I move forth. Ashwati. Okay, thank you. Yes, first of all, Silversmith, thank you for your report. And we know that this report is geared to the New Mexico Capital Outlay projects and how this discussion came about. And the answer that you provided to Honorable Daniel So and the New Mexico delegates that are part of the capital outlay. So very positive state of New Mexico does with the Navajo chapters that are within the state of New Mexico that have potential to submit for projects on their behalf. On the 159 projects by Anstito, Dashin Sabo, the normal or the normal statement that is always provided to leadership from the programs under the executive branches. We don't have enough staff, and we don't have this, we don't have that, and that's one of the outcomes that I hear here. And Navajo Nation is a vast area which covers into the state of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. no baby nasha with on shit so with I don't that technical aspect and the technical framework and so forth is so much needed within each of the states. But coming to the table here is that, you know, a lot of these projects here in Arizona, not too sure how these projects are moved forth, but for instance, like the project which Honorable Thomas Walker alluded to, the Bird Spring Road, under the 23rd Council, we were able to secure the funding for the school building itself at Little Singer and the school and the Acheen, the road. I remember being on that bus with the House Appropriation Committee. Gave them a ride on the school bus that stops were thrown out, and the bus that gave us a bumpy ride. That's what sparked that project to get funded along with the BIA with the Little Singer School. Well, Walter Phelps, the were on the bus, and Honorable Karate and speaker staff and the base of budget upon the penal go the state pertaining to the NDOT road projects and moving forth these projects so that we try to complete these projects in a timely manner so that the 159 projects could put some sort of dent to it. Say, hey, and looking at the projects, to provide time 159 projects that you have, you know, progression by third quarter we'll finish this many projects. By the second quarter, this is what our projection is to finish this many more. The third quarter, not the fourth quarter, whether it's the whole construction or the EA or the right-of-way process and so forth. And it's always a verbal report to the council. The reason why I say this is that a lot of these projects in the Western agencies, I see a dent. Look at the T-chip dollars and so forth, and you know that we got the short end of the stick. When the audit out of the $13.8 million, what is your projection to spend those dollars so that we could look at other roads that we can fund? So you run this program under the executive branch. So looks to me that no priority in the former Benefreeze area. Then and maybe one or two projects that are in there in road construction dollars. Dollars in there earmarked for FFBA area in the T-tip. You have funds that were appropriated or that were earmarked through the using the field excise tax. even not the fuels tax, or the supplier would pay the tax collected and put in this pot each year. So did it la ya aje has anje ya dot asige ko adon da it la ya dot asitaki yeda. You were the division director under the previous administration. They began NAS. And then you're the division director for the current administration, NAS Lizer administration. Only Abiado Ajet Daiskin. It's not Bansabatin, don't lick up BGB, couldn't don't lick up before 18. Was inside the former Benefreeze area. Road that goes to Loop from Coal Mine Mesa, Arizona down to Loop. The road on the Monavi Dirt Road, the full 8.9 miles is not addressed yet. Small portion, about half of it is being planned and so forth, but really a small dent. Have the roads that are there within the FFBA North Tuba all the way to Twinahinle, or from Sinapan Sabatin all the way into Twinalia, right under the Preston Mesa. Alit ego la did as ado da inishiki ahot al hahnis aje abiyaji kewit inigi. Ika snalde na hold really no progress. Roads in the region. Even from Tonani Lake all the way to Cameron. Not on the Topahayat. Instead of Bahadendo, I see not I do Ishan as Neta. Ish even now, I didn't know what Diego Ishan is Neta. Highway 160 and 89 junction. Doesn't Ahayaga Lord Kiniki. Don't lay towards the roads in the regions that are really, really needed, especially in Cameron. Road from Green Mountain to top of Green Mountain. Really, really looks like the catering to the roads is not in the interest of the Western Navajo communities. The Chibito, the Hoto, Antohodo, in Route 16, Chayayasti, and the Sour Wash Road, the Ekashi Toto, the has Kanmakas, Kinigi. It is a day, Sihot, as a dear. Taho Sange are the need for Shoto. Diego the name that just kid. Community in Tuba City, we have the roads of Chiwili Road and have the road of that is the Rifle Range Road. Diego Nahot I see Diego the administration Diego on the state Diego Dopo the Ahda. Oh, it's not yours. The in last night, I see carpet on the snatty in last night. Oh, yeah, but now I did, just shaking Zilla. Or start shaking Lego, Nelly. Yet she didn't need on Anchego. Dashing the or a fair, not single for a ya. It is on the Hanans and Ajabias, Jagi for the Abias, Kate, Iniki. Then is Bishmas, Anni, the Aja. Partners, let's say, it's at the wisdom. Or Congo in the district or national. The ego than because Ando Naabik'íyáti based on we fund your program, or whether it's direct consultation with the chapter, the communication, and so forth. You have operation dollars to do that. We, as the council delegates, shouldn't be getting involved to say, hey, come over here to Tuba City and talk to my chapter about the road project. That the Navajo people basically the comprehensive budget. But basically, that direct consultation with the chapter should be something that should be going on every day. The 20 nest is again. The Monavi Dirt Road, the Old Airport Dirt Road. I see kid. What I see on this ego to I don't no one submitted a bid, no one didn't do this, no one didn't do that. Beyond those words, what other alternatives are available to try to obtain individuals to submit their bids? So did I yego na hot it? So the other could all show this us. So I see yego could open it's not this now the snake. So has you hold on us any inch need at all. I don't see and there. But Slahi, Kashin, Hadoshi, Hakshin Nas, they need to touch it at all. So, upon the time we approve the comprehensive budget, when you submit that budget to the Navajo Nation Council, we approve it for you. How do we hold you and your managers and your Nishiki responsible for that consultation directly to the 18 chapters or to the 110 chapters across the Navajo Nation? Former Bennett Freeze we had a construction halt of 46 years. No, it's no, so it is so in the so quality, yeah, so you have a now what in that. That even nice. So that's in ego though with the Nisha. Oh, hello, art. Oh, Zangi. Push the Hagios, Art Kay, Inigi. Hello, please be straight up with us. It's too far for you guys. Tell us, Hanza. Tell us, Bitanel, Ada. Koe, Yaheda, Inel, Anigitasa, had the dot in. Etanash, Jo, this is. Oh, let's give it another 3 months. Hanaho dot, Nis. Anaho, Edo, this. Ada Nahad, Hanaho, she did. She got a cat and that now it. So had it ever does. Hey, these are when I couldn't catch and she did hard of Kazimic are the hot dogs, so Kazasham. She needs a dog. So she ayat Ajipa, I had then. It's not a onsen. I dare since so he's now since now. Diego, in that in the with ya, see, ja, again. King. There's our son of a job by this in ni ego da de ya lam che kodo ni hat ni ho ko sa santo da ibe has an inana hanas ni le peso ba do je do da de kana sa Sunday ni from the executive branch chapter that ni they're not responsible. Oh, this is a yehod ni ebeshot asna late elashinan oh di de yego no jo oh ashit sahoshi what a hot le jito just ani nes hot so jito isod hot so jito jito so hot so jito get never care na dot yegon at nisha on sit but nibe has ani yaje kodo hat in jano newspaper di avocado MOA da sign it's na no hit na that lo this kid MOA just speaks to the O&M of the dirt road, the improvement to improve that road. Joy just do I don't love something. So at least they get that back. Jo na things about the year do this. You see the car hat it. So do na it ego do ni. I thought it was now David now hold. What I say I didn't know major that is so odd so that says do at night list not the issue. The last day that's a dagi that's a dagi the Nathan the Jinan. I guarantee you these back burner. Guarantee you with your responsibility you're going to be pulled aside to work on these re-election campaigns. So I was out about such case. And then not understanding. And then in the kid. A late ego did king dodge as nesa. A late ella than hit nesa. This was an a person is there has any is a band hit it. A person hit a is all person but lada it leho. Jimmy Yado that initiate but that in night that is niche. Kohaya la a hole just Ajin the Yado on Nishiki. On the Yado that in Nishiki. Ash the ha hot dish. Every day, yeah. Now they don't kid on the hajo idea na I don't la hinadi dodge. Diego net skin babjin that is it. Naabik'íyáti hot. It even yeah what this oven hastishman it changed. It joyous it on later. Ish is nana but the dish. So it later yatas die which has zito out of Josh Johna art. Oh, Kaya Pahanke of Pahan Aya horse. Anas, Liberty has art, is it na art. It's the shade art is nation. It's the Pohanet, the art, not directly. Red consultation. Times I know that I have to step in to bring you guys to the table. That shouldn't be the case. You should be directly working with the chapter without me telling you or any delegate telling you to work with their chapter. Honorable Mark Freeland indicated, we're going to go call you in and come over here to work with my 8 chapters. That shouldn't be the case. And never beso inchitsala. You are the director of NDOT. You are supposed to be the supervising that ship so that your employees work directly with the chapter without leadership asking you to. Onsen, he is direct with you. So he or she will fire you immediately because of no progress. These are just some of my thoughts that I have about this case. Late, just under. That bit, so that not now and then, not good. But I ego sahan saho ego the net. Oh, Sito, oh, Dinch eat open. Oh, could open. See? Oh, it is what this. Oh, yeah. So.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the presenter to answer the questions that have been asked at this time by the Naabik'íyáti committee. When we return back to delegates, I will ask if their delegates' questions have been answered, and then we'll go to the queue. We'll start with Delegate Elmer Begay, and then right after that, Delegate Eugene. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go to the presenter at this time. Director Silversmith, the floor is yours.
Thank you once again, Honorable Pro-Tem Chair Charles Newton, for allowing me to giving me some time here to respond to the various honorable delegates' questions this afternoon. So I'll begin with Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith here, as far as his input into today's discussion here. And Honorable Delegate Smith mentioned about the couple projects that we have going in Navajo, Arizona, which is the N2007 project that NECA is currently tasked with completing, and the PASS project over in the Lupton, Arizona, the successful $5 million bridge completion of that construction there that happened in the fall of last year. So that was a result of direct input involvement for Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith and his community members there in Lupton chapter and surrounding communities. And without their help, we would have having that much more difficult time in processing and completing that project. So Delegate Smith was quite involved from the very beginning as far as the potential options for securing the funding for that project there in Lupton. So, and he also mentioned the 9402 forthcoming potential achievements there that are at the request of the community members there. And we have been meeting, as he mentioned, we have been meeting with Bureau of Indian Affairs, Regional Director Mahoja and his staff, as far as what is needed to get that project construction ready, as far as the compliances, the status of the land ownership. And so we talked about that, and our most recent discussion was about a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago that we had with Honorable Delegate Smith there. And that was a positive meeting there, and some action items were discussed. So we're working along with the Bureau of Indian Affairs in completing these action items from this most recent meeting. Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith also mentioned the forthcoming, President Biden, Vice President Harris infrastructure bill. So just a couple of days ago, actually it was yesterday, we met with the US DOT Federal Highway Administration on the latest updates for the Tribal Transportation Program. The federal officials did mention to us yesterday that $3 billion is forthcoming to the Tribal Transportation Program. And these funds are targeted for all tribes across the U.S. And so Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith was asking further involvement with that. And also we had a discussion as far as other funds that are available that are forthcoming to the Navajo, to the tribes in general. There is a potential of $925 million additional that are coming to all tribes. And this is specifically for 2 separate bridge programs that they will be implementing. So the $925 million is coming from this portion of the funds. And so my answer or my comment here is on the $3 billion, is that we don't know the amount that's coming to the Navajo Nation specifically. However, we just know that amount in general is coming to all tribes. So it's yet to be determined on the exact amount that will be coming to the Navajo Nation. But we do know that we have mentioned, and I have mentioned previously, since last fall, we have created a Navajo DOT comprehensive transportation funding plan. And with whatever amounts that's coming to the Navajo Nation, we have targeted based on community involvement here, 4 scenarios that we want to apply these funds to, and that's within each 24 delegate regions. And we want to strategically apply these funds towards 4 areas, and that's the pavement preservation purposes on our existing paved roads across Navajo. The second one is dirt road improvements, and the third one is new bridges, and finally the fourth one is new highways. So these 4 areas that we want to emphasize and focus on towards spending the $3 billion, a portion of that $3 billion that we were receiving applied to these 4 areas. So I'll be happy and looking forward to continue working with Delegate Raymond Smith as we focus on his delegate region and some of those projects there. So we do have projects that are potentially ready for discussion and for each of the 24 delegate regions. So we have that process. So thank you again, once again, Delegate Raymond Smith, for your involvement and your continued leadership. Delegate Thomas Walker, Honorable Walker, we did, yes, thank you for your participation at this MOU signing in Flagstaff at the Coconino County MOA signing that we had 2 weeks ago, and your presence there highlighted that event along with other leadership there from President Nez and other county officials and Coconino County officials, and some of the representation that we had from the other counties, Navajo County, Apache County, and so it was a successful event. And this signing establishes and it provides the basis for our future advancement for community projects within the Coconino County. And just like we talked about previously, this is a similar achievement that we had made for McKinley County and Sandoval County. He also mentioned about the 2016 Grand Falls feasibility study corridor, and under Mr. Darrell Bradley's involvement, we did some back in 2016 and subsequent years thereafter. We provided some information as far as realistically seeing this project come to some sort of a successful advancement toward, a discussion where this corridor, the Grand Falls corridor between Twin Arrows and going northward to Cameron and going northward up there in that area, a reality. So in this feasibility study, it has all the related facts and information that's connected to that corridor. You also mentioned the N71 Bird Springs project that's currently happening from N15 going south toward Winslow, and we are probably in our fifth month of construction there, and we're looking forward to eventual completion date sometime this summer. And so that project is going on successfully, and we have that project is being completed by in-house Navajo DOT staff there under Mr. Herbert Tom and Mr. Joe Peterman's leadership there. So thank you again for your direct involvement with that project, Honorable Delegate Walker. Your success was important. It was imperative, along with the Bird Springs chapter officials for making this project a success up to this point here. And I think I believe around $12 million is invested in this corridor there for N71. So we're looking forward to that completion. And then finally, to Honorable Delegate Otto So, thank you for your comments and the feedback as far as the overall your overall involvement and feedback and your grasp into highlights of some of the areas that you had mentioned in your delegate region. You had mentioned some New Mexico Capital Outlay projects that we referred to and how that should mirror in the state of Arizona. And also you mentioned about the amount of projects that are currently in the process in various stages of completion, the 159 projects that I had mentioned earlier. And you mentioned that a framework should be established as far as a schedule and highlights and achievements deadlines that should be established and pursued in every quarter. So we have that established as far as the achievements for every quarter that we have on each of these projects. And it's our intention to meet the majority of these goals. However, a lot of these involvement that we have with these projects here is outside of our control. We have compliances, like I mentioned, archaeological, biological, 401 watershed permits that involve the outside involvement from entities from our federal government, BIA, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So we are at in their schedule as far as these permits and compliances are achieved. So, and much of our dependence, our success of our projects is dependent on how soon they can get to our projects. So you had mentioned that, Honorable Delegate Otto So. And you also had mentioned the area projects within the former Bennett Freeze areas and how more projects should be established using possibly our fuel excise tax road funds for these projects. And every year, as you know, and as you had mentioned, Honorable Delegate So, that approximately $6 to $7 million are identified for projects within each of our 24 delegate regions in the Navajo Nation. And so you had mentioned how we should continue to provide an emphasis to these former Bennett area projects. And so, yes, we agree in that approach and that mentality. However, $6 to $7 million spread around 24 delegate regions is not enough. But I hear your concern there as far as pursuing other funding options for the former Bennett Freeze area. And the infrastructure bill you had mentioned as far as the various projects within again the Tuba City area and surrounding areas, how we should continue to strongly emphasize advancement in those areas there. And as I mentioned earlier to my response to Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith about the proposal about the forthcoming infrastructure bill fund, the 4 areas of road improvements. So those 4 areas of road improvements that we have strategically established, we want to apply some of those in your delegate region in the Tuba City area. And those are and we set aside some funds for dirt road improvements and also pavement preservations in the Tuba City area. And those were with the involvement of the community as far as Tuba City. And you had mentioned the N1012 and the N6222 projects that are just southwest of Tuba City, and how we should continue to move those projects as far as the eventual construction. As you mentioned that back in 2020, we had tried to move this project along. We had funds there established, and then we had some matching funds there from the Tuba City chapter. But ultimately, it came down to we didn't receive any bids at all for any surrounding contractors that are established there in the community to provide any involvement for the projects, those 6222 and N1012. And what is the alternative if there is no interest from the local contractors for the eventual construction of these projects. And yes, we do have interest. I mean, we do have some alternatives. One of the alternatives is we could do that project ourselves, and I mean by Navajo DOT personnel. But currently, we are already tasked with projects that are already scheduled for this year. And as we heard, we have projects in a project in N71 Bird Springs, and then we also have some projects in other delegate regions that we have already scheduled for. And so that's just one option as far as what are some alternatives if there's no interest. But again, if you noticed last week in the Navajo Times and other local papers, there was some advertisements for various scopes of works on those Old Airport Road and Monavi Road projects. So we're advancing those projects, and we hope to secure a contractor who will help us with those projects there. And then finally, you had mentioned that we need to get continuing to have community involvement at the chapter level, community members, and so forth. And that's one of our main responsibilities here within our Department of Planning, is that they are along with them and then various members of our other various departments, is we coordinate those meetings with our chapters, with all 110 chapters, and we continue to do that. And that's the basis, as you mentioned, it's the basis and the foundation for any advancement of any project, whether it be transportation or non-transportation. And we'll continue to do that. And we recently met and had correspondence with Mr. Gerald Kitso back in mid-January as far as the N1012 and the N6222 project. And back on January 21st is when we had our involvement with Navajo EPA as far as the construction plans and their input into this project. But we'll continue to coordinate with the chapter president, Mr. Kitso, there. And as we get closer and closer to construction, like I mentioned, hopefully we'll secure a contractor for these two projects there in southwest of Tuba City. But again, I want to emphasize your point there that we need to highlight and continue to involve the community as far as their involvement in these projects, and then I second that, and that's something that we'll continue to do. So thank you for those reminders, those friendly reminders, Honorable Delegate So. We appreciate your continued involvement and your leadership too in the Tuba City area and other surrounding communities. So those are my responses, Honorable Delegate Pro Tem Chair Charles Newton. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Silversmith. So we'll go ahead and go down the line. Delegate Raymond Smith, were your questions answered? Delegate.
Chair, Pro Temp Chair. Yes, I appreciate the response, and it looks positive for our communities, and we'll continue to work with Mr. Garrett Silversmith on moving these forward. Yes, all was answered. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Delegate Thomas Walker, were your questions answered?
Yes, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay, I have to keep checking here. Yes, Madam Chair, though, colleagues, city members, so appreciate the response from NDOT director, and we look forward to moving forward on some of these projects that we spoke about today.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chair Otto So, were your questions and concerns addressed?
Yes, Madam Chair. My answers are sufficient answers I received, and but I appreciate the response from Director Silversmith pertaining to roads. And roads are very important in each delegate region. I always say that East Base need a Western agency need chat as this at the this is the reason why I try to be direct and try to do it nicely, because people deserve their fair share. Those people weren't there in any type of population funding margin. Wouldn't be getting $55 million a year from the transportation. So those are just, but I appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair Otto. So with that, we do have 3 delegates in the lineup. We'll begin with Delegate Elmer Begay. After that, Delegate Eugene So, and after Delegate Eugene So, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Elmer Begay, the floor is yours. Second call, Delegate Elmer Begay.
Yeah, this is another. I don't know, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I don't people that are on the line too. Here, I don't Mr. Silversmith. Yeah, I don't should da singly level. The my bit is cynical. Put it in the shade. No, so yeah, the man then Shadishi Deco, should down there. Good afternoon, Dolly. I don't but I just keep on this year. I think the delegates, are busy day to the year. She get about to sell the other so. I don't know. And Dalcon, I was I guess everybody goes through Dalcon. Because you know that there's a development. Okay, how the Neheko. Because there's now federal government, you know, that put in about $120 million, you know, to put out that Dalcon Hospital Medical Center. With 109 units, orders, non-medical. So right now, I've been ever since I got on with the Navajo Nation Council again 3 years ago. Even I just keep going. What's the plan? I call the snow. We need more studies. No, call traffic studies and I don't know. Because it's a BIA. BIA has to say okay. No, because of that intersection there. I call a BIA cannot no. As a BIA, we get non-go. He says he goes by. There's some policy within the BIA. They go through more studies and on it. But in that, in 15, though, in 6. I don't know when. I don't know who's going to say, hey, time out. We need to do this. We need to look at this. I get out on this. Oh, yeah, Bahazini, yeah. Could on this. Nisha. Oh, what ethical a baby on his vehicle. Other show, now ban to the case, now other in the Bahaz, now Tito this. So potentially, highly potential that there's going to be traffic, heavy traffic there. Because there's going to be a lot of pedestrians. What then that creature? I don't know. Not that just physical. Because in the back then, I don't know how the pedestrian. I don't know how these people will be going across. Asian don't. Yeah, it's cut. I think doesn't his thousands. I guess I could say that. I've been asking for these kind of plans to get a coordination together. Even with the economic development. So today we had a big meeting with my chapters regarding this work session that they have. We tried to invite you, but you said that you can be over here. But I don't know why you have a lot of planners. Margie Brigade at Aliyah and Khanda they schedule their own time. They call me at all this. No, because 3 months ahead that even but not just can't the topic and that's how they work. I guess that's what you call a planner. That you could set those kind of people to our meetings, so you can do yours over here. I don't know what I don't know what kind of big nisigi bandas nisigi do alaban sakesigi. You know, there's always a plan. There's always a case. How do we do this? If you have employees, you have to scale. Somebody has to move. Boy, so when sit net and sit now, I could be hard. I could add yeah, I thought what all young did that what knee. This is I don't need credit here. And then when the skista, and the Khaliah, the Hata, or that in the Haljish, the bay he had the whole Twisson, the Hashkel. Because they then hadn't what I need to know. There's no supervision. There's no program directors. That then has a copy. So that's one thing that I want to say is, you know, that today then the shopping center was there early this morning. And they came from as an enterprise. They came from Windorock to there. They had their plans of credit up on C case. Then this is alternative plans. We can do this, but nobody show up from there. And BIA, nobody show up because of the weather don't know. So I don't know, because you get, I guess we call it the 2 hours delay. So right now, I'm still thinking about is who's going to do the, when are we going to have a roundabout there? But you guys want more studies. When they start traffic flow, that's what my question, my comment to that is, there's going to be traffic there. There's going to be a lot of traffic, heavy traffic. I don't know, that's an accident, not those studies and all those statistics. No, that just be yourself. Okay, I don't know. I don't know how you guys work. Okay, you go under BIA. I just based on this. So don't plans. So if you look at our enterprise, NECA, we're about to do that. I'm about to do that. To come up with a legislation to put the NDOT under NECA. NECA bonded us a contract. They have all their equipment, and then they can be out there. They don't go by early release and 2 hours delay. They don't add another every holiday. They don't go by that. It doesn't. So all that a contract, all that people will move around. Other people will be getting their whoever wants to work. They're not full time. They're not permanent too. They have their seasonal for 4 weeks. They often then they get back on. Today I think the Navajo Nation, this roads department will have our roads being maintained. Chapters go you equipment you owners. Or down the other that's one thing. So it is a bench. Notice that I don't know if you go down to Cape Verde. When you go from Cape Verde to Cottonwood, about 10 that's around about cracking now. Even though they're not as a data 18, they're not even developed yet, but there's roundabouts going on. That's I don't know why it's so hard to do that. They can do that. But I want is the case. Though that's better it's not. This is just one thing that I wanted to say this again. I don't know how we could ask you again. I thought that we need resolution. Do we need legislation to do that? Of course, to have a really good coordination between you and BIA. I don't know that another thing that I wanted to say this is the lights there, ADOT streets for safety pedestrians. We talked to in NXA. Who's all your planners? You need all this Navajo Nation BIA and that to get together. I don't need this. Who has to say that? But this is our job. This is part of our job. We're here to serve the Navajo Nation. Somebody has to say that. You have to be not only to say this. Hey, Roseman, he did none of pedestrian. He did none of housing. Then he did that's the safety part of it. There's we want to know that there's going to be a corridor for safety corridors. Credit and the hospitals, I think they lights and actually for the there. The federal already doing this. But I need I don't want to the case. But that needs to go. What are that? It adds the so when it adds it, how it yield. The Pansy case is clean. What about the case? For a bench distance. So I'm kind of frustrated because we had a meeting again. There's nobody from NDOT there this morning, and you have a lot of planners. I don't know what they do. Like I said, they plan about 3 months. So we can be over there. Don't know, but that's 3 months. How can they do it right away here? What do they do during the time when the snow like this? Aber in diesem case, on the house troubles, on the Ilia. So that's what the government we have. What are you? In this case, so this is another chairwoman. I think I need a response from Mr. Silverson.
Thank you for that, Delegate BA. Next, we'll go ahead and go down the queue. Delegate Eugene So, you have the floor. Delegate Eugene So. Oh, Awadita.
You can hear me now. Okay. That there's unactivity or Asher. In lead. Originally, Leo, yes, the car says, she was on a share. She go share. And she's all Ash. That day, Mr. Silversmith. She can't deal with some nature help. I'm trying to pick up some woods here and there and try to build myself a bridge across a wash over here. In 89-5, I've been he's John Go. Has shot out of the big Even yeah, quite a shot. A chingy. That road was my family, my grandpa's family, all the way to the Church's Chicken. All the farms in that area is my family. It was really hard to ask for something when it's in your family. As an elected official. But I have just forwarded my documents to the Assistant Interior Secretary this morning on 8095 that junction with 8091. Issuing the deal and so it's out of shot that was based on that's many 3 billion across the United States indigenous people. There's out all little the con daisy on I don't know how much they're going to give us, how much cut they're going to give us. I don't know your comprehensive plan. We can not do on it. On it now. It's ask is on handle it. So clean the great hard in the new bridges. It seems like I will never see my bridge. Oh, what on this bridge 29 years easy up on that. RJ, I think you know in that area. There's a flood area. I don't know why people live there, but it's in a flood area. But they're all living there now. We got no other room for them on the reservation to put them. Where they're at, that's where they're staying. So with regards to permits and leases, got no room for nobody on the Navajo Nation except if you have a grazing permit. Otherwise, you don't got no room for you. That's how the laws are. I'm pretty sure if we could see the whole amount of money that we would need to go after every road on the Navajo Nation, I would like to see that amount, how much would we want. That changed. Another matter, something that they so pressed at Daliago. This is a creeper had all this. I learned the council delegates I had and didn't know it's like made it on this. Pretty sure might be in the trillions. All these roads that are being proposed across the Navajo Nation, all that amount put together, how much would we need? Where would we hunt for that money as a council delegate? I'm pretty sure we don't get enough, even though I got so many roads to fix that I would want it fixed to have a paved road to everybody's doorsteps. I'm pretty sure you can't get that money. I should I can't on the rate. Oh, that's not start a record on there. But that is no, it could only hit the So I don't know how many houses are out there on the reservation, and we have to have a road to every house. I wonder how much it's going to cost. That's what we're saying. So I want to see the money, how much it will cost if we do pave everybody's road to everybody's house on the Navajo Nation. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of stipulation with these government funds as also. So we're doing a lot of studies. It seems that we got compromised by all these feasibility studies. It's just where we are all the time. Seems like sometimes you think that way. Not all. That's a week, not so much years. Oh, we're going to do another feasibility study. We got some more money for it. So on this issue, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I don't know. I guess Mr. Silversmith, you think you know? I think you know about that. So I know these money has to be used in a certain way, and there's a lot of EPA regulation that regards to all these funds. But I I know how it was when N27 was going across. We saw this, we saw that. So it holds up for another so many months. I don't never get the clearance. And then work with the grazing committees people. And then sometimes we make that road as a boundary. And then the people that uses all across that to the other side of the road there will close it up on them and then give the land to the other person that's on the other side. Things that sometimes that roads are boundaries. And that's not really cautious. So we used to work with those people so we can get a gate or something for them so they can use both sides of the fence road. So I'm pretty sure there's a lot of regulation that pertains to these dollars and to how to put just one gravel on that road. But the way I see it. So Assistant Chair Secretary Bond Tawzi, I would really like to go after it and try to see what we can do with that. I wish that bridge was going to have been built last year or 2 years ago. But like Otto So is saying the election is this year. And it seems that like we were all saying we didn't really get anything done 4 years, council delegates, because of pandemic. I guess I heard people say it's been 23, I guess it's 24 months now that we've been in this situation since it all started. So a lot of states and a lot of federal offices were closed where we're supposed to be working to get these projects going. So it kind of delayed a lot of projects. And that's how I understand it and see it. So so I'm on his arm, that's how I see it now because of our safety for us and our family and our neighbors and constituents. So we have to work that way. There's no way out of it. So I'm pretty sure a lot of projects have been held back in that regards. For the city that the name is a creeper list that it's not written upon the I don't let's see what we can do with it with the regional director too. I hope that this the other money that you're talking about, set 925 million for all tracks in this. And you need to see if I can grab some of those. See if you can get this bridge across to the other side of the wash, so people can get across when it's flooded. It's about 2-3 miles all the way to the other side to N7 to travel across, and all that road is muddy. But there were some areas you guys fixed in this. I'm proud of that. So it's really getting a little bit better than before. So and yes, I think you know also we're working with the Army Corps of Engineers. So and another avenue I was thinking about is the bird that was built in Chimney. Was asked before who's going to be liable for it if anything ever happens. I think anything of that sort of construction, it has to be regulated. There's supposed to be a regulation. Maybe the EPA or somebody needs to know what. I don't think we got any consent from the people there too. So if anything does happen, I don't know who did work on it. All joint together, hope we're not liable for it. So either day, here, not just source ago. Maybe somebody's gonna file a complaint on us. Me and I don't know who else worked on it. All those people. But other than that, it's a good idea. We've been doing this ever since I was a small boy. That's my area where I plant my hay and all the melons and corn all through my years. So all those people that planted there had passed on. But that irrigation ditch that lies from there, from the holiday and all the way across about maybe 5 miles, that was my uncle's irrigation ditch to help other people in the area. So we fixed it every year. but I has any. So now I really need the road there through there and the bridge there. It is but I do, and I'm sure we don't have the money, and I don't know how we're going to get enough money to get paved road to everybody's doorstep, so we don't have to ruin our vehicles. Some of us cost our vehicles over 50,000, 60 now over towards 100,000, I reckon. So we don't want no scratch or nothing happening to it. So we're saying that we want you to pave the road to each other's, everybody's house on the reservation, so we can protect their vehicles. But I'm pretty sure things can be done. I got a road to two kids that are going to school at the high school, at the school that needs the roads to be paved to. The bus comes here with all these holes in there to their house, and everybody bounce all over the place before they get back out of there. And they are back on the main road. It's the heart of the gate to the road. So I don't know whose road that is, but it needs to be taken care of in Chinley. Or you're in the house on just Hartness now. I don't say it should be he cleaned. I had don't think about him either. But it should have me asking. We want a road to our house, paved to the doorstep. It is. I said though, Mr. Silversmith, I do appreciate what you're doing with my chapter over here, and I wish we could push that bridge across so we can have something done here in Chinley. And I'm very appreciative of the N27, and also trying to work into some that roundabout. I did make it 18. So it is. I was saying make about two or three rounds before you know where you're going. So it is out there. Share all this, Mr. Silversmith. I appreciate what you did with Chinley, and I commend you for it, and I'm thankful for it. But I need that bridge. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that, Shajad, Delegate Eugene. So we'll go ahead and move on to Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. You have the floor.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yeah, Madam Chair, Shumayaz, yeah, that's going for Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti. Chair, Koro say, yeah, Shinala, yeah, Silversmith, yeah, Koro, Nislausons, like Islam, the Neba team, the Hosago, Navajo Nation. Yeah, Koro say, yeah, this on behalf of my people, Navajo and NPL, Navajo Petition Land, that was from Pinion to Hartra, 20 miles road, 2021, because Shabbat last name, I think 8031 that was approved and it went through into law, was approved by President Nance, so she Mr. Liza, Vice President. Hey, I said, 50 years, 49 years of the question. The net came down, no. 24 councilmen, I own Hashni, Shabbat, of not so that said, Koro 18 a na la a Janssen to have this route start to be paved this coming summer. I don't need a teeny dies which in the hot 8031. Dina Kindon at a chica. Diego area is too narrow. Work the road is bad. I see a washboard. Diego now Diego Vilnas named and Nesla called the institute since last week, Hala team with the Asian Star no national care. I'm hoping this will start this coming summer. I know there's other studies still have to be done. 4 items so we're done deal with it, but maybe just a minor thing needs to be done. Start road project with the 24 councilmen. Groundbreaking because that is Schlieffen. Not councilman. I see ribbon get that the kish. As a team and on J here, done in the year about the hustle. Aro, the very I'm gonna put my work back together again. This is gonna be 86 lay school or teeny from Pinion only Black Mesa. There's about 9 miles where the highway is not paved. 88 I think I'm gonna put my work back together so have a good actual figures, educated figures. I met with Priscilla Lee, Dr. Bradley a week ago. 80 hours have been not on say 8 out of the shots they shall love need. I just best I saw how no there's much money on the 86 there's 22,700,000. All I need was 8 million to complete the road project to the school, to chapter house. Thought there's a road, Orabi Wash, a quick bridge ball town. They can be complete project with 8 only. Not there's another project was not approved for me. Money is alone there. I was saying so 86 lower crossroad. There's money there too. Under Navajo Nation tax fuel excise tax, $1.5 million round off. This road area, I think 5 years they had no, and then they DOT re-advertising they had told me. As a follow up a slave, probably to follow DOT. It's just me. I just need to do more work on additions. Acquire a finish not have kindness with the Navajo DOT. I really appreciate Mr. Garrett Service Chanel. Don't call not Jahi. Their service, Mr. Priscilla Lee. Do what I Mr. Blackhorse Nika with me. Asian Hills can not fashion. I couldn't go yeah. Not lands not there not either was. There's a nas that open that thought so it minor what that he Aro shares not 24 councilmen. 1 year the honey not each. I could only at end in shit out in the construction with the infrastructure that at any time the snow the New Mexico, out on the central, out on the way west coast, and is it to the Oro so to Adrian Hernandez, that's it Mr. Thomas Walker, and also to a Kibara of the your new the Herman Daniel. Thank you for your important. I found it's no yet into the because he's on Michigan. Not it is. I went to a Baja State or the Garrett, so there you are by Henson. Let's get this project going. Once they have Madam Chair, Shmaya, but the sense of my son, but the sound of it. I asked the Indian, I put in Shmaya's now with the scene. Once they said, I'll go back on mute. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair.
Jimmy Yellow here. We're going to go ahead and keep going. We have 2 more delegates, and then we'll turn it back over to the presenter. We have Chair Rick Ness. You have the floor. Second call for Chair Rick Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ke aro chatin aro baseball anno taniki we Naabik'íyáti ko e kiniki Naabik'íyáti aro ke Mr. Silversmith for your presentation on these road projects. Oh, by Henson, by Jen staff, Nada Nishigi, Shane Nishigi, Bahanson, Do Nabahanson, Mr. Silversmith. Aja, you have a Mr. Daryl Bradley on it, Kanalo, RGB Gay, Priscilla Lee. I could name a whole lot that I know there's always a lack of funding throughout the Navajo Nation. Every year, baseball, every year something gets done. Every year there's progress. And the reason I say that is a couple of weeks ago, I went to Wheatfield's Sahili chapter for RDC meeting. And you're going to go attend I was so happy to see that road project. Honorable Slater, because Aja. What and said that's what it is partnering up, working together, making things happen. Leadership as well as our enterprise. But NDOT. And the local communities. That last year also, towards the fall, laid such under so there is progress. I don't know, they cotton with doors just a nana teen. The Alan Becay Quaggy in Bashed Elia. There's progress happening, got Elans and Agasa. I don't know, they Western Nana, Bird Springs, don't they? Winslow, Jada, Hagishida, Ena, Quaggy, 13. And that is niche. So, 3 years that we've been in office now, and I've seen quite a few projects completed by NDOT. Oh, Ada, NECA, and others that are involved. It would be nice to have something done every year. But it's always a lack of funding. It's a microwave, the it's anyways.
Delegate Yellow here, please mute your phone. I apologize, Chair Nancy.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
It's my vehicle, thank you. I parked here on the road, thank you, sorry. I'm mute now.
Because she listen, it's okay. I'll be there. But I guess it's on Nishiki that and something in a lot of areas. Oh, on the story, you follow up, you monitor projects, you check up on them, you ask for meetings, and all that. Over in that area, there was a family that lives down below the hill. There's a farm there. We had a meeting just a few months back, maybe four months ago. And here, about a couple of weeks ago, NDOT went over there and fixed it for those families. There's about 5 to 6 families that live down below. There was not much drainage there. Now those families are really happy. They're just excited. They're glad that this is finally going to resolve the flooding issues. The next issue, when you bring people together and talk to them and ask them respectfully, I don't you that doesn't. I don't the people smile, they're happy about it, and they understand, not because we're delegates, but we assisted the communities that we represent. And that's how a lot of these projects get done. And it is. So it is so I just want to say thank you to NDOT. Thank you, Mr. Silversmith, and your staff. So I don't have any questions. Just want to say thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Nez. So we're going to move on to the last delegate in the queue, Delegate Wilson Stewart, and then we're going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Director Silversmith. Delegate Stewart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak. Mr. Silversmith, and staff, from the receptionist all the way to your managers and your program supervisors, and knowing going back to this presentation for New Mexico and Navajo Nation, the question I have is the binders that we get as RDC, 5-10-year binders that Shemayaja, Marjorie Begay, one of them, and all the other staff that work with the agencies. As 24th Navajo Nation Council. If so, then I think this presentation was related to that. If not, maybe copies to be given to them as 24th Navajo Nation Council. So, but again, thank you to you, the staff, and the communication that we all received from the chapter projects and the know-how to express what needs to be expressed in those budgets that we do, and how to make sure that the roads that we are concentrating on, that they stay at that attention, and that we continue to work together with the staff to make sure that these projects continue to be pushed forward, whether through NDOT, whether through the FET, whatever funds are going to be used. And also, how the chapters can assist as well, the chapter staff and the community members out there, to make sure these road projects are being done, whether they're in a neighborhood or whether they're in the small communities like Navajo and Sawmill. And then, for leaving equipment out there, to be used during the winter season. So thank you for that as well. And that's just all I wanted to share, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Stewart. So with that, we're going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Director Silversmith. You have the floor.
Thank you once again, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Charles Newton, and the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates, honorable delegates, and Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you for today's discussion here as we progress throughout this afternoon and into the early evening. Appreciate the many responses and comments and suggestions from this dialogue discussion that we've been having today. So I'll answer the honorable delegates' question, beginning with Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay, beginning with the current construction activities for the Dilcon medical facility there in Dilcon, and the amount of money that's been invested into this community. With this, it's going to provide flourishing and prosperity, and that's going to turn to elevate the economic development possibilities and current scenario out there in Dilcon. And this just opens the possibilities for what can happen there, the local Dilcon community. And it's a huge, huge project as far as the implications, the positiveness once this is completed. Just the medical personnel that's coming in, it's going to be serving directly our Navajo people, the doctors, the nurses, the ambulance personnel. You know, it's just a huge, huge positive impact for this community. And with the Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay's direct involvement with the success and the coordination and his involvement for this project, that's appreciated, Honorable Delegate Begay. And you had mentioned in relation to this, a safety aspect that is upcoming, that is currently exists. Once this project is going to be completed, you know, Honorable Delegate Begay it's already obvious that to many people who are seeing this progression of development there in the community, that this is going to be resulting into increased traffic. And what do we do? What does the nation do? What does the community do in anticipation and for this traffic? And there's an intersection there that Honorable Delegate Begay is mentioning, N15, and that travels east and west, and then N60 that travels directly south and goes towards Winslow. And this is the area that he's talking about, and what's the opportunity? What is the options to alleviate the scenario that's upcoming there, the safety factor, the safety aspect? And one of them is to provide probably a possible roundabout and maybe traffic signal, turning lanes, deceleration, acceleration lanes. All of that's going to be our possible options for this particular area of Dilcon. So it's going to evolve, like Honorable Delegate Begay has mentioned. It's going to begin with, not begin, but it's going to continue with what is the daily traffic, what's the amount of daily traffic that's going to happen, is happening currently there, and what's the future projection of traffic involvement there as this project is completed, and the community is concerned about what's going to happen there once it does. Because once that happens, as we all know, the traffic is increased 2, 3, 4 times fold. So that's what Honorable Delegate. And so I just wanted to establish that, but the response is there is we'll continue to coordinate with both Delegate Elmer Begay and the community and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, because it is a Bureau of Indian Affairs route, and we need to hear their involvement, their input too. And so I support this project. We support this. I think anybody, any community there, we support this project. And as far as I'm concerned, though, as far as I know, is that there's no funds targeted or secured for this project. And that's one of the discussions going to be. So a roundabout or a traffic light is going to probably approach easily and probably in excess of $1 million to $2 million. And so that's something that we can work in. Very similar to some of the other delegates, we can pursue CSN funds to begin to provide coverage of these costs or other alternative sources from the federal grants that are upcoming. And but I'm excited too about this, the potential of this once this facility is completed, and we want to provide that service and for the community there. So, and there was, as you mentioned, Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay, there was a meeting today scheduled among other various entities within the Navajo Nation, and we were on the call at 9 a.m. this morning. I wasn't there as what Elmer Delegate Begay. I was on this call all day, Nabi, because I wasn't sure when we would be called to present. So I was on this call, and that was my intention today to be. So today, the call, we were on the call. Our Deputy Division Director, Ms. Bowman, was on the call. Ms. Margie Begay was on the call, a senior planner. And Ms. Leanne Roy, our delegated Department of Planning Manager, was on the call at 9 a.m. However, the host would not allow us into the meeting until 10 a.m. because they were honoring the 2-hour delay. So we weren't allowed to get into this virtual meeting until 10 a.m. But nonetheless, though, that I just wanted to provide some background information on that. And I look forward to continue to discuss this, Delegate Elmer Begay, and as far as what we can do, securing funds, much very similar to what Delegate Eugene So is talking about, securing funds for the 8095 bridge crossing, and various other delegates that we've been hearing today, securing funds for their respective projects. And Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith we had worked together in securing funds, whereas a few years ago, the outlook was looking very grim on funding that bridge in 9402. There was no fund secured. However, we looked at various options, and with his involvement, Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith, we were able to secure $5.2 million. And so that's what we need to, that approach we need to apply to this scenario here, and along with Delegate Eugene So for the bridge project in 8095. But again, I look forward to working with the Bureau of Indian Affairs on this route, and to my understanding, they weren't there at this morning's meeting, so that's something that we need to follow up with them, because this is their route and we need their input, their permission. Maybe there are some compliances, environmental clearances that have already been approved or started or in the process for this particular section in there, and the various stages that those compliances have been achieved, we could use that and proceed with those and just finish those up. So thank you again, Delegate Elmer Begay. We did meet with, just last week, we did meet with Navajo County, Mr. Supervisor Peshlagai, Mr. Miles Begay, and others from Navajo County. We did discuss some Indian Wells projects, and there's 2 projects that are upcoming. So we talked about those, the fuel excise tax road fund projects that were generated for these projects in Indian Wells. So we talked about those in length about an hour and a half last week, and we provided some updates to one another about what we're going to do on those routes. Then we also talked about the recent N6 bridge crossing, that the damaged section there, that and your involvement there, Delvin McGay, and you're working side by side with us and the local chapter Indian Wells as far as getting that completed. And thank you to the Bureau of Indian Affairs very much, Mr. Clarence Sosi and your staff from Fort Defiance, for completing that project. Along with Navajo DOT, we provided some manpower and we provided some heavy equipment for the success of this project. So that N6 project was a direct result from combined efforts from BIA, the local chapter in Indian Wells, and Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay. So, and we also have an upcoming White Cone chapter and Tisto projects that we completed in the last 3 years, gravel laid down and soil stabilizer application. And our intention is we have scheduled a return to those White Cone projects. I believe it's 9062 or 9069, 9062, and Tisto is 9069, where we're going to return. And those projects were previously gravel and soil stabilized. So we're going to do that same scope of work for those 2 communities, for Tisto and White Cone. And I'm looking forward to the excitement of this construction season as it gets warmer and warmer. Moving on to, thank you for your continued leadership, Honorable Delegate Begay. Moving on to Honorable Delegate Eugene So, and he did mention about the potentialness of securing funds for a bridge construction for 8095, and that's going to be about, to our estimates, we provided a cost estimate at your request, Honorable Delegate So, and your LDA, Mrs. Dedman, back on January 12th, a construction estimate that we had provided about $3.3 million to fund the construction of this 8095 Green River crossing just north of Chinle. And so that's what we had provided to you. And much like Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay, we need to work on now securing some funding for this project here, whether we pursue that CSN funds or other alternative sources. And just for your information, we did provide you some information too on another corridor on 8095 upcoming this summer in partnership with Apache County District 1 former president and current supervisor Joe Shirley and Mr. Patrick Sandoval. We will be forming a partnership to do road improvements on 8095. We have identified $250,000 for gravel laydown and soil stabilizer for about 1.5 to 2 miles of road improvements on 8095, those areas that are prone to flooding. So that's upcoming. We're looking forward to this partnership with Apache County District 1. And our intention here is to get that project started. And we did talk about it briefly with Mr. Sandoval about 2 weeks ago when we met in Flagstaff at the county's partnership meeting. And then you also recently mentioned the success of the N27 Chinle to Nazlini highway, new highway and bridge project, and at the cost of $32 million. And again, your involvement, your community, and years of advocating and just moving forward this project at $32 million. This was completed last summer, and we celebrated a successful completion event in October, November of last year, and your attendance there was appreciated. So, and $32 million was a huge commitment to the communities of Chinle and Nazlini. So we want to do more of those projects, very similar to that, to other regions, delegate regions as well. And then you also finally talked about the recent Chinle Wash Burn project that was completed by the involvement with Navajo DOT, Apache County District 1, Navajo Nation EPA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Chinle chapter under the guidance of Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch and others, and President Nez was out there involved. He did several tours of that project, and he kept us on task, and so did Vice President Myron Liza. They kept us on task. So your question there, going to your question there, who's the liability aspect there. So that's always an issue on any project that we complete, the liability aspect and the direct involvement there. As we know, potentially there might be a flooding scenario coming down Chinle Wash from the Chuska Mountains and so forth. That water, that runoff runs directly just northwest of the Chinle community, Chinle. And so we did the best that we can, us and Apache County District 1, to secure, reinforce that earthen berm for about a little over 2 miles. It took us about 3 weeks to collectively do that project. And then there's, like you mentioned, there's going to be some liability involved there. And so in the event, something of, unfortunately, that may happen, and we sure it's going to involve the risk management from the Navajo Nation to be there to assist the nation in addressing that liability concern there. But thank you again, Honorable Delegate Eugene So, for your continued involvement there in the Chinle chapter there, as far as what you have done for the N27 project, pushing to get 8095, a bridge project, to be completed, and then the forthcoming 8095 gravel and soil stabilizer project that's upcoming this summer. Moving on to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, thank you for your continued compliments for our staff here at Navajo DOT, and we're looking and your direct involvement with us was very, was imperative as we secured funds for 8031 Pinyon to Hard Rock route. He specifically also mentioned 8066 road improvements and the need to pave that unpaved portion from the end of that road project that was completed back in 2016, 2017, I believe, and then that unpaved portion all the way leading up to the Black Mesa chapter. And so we recently met about 2-3 weeks ago with the local leadership at the chapter there in Black Mesa. Ms. Marlene Bilka was involved there, and we'll continue. I know the first time last summer there was legislation that didn't successfully pass. So we will, with your assistance and with your involvement, I'm sure you're going to pursue other avenues to get that project funded. The 8065 low water crossing is what you had mentioned as well too. Within this year's or within 2019, 2020 and 2021 FET road funds, there are some funds identified for that low water crossing there in 8065. And so we're looking forward to, there's funds identified for the construction of that. So we're looking forward to moving forward, and that's crucial as far as the low water crossing there. That's the only means of crossing that wash from one side of the community to the other. And we have, across our nation, we have thousands of washes that exist, and this is one of them where we're fortunate to secure funds. So again, with your involvement there, Honorable Delegate Jimmy Yellen here, we're able to secure funds for that project there. And we look forward to the eventual construction of all these projects within the Black Mesa and other surrounding areas, Pinyon, Forest Lake, and other areas that you're directly involved in. Moving on to Honorable Delegate Chair Rick Nez. Thank you again. Thank you as well too for your positive and influence into the local projects there in your delegate region, your compliments and your qualities as a strong leader there in your delegate region. We appreciate those. So thank you for the compliments that you had shared with us about Navajo DOT staff. And you recently talked about our recent completion of the Ninanazad project, N365, and the families that we had served there, the 4 and 5 families that were very appreciative of their recent completion, addressing that N365 drainage issue, that drainage runoff that we completed just a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And I know you made a site visit out there, and it was just with your involvement, and you brought this forward to us as a project, and we completed it. We established what was needed, and we did a brief design, and we were able to secure some resources, manpower, heavy equipment, and so forth. And we completed that project within 1 week's time. So some funds were expended from our Navajo Nation general funds, and from our field excise road funds were used for this project. So again, thank you for that, and I'm sure the families, the surrounding communities there on N365 and the Ninanazad Chep are very appreciative of it as well. Then an upcoming project, Honorable Chair Rick Nez, is the N36 route from Shiprock going eastward to the casino there in south of Farmington. We have $700,000 that was budgeted for this project, and with the partnership, establish a Bureau of Indian Affairs. We're gonna try that for commencing construction this summer. And there's some areas that are targeted for repairs on that N36. There's damage repairs on the asphalt. And if you recall, last year we got some estimates, we got some bids back, and the bids that we received, the project amount, the bids exceeded our budget there. So we had to do some changes within the scope of work. So we're going to try that once again. And it's kind of similar to what had happened over in Honorable Delegate Otto So there, is that it's a very similar situation, but N36, so we're gonna try that again, and the $700K is still budgeted for that project. So again, and then also while we were in the area there in the Ninanazad, we were able to successfully complete a Shiprock Indian Village project under the direct involvement and participation with Honorable Delegate Charles Newton as well. She approached us about the community's concern there since last year, and with her community's involvement and input, she had partnered with us as far as what needed to be done, the needs there in the Shiprock Indian Village, and Honorable Delegate Charles Newton. We worked together on this project with staff and I, and we're able to complete that project. And we used internal Navajo DOT staff to reprocess, regrade that project, and provide some drainage, address some drainage issues, and we were able to lay down some, well, we didn't lay down, but we milled the existing surface and with the existing asphalt there, and we broke that up, we reestablished a grade, then we added, and then we're going to come back. We're not done there. We're not done there. The Shiprock Indian Village and the Ninanazad chapter project N365 going to return for a second phase when the weather gets warmer, and apply some soil stabilizer. So We're not done there. Honorable Chair Nez, that the Nanazad project, we're going to return and apply soil stabilizer. Then the Shiprock Indian Village Access Road, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, we're going to return there and apply some soil stabilizer to the topical surface of this project. And what that will do is it'll provide an adhesive, and it'll bind that surface of the project to provide durability and strength to keep that aggregate in place. And over at the Honorable Chair Nez, I forgot to mention New Mexico DOT. Thank you very much to them for providing millings, asphalt millings that were stockpiled there at the Shiprock Fleet yard, and we were able to secure 5-6 loads from them. New Mexico DOT donated those millings, and we applied those asphalt millings to the N365 project, Delegate Chair Nez. So those are upcoming projects. Thank you again, Honorable Delegate Chair Nez, Rick Nez, and your leadership on RDC committee, and Honorable Delegate Charles Newton for getting us involved and providing your leadership there and input into the Shiprock Indian Village Access Road. And we have other projects that are upcoming in the local Shiprock area too. 546 is another project in Shiprock that we are currently tasked with to start this year. Finally, Honorable Delegate Wilson Stewart, thank you for your compliments as well, and your leadership too for the communities there that you're within your delegate region, Honorable Delegate Wilson Stewart, and for your information. And I know a staff member of ours, Brian Tassinijigny, one of our civil engineers, has been providing you email updates as far as upcoming road improvement project N9073, the road that leads out of Blue Canyon that we had did previously in 2018, 2019. And if you recall back then, we laid down some gravel, we addressed the drainage issues, we processed and we laid down some gravel, we applied some soil stabilizer to about 2.5 miles on 9073. And we want to return, we have in our intention, we have some funds to set aside, and we're going to return again this summer to re-scarify and recompact N9073 and what we had did previously in 2018 and 2019, and reapply that with soil stabilizer, much like the Shiprock Indian Village project and the N365 Ninanizad project. So we're going to be returning there, FYI, Honorable Delegate Stewart. Then the N7 project in Sawmill, we have $1.035 million secured for the Sawmill N7 local community highway project there. We're going to address the pothole situation, the cracked asphalt, the potholes, the cracks, and the sidewalks there. So $1.035 million was successfully secured for that project. And so we're working on, and that was recently passed in October by the Resources and Development Committee. So we're working right now as far as the development of the design, the scope of work, finalizing that. And we're looking forward to continuing moving that N7 project there in Sawmill, Delegate Stewart. And then thank you for your involvement also in the recent completion of the Old Red Lake Road project just this last year under your direct involvement that we did from the south of the Old Red Lake chapter about maybe 3 miles, and that was completed last year with involvement with one of our civil engineers, Donald Jackson, Mr. Joe Peterman, our manager for Department of Roads. So that was successfully completed last year, and Old Red Lake Road project there. Then also we recently met with our ongoing coordination and community with Red Lake chapter on local Navajo New Mexico projects there, and we recently met, and as far as providing options to the community there, Red Lake chapter, as far as options to further improve some roads that need to be addressed there. There's about 4 roads that we discussed, or my staff discussed with them recently. And as you recall, back in 2019, we did a successful road project there, about 3/4 of a mile improvement there. The old Sawmill Road there that went to an NFPI between there and the local gas station. It goes eastward to Frog Rock. So we're looking, thank you again, Delegate Wilson Stewart, for each of those projects that you provided your guidance and your input into those projects. So thank you again, once again, Honorable Delegate Wilson Stewart, Honorable Delegate Chair Rick Nez, Honorable Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, Delegate Eugene So, and finally Delegate Elmer McGay for your questions and feedback. So that's what I have, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, Pro Tem Charles Newton. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Silversmith. We now have, well, let me go back to Delegate Elmer McGay. Were your questions answered? Delegate Elmer McGay. Okay, not hearing anything. We'll go ahead and proceed forward. Delegate Eugene So, were your questions answered? Delegate Eugene So. Not hearing anything, we'll go to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Were your questions answered?
I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. I'm happy with it.
Thank you, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Rick Nez, were your concerns addressed?
I'm good, Chair Charles Newton. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Nez. Delegate Wilson Stewart, were your concerns addressed?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Stewart. Next, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward. We have two delegates who have been added to the queue. Delegate Paul Begay, and then after Chair Daniel So. Delegate Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair. Thank you. Appreciate the time given to me. And also, thank you. Long day of good discussions. I really appreciate the input from our colleagues, input by presenters. Thank you, Director Silversmith. Appreciate the presentation. We all have road problems, I guess, throughout the nation. And it's a hard task that you have to work on throughout the years, throughout the months. I do appreciate the work that's been done in my region, my delegate region, the completion of the road coming from Tonalea to Kaibito, going into the town of Kaibito, all the way to the chapter house, all the way to the Kaibito school and market with the roundabout. I really appreciate that. And it really does look nice. And I know all the hard work put into it by your people. And we were anticipating a big meal for your workers, but because of the pandemic, that never came about. So I really do want to express my appreciation for the work that they've done. And I also was good to see you at the MOU signing between Coconino County and the Navajo Nation in Flagstaff. And there, we brought up the understanding that there will be work being done on the road coming from Kaibito to First Windmill. And I express the great need for that improvement, because that road is used by Page Unified Schools, Kaibito Schools, Botaway Schools. It gets used a lot. It's a quick connection from the region of Kaibito going to Flagstaff, going through Botaway Gap. So the traffic is very big on that road. And I did mention also that in the wintertime, of course, it gets muddy and the road becomes impassable. Summertime is the opposite. Sometimes it gets sandy and have a lot of areas that they have to slow down, and it's very hazardous for people that drive fast. It contributes to a lot of bus maintenance for our local schools, and that's the need for that road to be improved, have a better road. And of course, we have the plans of Botaway Gap Clinic, the health facility that's going to be built right there on top of Botaway Gap community. So that being the case, we have a lot of people that live in that region, Copper Mine and Kaibatu region, that will be using that facility to go to the clinic. So just a more reason for that road to be built. The other one is Route 16, coming from Highway 160 between Tonalea and Cow Springs, going to Inscription House. That road also is very populated. A lot of our native Navajo people live in that area. Again, it is a road that leads to Inscription House Clinic and also the Inscription House Market. You know, people need necessities, so they shop in local stores, and they need to use that road. Again, the Route 16 road is, I've seen that road before. Summertime, this is very, very sandy. But in the wintertime, it's just the opposite, like I said, about the other road between Kaibatu and Botaway Gap. It gets very muddy. So those two roads, I remember at the MOU signing, those two were brought up. And I just want to be kept updated on, I remember there's a meeting that was suggested to talk about at least the Route 16. So just keep me informed, keep me updated on any progress that's being made as far as getting that meeting plan, so we can begin to understand where we are, what will happen. This is also just to inform our constituents, our community members, of the progress, because they continue to ask us, just like in any other regions throughout our Navajo Nation. So, ADAC, Behatis and Director Silversmith, again, appreciate all the help you put into your job, and you know, some of these positions are unappreciated positions, but just want to let you know that appreciate all your help and also your staff, all that they do for us. Yeah, Madam Pro Tem. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Delegate Paul Begay. We'll go ahead and move to Chair Daniel So. You have the floor.
Okay, Naabik'íyáti committee members. Need to me so Director Silversmith. I guess the main thing when I hear how closely you have worked with other chapters and communities, very fine, detailed response. But in this aspect of trying to get roads in the district that I represent, it just a real quick response. And you admit that these road agreements you should have met with the agency that you signed with to detail how that agreement would work. So in that aspect, I see that there wasn't that detailed attention. So in that aspect, Otto, it's not a matter of it's a matter of akinin padanos ento kwagi hajo feitao bend onishi e kwagi benacha eti report ike ado e benacha hil to asho di sato baha si to benai dos kit to ni chen hana o si ko e kwagi sato hajo ba oni tindo le le hota ado to behanansi Mr. Silversmith. Nabi adopted legislation that basically focuses on historic or federal historic roads. And in that aspect, attorney for Eastern Navajo Land Commission researched and drafted that original resolution that turned into legislation. And in that aspect is the part of before 1970, these EPA laws, the need for archaeological clearance, fish and wildlife, and those two forms that you talk about, 401 and 404, they were not part of federal law. And so these roads were established prior to that, and I'm saying to everybody, including the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, that these federal established historical roads should already be grandfathered in to where we're not having to deal with all those aspects that you enumerated. And if your staff could really take a look at it, then that would be the basis. And then we could keep pushing and pushing and pushing to have the Department of Interior to basically change the code of federal regulations that would basically grandfather in these aspects. And so that's one of the items that I really want to keep pushing. I hope the more I talk about it, I hope the more of the delegates would jump on that particular legislation and use it. And let's get the Department of Interior to focus on that. The other aspect is, again, October of 2019, I emphasized the need for Sandoval County Roads Agreement. And it was finally signed off and approved by the Sandoval County Commission in December of 2021. That's how long I've been at this, members of the NABI.
And it's just not a one-time shot. It's been an ongoing issue with me for the longest time. And so and I'm I'm a little to the point of, we need to focus on this area, Mr. Silversmith. And then just the fact that, from 2019 to just a few months ago, Eastern Navajo Agency aspects of NDOT didn't have a planner, and we've had to have Larry Ucho really do double duty, and it's like, okay, and you admit that could be the cause. And so going forward, let's really get the aspects of the McKinley County Roads Agreement and the Sandoval County Roads Agreement properly used. So, and the thing about it is the Navajo Nation is providing funds to those two counties. And again, it's a way to say it costs less for them to do it. And it's like, okay, what about the Navajo companies that do road construction, that have road equipment, and they stand at the side of the road? The other aspect I would really like to address is some of the chapters have acquired road graders. And in that aspect, you admit you only have one grader for Eastern Navajo. How about subcontracting with these certified chapters to basically help maintain those roads that NDOT claims? That's one aspect that really has to be explored, and it helps in developing perhaps a regional road department. What if we had other chapters that are certified that could put a road grader on the NDOT roads or even on the school bus routes? Perhaps even the aspect of either of those counties to subcontract with the certified chapters to get a road grader. Right now, McKinley County doesn't go as far as Rincon Marcus in roads maintenance. Doesn't go as far as Pueblo Pintado. People have never seen a McKinley County road grader out that far. Now, how can we get perhaps a certified chapter to help in that 15 miles per quarter roads designation? Let's take this a step farther and empower some of the certified chapters to be in a way self-sufficient. And I hope the rest of the committee doesn't take that as another aspect of a Kijit Na Anish. This is
in an aspect of creative criticism, and I'm putting ideas in the middle of the table to help the 110 chapters. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair. So we don't have any delegates in the queue at this time, so I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Director Silversmith. Director Silversmith, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you again, once again, Honorable Delegate Chair Charles Newton, for giving me some time again to provide responses and feedback to these various delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Beginning with Honorable Delegate Paul Begay, as far as his representation in the Western Agency in his delegate region. So as well, and we you know, a couple of years ago, we successfully completed the local Kaibito chapter project, the N6330 and N6331 and the N20 project that was at a construction cost of around $15 million. It provided some paved roads and other aspects connected to that project that was completed a couple of years ago. And with your direct involvement there, we were able to successfully complete this Kaibito project with, you know, with $15 million, and it included a roundabout project that was very similar to the request from Honorable Delegate Elmer Regay for his community, one of his communities in the Yukon. And so, connection of streets and three streets that we were roads that were completed in Kaibito, and also included the paving aspect and sidewalks for the local Kaibito chapter that was completed, the parking lot as well. And so that was successfully completed there for N16, which you had mentioned there, and with your direct involvement, Honorable Delegate Paul Begay, and you had recently. And thank you as well, too, for your attendance at the MOU signing with Coconino County a couple of weeks ago. Your participation and your brief comments there that was addressed to the participants there at that MOU signing with Coconino County. And I know yourself and Honorable Delegate Thomas Walker and Honorable Delegate Crotty were there as well, and they all provided just their presence and involvement at that MOU signing was very receptive positively by the local leadership, by the counties there. And your words were very encouraging to the audience members as far as what you have to share with the communities and the counties. And as you recall, in N16 that you had mentioned, a project that we completed last year or the previous year, just for your information, and you're pretty much aware of that. There's $630,000 identified for N16, where we had picked off the last time from the intersection of Highway 98 going south. We did road improvements for that area for, I believe it was 2 miles. And so the $630,000 for N16 will pick up where that project left off and continue where we had left off, and just south of Inscription House, with that project there on N16. So, and these funds were recently approved by Resources and Development Committee October of last year. So then you also mentioned about the continuation of addressing the N21 road leaving southwest of Kaibito and going southwest to where it eventually joins N20 that goes to Botaway Gap and just south of Copper Mine. So if you recall, back in 2020 and 2021, we did two minor road improvements, gravel laid down, and we did some dressing up the side drainage issues there in 2 locations, one on one on N21 just south of Kaibatu, about maybe 3 to 4 miles, and we addressed that one, and that was taken care of by Arrow Indian contractors. And also further closer to N20, that project about 2 miles east of N20, that project was addressed too by Arrow Indian contractors, a contractor that we had contracted to work out to on this particular. So again, thank you for your involvement for those projects, Honorable Delegate Paul Begay, and we look forward to the N16 project that's forthcoming this summer or this fall, and your MOU signing. And moving on to Honorable Delegate Daniel So's additional comments here this evening here. Honorable Delegate Daniel So did mention the MOA details and how we should, again, potentially make sure we have coverage on this MOU, the details on it, and make sure everybody is aware of the details of that MOU signing as far as the snow removal activities and the action needed to get Sandoval County involved as far as getting them out on the roads and shortening the approval process there. It doesn't necessarily have to go to Navajo DOT and just go directly working with the local chapters and working directly with Sandoval County. So we're just going to reemphasize that MOU signing there when we meet in 2 weeks. As Honorable Delegate So had mentioned that he's tentatively scheduled. And for your information, Honorable Delegate Daniel So, we do have an upcoming meeting with White Horse Lake chapter on March 3rd. They want to hear the nation's strategic plan to address the forthcoming infrastructure funds that are potentially will eventually arrive on the Navajo Nation. They want to hear our strategic plan for the White Horse Lake area projects. And so we have tentatively scheduled March 3rd. However, just recently today, I just learned that we have a NABI meeting that's scheduled for that same day. So there's conflicts of schedule there, Honorable Delegate So, and what we have to do there to possibly maybe reschedule that White Horse Lake chapter meeting, because that NABI meeting falls on the same day, and we'll be discussing legislation, I believe it's 257-21. And so we need to make some adjustments there with your schedule and White Horse Lake and our schedule here at Navajo DOT. And also, we do have, just for your information, and also we have just for your information, we have more than one grader operator in Eastern Agency. We have Cornelius, We have Mr. Cornelius Kenny as one operator, Donovan Yazzie, Archie Burnside, I believe it's Ted Vicente, Derek Lilly, and Alton. I'm at a loss. I can't recall Alton's last name, but we have 6 operators in and around Eastern Agency that provide snow removal services, blading activities. So we are still shorthanded. Even six operators within the Eastern Agency, we're still shorthanded. We have vacancies out there, and we want to get more operators within the Eastern Agency as well as the other agencies to provide adequate coverage on all our routes there. And for a number of years, we still don't have we never had a planner for Eastern Agency, and the most recent vacancy there, like I said, was she moved on, and it's been vacant, and that position has been advertised, and we just didn't get interest from applicants who wanted to pursue this position. Even those who showed some interest, expressed some interest, they applied. However, they were deemed non-qualified or lacking maybe the educational requirements or experience requirements by DPM. So that position still hasn't been wasn't filled. And so that position was vacant for a number of years, and maybe our salaries here on the Navajo Nation is not quite competitive to the local entities and what they're offering. Perhaps these educated Navajos are pursuing those avenues. But again, one last thing that you had touched on, Honorable Delegate Daniel So, is the processing of grandfathering established routes that have been in existence for a number of decades, number of years, BIA routes, tribal routes, and how they should be incorporated and included into our system, where at some manner, in some fashion, that archaeological and biological and 404, 401 permits should be forego, or in lieu of this current process that we have. This process maybe should be shortened, because these routes have been, and you're exactly right, Honorable Delegate So, these routes have been in existence for quite a while. And I agree, and there has been a white paper that's been created by the Nez-Liza administration that went to the Biden-Harris administration regarding this specific subject of discussion we're talking about. How some of these routes should be, the right-of-way process should be drastically shortened to include efficiency and processing quickly. And you have some great points there that, why do all that when these roads have been in existence for a number of years, decades? And that would really shorten up our process as far as getting these projects construction ready, as far as new construction and maintenance activities. So, and I know you've been getting that message out, and we really appreciate your lobbying and your just involvement in getting that word out, as far as the local level and the national level, as far as the same topic we're talking about. Something needs to be done, and I shared that a number of times. Just yesterday, I was on a Tribal Transportation Program Coordinating Committee meeting, and myself and Mr. Jonah Begay, we brought up the same message, and how this established right-of-way process needs to be shortened. And I kind of mirrored your comments, Delegate Daniel So, in my discussion yesterday, and I patterned my discussion as you had shared this evening here with delegates, or with leadership from the Federal Highway Administration and Bureau of Indian Affairs yesterday during this meeting. But again, thank you. Looking forward to this week, the next couple of weeks, this meeting that you're going to have established and set up for us to discuss further details in your delegate region, Honorable Delegate So. Looking forward to that, and we're looking forward, and we'll provide some information, feedback, and options on our MOU signings, and we'll talk about the N46, N474 projects that are upcoming. Pueblo Pintado, Corion, and those areas, Tinian, some areas there that we need to discuss there. And I know recently we've been getting some community involvement there as far as the Pueblo Pintado, Ojo, Encino, those areas that we need to counselor. And those areas there that we're talking about, and looking forward to that, and we look forward to your agenda as well. So thank you again, Honorable Delegate Daniel So and Honorable Delegate Paul Begay. I'll return it back to you, Pro Tem Chair Charles Newton. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Silversmith. So with that, I'm going to ask Delegate Paul Begay, were your questions and concerns answered?
Madam Pro Tem, yes, thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Begay. Chair Daniel So, were your questions and concerns answered?
Yes, they were. Thank you, Mr. Silversmith. Appreciate the response.
Committee members, it is now 6:56. We do have Division Director Garrett Silversmith, who has been reporting on the Navajo Department of Transportation, talking about various projects, but specifically why NDOT is not the lead agent on road project applications. Do we have any other committee members who wish to ask questions at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. We do have a motion and a second established. All of the questions have been answered. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to a roll call vote at this time, accepting the report from Division Director Garrett Silversmith. Ms. Nota, can you assist with the roll?
Delegate Yellowhair, vote. Motion.
Delegate Yellowhair? Delegate
How
Yellowhair,
about motion to?
we already have a motion. The motion was established
All
by
right,
Mark
thank you.
Freeland and a second by Elmer Begay. So with that, Ms. Nota, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? And colleagues, this is to accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green via text. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green. Thank
Honorable
you.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Hold on, please, don't share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Boom.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Boom.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Pro Temp Chair, with a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting, and 3 excused.
Thank you for that, Ms. Nota. With 16 in favor, 0 opposed, 5 not voting, Speaker Pro Tem being one of them. We accept the report. Division Director Garrett Silversmith, we thank you for your time and we thank you for answering all of the questions posed to you here today by the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you. Mr. Silversmith, you are excused. So we'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 7, old business. There is none. We are now at the close of the meeting. Before I ask for a motion and a second for adjournment, I'd like to ask committee members, are there any announcements that need to be made at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Delegate Paul Begay.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair motions to adjourn, second by Delegate Paul Begay. With that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote at this time to adjourn. Ms. Nota, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacradi is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Thaman is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is so share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Pro Temp Chair, with a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting, and 3 excused.
Thank you for that, Ms. Nota. It is now 7:08. Committee members, we are hereby adjourned. If anybody's traveling out there, please be safe out on the road. Good night. And until we speak again next week, be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.